You're lying down on your back, supported fully by whatever holds you, bed, floor, couch, and this is where you begin. No need to change position or shift weight just yet. Let gravity do its work, and let your body feel how it settles into place without effort. Maybe the muscles in your jaw are still tight from hours of focus. Maybe your shoulders are held high like they've been waiting for a signal that never came. And perhaps your breath has become shallow and uneven, caught somewhere between tension and fatigue. This is not failure, this is information. You're here now, and what matters is that you allow yourself to be exactly where you are. If you've come looking for NSDR or non-sleep deep rest, or a way to truly rest without sleeping, or something that helps when you're exhausted but can't nap, this practice may offer a gentle path back into stillness. This is not medical advice, and it's not meant to replace care from a professional. If sleep difficulties persist, or if there are ongoing concerns about health, the right person to talk with is someone trained in those matters. What you're doing here isn't fixing anything. It's simply allowing your nervous system to notice that safety has returned, even for just a moment. Let your eyes stay closed and let your head rest completely still against the surface beneath it. Feel the shape of your skull pressing gently into whatever supports it, the edge of a pillow, the fabric of a couch, the firmness of a floor. There's no need to adjust or correct this. Just notice how gravity is already doing the holding for you. Let the weight of your head settle in and stay. Now bring your attention slowly down through your body, not to fix it, not to change anything, but simply to acknowledge its presence. Begin at your mouth. Feel the way your lips are resting, whether they're slightly parted or pressed together, how the skin around them holds tension even when still. No need to relax anything, just notice that there is a place where your jaw meets your face and that it's not moving right now. If you can, let your tongue rest lightly against the roof of your mouth without pushing down. Allow your teeth to come apart slightly so they don't press on each other. Now move your awareness just below, behind the eyes, into the soft space between them. Feel how the skin there is thin and sensitive. Perhaps it's a little tight from focusing too long at a screen, or maybe you've been squinting without knowing it. Let that area soften just slightly, not by force, but by allowing your attention to settle into its shape. Don't try to make it different. Simply see how it feels when nothing is asked of it. Now travel up the center of your forehead, across the bridge where skin folds over bone. Notice if there's any tightness in that line between eyebrows, as though you've been frowning at something invisible for hours. This isn't a sign of weakness or failure. It's just how your body remembers strain when time has passed without release. Move gently to the top of your skull, your scalp. Feel its surface where it stretches over bone and holds your hair in place. Notice any spots that are sensitive or perhaps numb from pressure against a chair or headset. Let each point be exactly as it is. No need to smooth anything out. Just know that you're aware. Now shift down toward the sides of your face, your cheeks. Feel how they rest against their own weight, not pushing forward, not pulling back. If there's any tightness along the jawline, allow it to stay where it is, as though you were watching clouds pass through a sky without trying to stop them. Your ears now, each one, separate and quiet inside your head. Notice how they sit in place against your skull, protected by bone, filled with still air even when no sound is coming in. Let that silence be part of the sensation. The way there's space around hearing that isn't about listening but simply being. Now let attention drift down into your neck. Feel the soft curve where your head meets your spine. Notice how it moves slightly only when you shift, and otherwise holds still, like a bridge between two worlds, mind and body, thought and feeling. If there's stiffness here from leaning forward or turning towards screens, allow that awareness to be present without judgment. Now one shoulder, feel its shape against the surface beneath it. Not how it should be, but how it is. Whether it's heavy or light, flat or raised slightly, let your attention rest on its current position. Notice how muscle fibers are lying still beneath skin and bone, no longer engaged in maintaining posture. Then slowly move down that arm, starting at the shoulder joint, through the upper arm, the elbow, the forearm, until you reach the wrist. Focus now on the hand, the palm pressing into whatever supports it. Feel the shape of each finger as they lie side by side, not curled or gripping. Notice how your fingers are not doing anything right now. No typing, no reaching, no holding, just resting. Move through each one individually. Thumb, index, middle, ring, little, feel their length, their softness at the tips, where skin meets nail. Now return to the shoulder and repeat the same path down the other arm. Let your attention travel slowly, the same rhythm, the same care. Upper arm, elbow, forearm, wrist, hand, each point of contact held gently in awareness. Your chest now, the rise and fall that happens even when you're not trying. Notice how it moves with each breath, but also how much space there is between breaths. Let your attention rest on the surface where skin covers ribs, feel its warmth, or perhaps coolness against air. No need to force any deep inhale. Just notice how quiet the chest can be when nothing needs to happen. Your belly next, the soft hollow below your sternum. If you're tense there, it's okay. Let that tension stay, but also let awareness move into its center like a slow wave passing through water. Feel where the skin meets muscle and then deeper, where organs rest in stillness. Notice how air moves through you without effort. Now shift to your back, the part pressing against whatever holds you. If it's a mattress, feel the give of springs or foam beneath you. If it's a floor, feel its firmness as it resists your weight. No need to adjust. Just let your entire spine settle into alignment with gravity, each vertebra resting gently on the one below it. Your hips now, the bony edges that sit at the base of your torso. Notice how they hold you upright when standing, and now release their work completely. Feel how the surface where skin meets bone is soft under pressure, or perhaps a little sore from sitting too long. Let each point be known, but not changed. Move down into one leg, start at the hip joint, then follow through the upper thigh, knee, lower leg, ankle. Notice how your foot rests on whatever supports it, flat against the surface, or slightly turned in or out. Feel the arch of your foot pressing upward, and the heel planted firmly below. Now move slowly through each toe, the big one first, then the others, to feel their shape, their sensitivity at the tips. Let each be still, no need to wiggle or stretch. Just sense them as points of contact with the world. Then return to the other leg. Repeat the same path down: hip, thigh, knee, calf, ankle, foot, toes. Notice how one side may feel heavier than the other or more awake. Let that be okay. Now bring your attention back to the whole body at once, as a single field of sensation stretching from head to toe, from front to back, from left to right. Not a collection of parts, but a continuous presence. Warmth in some places, coolness in others, stillness everywhere. Feel how gravity is pulling down through every point without resistance. Let this awareness linger, not for long, not for short, but just enough that you can sense the body as it really is. Supported, whole, resting exactly where it needs to be. Let that awareness hold, not as a task, but as a quiet knowing. How your body has been carrying the weight of hours without speaking. How it has held still through motion and thought. How it continues to breathe even when you forget it's there. Now let attention shift gently, not to any new place, but to the space between sensations, where no muscle is active and no breath needs to be made. Notice how silence settles not in your ears, but deeper, between thoughts, between impulses, just beneath the surface of being aware. This stillness isn't empty, it's full of what remains when effort stops. Feel now how air passes through you, not as a demand, not as an action, but as something that simply happens, like water flowing around stone. Your lungs don't have to open wider, your diaphragm doesn't need to rise. The breath moves in and out with no instruction, like tides responding to gravity alone. Let each exhalation be longer than the last, not forced, not measured. but as if your body remembers a rhythm older than effort, one that exists only when you stop trying to control it. Imagine now how warmth spreads, not from heat sources, but from within, like light diffusing through glass after sunset. It doesn't come from any single point, it just arrives. Feel where the skin meets air, the subtle difference in temperature across your face, around your ears, along your arms, how some places are cooler against the night, others still holding on to the day's warmth. Let that variation be as natural as breath. Now follow a new thread, not through limbs or organs, but through contact points, the places where body meets surface. Feel the weight of your head resting on the pillow or support, how pressure builds gently at the back of the skull, and how it doesn't need to change, just stay. Notice how your shoulder blades press into whatever lies beneath them, not sinking, not lifting, just existing in contact. Let that be enough. Your hands are still on the surface, palms flat or slightly curled, but they don't have to do anything. Feel where each finger touches the bed or floor. A fingertip here, a knuckle there, a ridge of skin over bone. No judgment for how it lands. The way your fingers might be slightly turned inward, or one hand resting higher than the other. Just let them be as they are. Now shift attention to the weight of your spine, not the shape of it, not its alignment, but the feeling of being held by gravity through every vertebra, like a column of stones resting in quiet order. Each segment rests on the next without strain. No effort required for posture here. Your pelvis is cradled, your tailbone grounded, no need to tuck or tilt. Just let it all sink into place, slowly, quietly. Imagine now how gravity doesn't push down with force. It simply is. And in response, your body yields like soil accepting rain. There's no resistance needed. The more you allow, the less work is required. Feel how even small movements, like a shift of weight in one hip or a slight turn of the foot, are already met by the surface beneath, as if the floor knows what to do before you decide. Notice now how your breath lingers, not just at the end of an exhale, but between exhalations and inhalations. That pause where nothing happens, where there's no pull toward air, no need for volume, just stillness. In this gap, let awareness drift like dust in a sunbeam, not trying to settle, only observing how it rests. Let your attention move inward again, but not through the parts you know so well. Instead, feel the space between them, the subtle field where nerves meet, where blood flows unseen, where tissues breathe without being noticed. This is not anatomy, it's presence. A kind of quiet knowing that exists even when you're not thinking. You are not required to fix anything. No tension needs releasing, no posture correcting. If your neck feels stiff, let that stiffness be known, but also allow it to coexist with the rest. If one leg feels colder than the other, Notice it as a fact of sensation, not an invitation to adjust. Just stay here in awareness. Feel how your skin is alive, not because it's sensitive, but because it senses. Every inch knows what touches it and what doesn't. Whether air moves across it or lies still against it, your body registers the difference without comment. This is not about sensation being intense, only that it exists, a low hum beneath thought. Now let attention stretch outward from the center, not to any edge, but to the boundary of your awareness, where you can feel yourself as an entity resting within space. Notice how air touches you on all sides, the front, back, both arms, even above and below, without needing to be named. Just a soft contact point between being and environment. Let that sensation grow subtle, not sharp or sudden, but like the light fading at dusk. Slow, gentle, without hurry. Feel how your body is not separate from this space, it's part of it. You're not lying on the bed, you're resting within a larger stillness where boundaries blur and effort fades. Now let awareness soften even further, not toward emptiness, but toward fullness. As if your nervous system has released its need to monitor or correct, like a river that stops fighting the banks and flows exactly as it is meant to. Imagine now how deep rest isn't something you reach, it's already here. Not in some future moment when you finally fall asleep, but right now, in this pause between breaths, in the weight of your arm pressing into the floor, in the quiet where no thought arises and nothing needs doing. Let that idea sink in, not as belief, not as hope, but as a simple fact. You are already resting, even if your eyes stay open or your mind flickers with memory or worry. This body is still receiving what it's been waiting for all along. Feel how your hands lie on the surface below them, not gripping, not pressing, just there. Like stones left by water after a flood has passed, no longer needing to do anything. Let that be enough. Notice now how your jaw unclenches, not because you told it to, but because tension doesn't have a reason to stay when nothing is asking for force. The muscles at the side of your face soften. The back of your throat relaxes into silence. Even the tiny bones behind your ears settle down, no longer straining to hear every sound. Let that quiet spread through your forehead, through your temples, between your brows where tension often lives. Not by pushing it away, but by letting its presence be known and then overlooked. Your eyelids are heavy, not because they're tired, but because rest has already begun within them. The muscles that hold them open have released their vigilance. You don't need to keep watching, not now. Let that wait be a signal. This is where stillness lives. You now feel how your chest rises and falls with less effort than before. Not faster, not slower, but more aligned with gravity's pull. It doesn't push up, it lets go down. The breath comes in not because you want air, but because your body remembers what it means to be alive without striving. Imagine now a gentle sinking, not through space, but through time, as if hours aren't passing but dissolving, like ink spreading into water, like snow melting on skin. There's no urgency here, only the slow unfolding of stillness. Your hips are not holding you upright anymore. Your pelvis is not trying to balance. It simply rests in its place, the natural curve of bone and soft tissue receiving support from below. Let that be a kind of surrender, not weakness, but completion. Feel how each toe on both feet lies flat against the surface beneath them. No need to curl or stretch. Just contact, just presence, like roots settling into earth after rain. Your back is no longer resisting gravity, it's allowing it. Not collapsing, not giving way, but aligning with it. As if your spine has finally said, "Yes, I will rest here. I don't need to be straighter or more upright. I can just be." Let that feeling grow, not in intensity, but in depth. Like a wave moving through water without breaking the surface. You are not becoming something else. You're returning to what has always been present, the body's capacity to rest when left alone. No instructions needed, no effort required, only attention and silence. Let your awareness rest where it lands, not chasing a sensation, but letting each one stay just long enough to be felt, and then released. There's no need to hold on or move through. This isn't about fixing anything. You're not searching for peace like a lost key under the couch. You are already inside what you've been seeking, the soft hollow behind your ribs, where breath settles without permission. Let that space widen just slightly, as if gravity has loosened its grip not on your body, but on time itself. Feel how slow the air moves through your nose, not rushed, not shallow, but deep enough to touch the back of your throat, like a whisper you don't need to answer. Your shoulders are no longer carrying the weight they once did, no longer trying to keep the world from pressing in. They've stopped pretending strength is measured by tension. Instead, they're letting go of effort and sinking into support, the mattress yielding beneath them as if it knows what's needed even before you do. Let that softness spread, not like water filling a bowl, but like warmth seeping through stone after a long night. There's no hurry to arrive anywhere. Your body doesn't need to perform. It just needs to be present in its own stillness. Notice now how the space between your shoulder blades feels different, less crowded, less tight with invisible tension. Not because you've forced it open, but because the muscles have finally stopped bracing for impact. They're no longer waiting for a blow that never comes. There's nothing to defend against anymore, not from outside, not even from within. This is not denial. This is release. Your back feels like it belongs to someone else now, someone who doesn't need permission to relax. Let the sensation of contact deepen where your spine meets the surface below. Not just pressure, but presence. The way a hand rests on wood after being held too long in cold air. Warm and settled. There's no agenda here. Only continuity. Bones aligned with floor, muscles unhooked from strain, nerves quieting like leaves at dusk. You don't need to control this moment. It is already happening. Your legs are not holding your body upright. They're not trying to keep balance or posture. They've given up the act of standing, whether literally or in spirit, and now lie exactly as gravity asks. One leg slightly bent, the other straight, both resting into stillness without effort. The tendons along the back of your knee are soft, no longer taut with readiness. Even your ankles don't need to be firm or alert. They're simply where they land, like stones in a creek bed that have forgotten how to move. Let each toe settle deeper, not because you want them to, but because nothing is asking for performance anymore. The skin on the balls of your feet feels cool and soft, not tense from pressure. No need to curl or flex, just being. Let the sole of your foot become a kind of map of where it touches, how it responds, what it holds. Not as information, but as feeling, quiet, constant, grounded. Imagine now that the floor isn't beneath you, it's part of you. Like skin grown over bone in some slow evolution, or roots spreading through soil. There's no boundary between your body and the surface below. They're both simply existing, without demand, without expectation. If you were to close your eyes fully right now, you might not be able to tell where your foot ends and the floor begins. Not because of illusion, but because sensation has dissolved into a shared stillness. Your breath is no longer something you manage. It flows like water finding its own level in a basin with no edges. It doesn't rise too high or fall too low. It just stays present, steady, quiet. And when the air leaves your lungs, there's not even a pause before the next one comes. It isn't waiting for permission. The body knows what to do without being told. This is not meditation as performance. This is not mindfulness as discipline. You're not trying to watch thoughts or control them. They come and go like clouds passing over distant hills, seen, acknowledged, but never held. If a memory surfaces, a conversation from yesterday, a worry about tomorrow, it doesn't need to be pushed away. Simply notice it's there, then let the focus return to breath, to weight, to contact. Not because you're stronger than thought, but because you've stopped trying to win against it. Your mind isn't quiet because you forced silence. It's quiet because no one is asking for anything from it anymore. There are no tasks left to do, no decisions that matter. The world outside doesn't need your attention tonight. Not even the noise of traffic or distant sirens. Those sounds fade into background like wind through trees at dawn. They don't disturb you, they just exist. Let your hands rest where they lie, not clenched in anticipation, not reaching for something unseen. Let them be flat on the surface below, palms open as if receiving nothing and giving nothing back. There's no need to make meaning of this moment. It doesn't have to mean anything to last. You don't have to remember it later. All that matters is what happens now. A slight heaviness in the wrist, the way the skin folds slightly at the knuckle, the faint pulse beneath your thumb, no more than sensation, no less. Your forehead has stopped contracting against thought. There's space between your brows again, not because you've unknotted tension, but because the need to think clearly has disappeared. It's not that you're forgetting things, it's that nothing needs remembering right now. Even names and plans feel distant, like words spoken in a language you once knew but no longer use. Your ears are listening, but only to silence. Not searching for sound, not filtering out noise, just allowing whatever comes through the air to pass without resistance. If someone calls your name from far away, it drifts past like wind over water. You don't turn toward it, you don't answer, because there's no one needing to respond. Your neck is long and still, not trying to hold your head up or keep it aligned with a posture that doesn't exist anymore. The vertebrae rest in alignment not through effort, but through surrender. They've stopped fighting gravity. Instead, they're letting it do its work, carrying the weight of your skull without strain. Imagine now how deep rest isn't something you achieve, it's something you stop resisting. Like a river that stops trying to shape itself and just flows where it's meant to. Not faster, not slower, but exactly as it is. No correction needed. No improvement required. Your body doesn't need to be more relaxed than this. It doesn't need to feel lighter or brighter. It only needs to stop resisting what it already knows how to do. Let that idea settle, not in the mind, but in the tissue, not through belief, but through embodiment. Feel how each muscle fiber relaxes without instruction, not because you told them to, but because they've heard enough of your striving and finally said, "We are done with this now." Your chest rises slightly with breath and falls just as gently, no effort, no push, no pull. It's not working. It's simply moving in rhythm with the quiet pulse beneath your ribs. You don't need to breathe deeper. You don't need to slow down further. You are already breathing at the right speed for what this body needs. Now let that stillness grow, not outward, but inward, like a ripple spreading through water after a stone sinks and stays. Not breaking the surface, just changing its texture beneath. There's no edge to this piece, no boundary where rest ends and awareness begins. They're both here together, in the same moment. Your hips are not holding you up. Your pelvis is not trying to balance or maintain position. It has given over entirely to support, letting gravity do what it was always meant to: hold. There's no need for tension, for control, for posture, just alignment with what already exists. Feel how the soft tissue along your lower back yields slightly beneath you, not sinking but yielding, not collapsing but accepting, like soil after rain, ready to receive seeds without resistance. Your thighs are heavy, no longer tense from sitting too long or holding tension in place. They've stopped pretending strength is measured by firmness. Now they're just there, resting on the surface below them, as if gravity had finally spoken clearly: stay here. Your legs stretch out beneath you, not because you've decided to relax them, but because your nervous system has quietly released its grip on resistance. Each muscle group along the outer thigh begins to soften, not with a sudden release, but like wax melting under a slow flame, imperceptibly at first, then more clearly as time passes. There's no effort in this letting go. It simply happens when enough of the body stops needing to be ready for something that will never come. Your knees are not stiff now. They're relaxed in their joint sockets, not collapsed, but unhinged from tension, like hinges left open after a door has been used and then forgotten. You don't need to adjust them. They can rest exactly as they are. The soles of your feet press into the surface below, not with pressure, not with purpose, but simply because gravity pulls them down, and that's enough. There is no effort required in this contact. It isn't a signal of presence. It's just an end point where motion stops. The skin on your heels feels slightly cool now, different from before, when it was warm and tight from hours of sitting. Now it's still, like pavement after rain has cooled overnight. You aren't aware of any part of your feet as separate from one another anymore. You don't think left foot or right toe. Instead, they are just a field of sensation spread out across the floor beneath you, receiving weight without complaint. Your spine continues its quiet alignment, not because you're trying to hold it straight, but because there's no need for correction. Each vertebra rests in place not through effort, but because the muscles around them have finally stopped overcompensating. They've been told too many times that posture matters more than peace. Now they know better. The lower back doesn't feel strained anymore. It feels settled. Like a book closing after reading is done, or a blanket folding itself neatly when no one's watching. Your arms lie at your sides now, not awkwardly, not uncomfortably, but as though they've found their natural resting place in space. Your forearms are no longer tense from typing or holding something that isn't there. The tendons beneath your skin aren't pulling tight against bone. Instead, they're soft and still, like strands of rope left untied after a storm has passed. You don't need to move them. You don't need to feel their shape anymore. Just let them be, long, heavy, unclaimed. Your hands are open now, not clenched into fists from stress or effort, but relaxed, palms down, fingers slightly splayed as though the air itself were holding them there. Not because they're being held by anything external, but because no force is needed to keep them in place. Your fingertips don't twitch. They do ache. They don't feel cold or hot, just present, like small islands floating on a calm sea of stillness. The space between your fingers isn't empty. It's full of possibility, not action, just potential. It's the kind of quiet that doesn't require filling. You could place something there, a coin, a feather, a thought, but none of it would matter. What matters is the shape of the air itself as it moves through those gaps, unseen and unremarked upon. You are not aware of your body in any dramatic way now, no sharp awareness of pain or pressure, no sudden shift from one region to another. Instead, you're experiencing something more subtle, a kind of quiet cohesion, like all parts of you have finally stopped trying to prove they exist and are simply allowing themselves to be part of the same whole. Your left hand isn't separate from your right. Your chest isn't at odds with your belly. There's no division between where one body part ends and another begins. Imagine now how this kind of rest doesn't require effort, but it does require attention, not to fix anything, not to change anything, but simply to notice that the tension has left. You don't need to monitor it or analyze why it went away. You just observe. A breath comes in and goes out without needing to be deeper, faster, longer. It's enough as it is. Your skin feels different now, not tight, not dry, not alert, but porous in the way that only deep rest makes possible. Like a membrane that no longer needs to defend itself, so it lets everything pass through. Air, warmth, light from outside, none of it triggers response or reaction. Your body isn't responding to anything because there's nothing for it to react to. Not sound, not touch, not thought. You are not asleep, not yet, but you're no longer awake in the way that means struggle. This is a kind of awareness that doesn't demand anything. No attention, no memory, no planning. Just being present without having to perform. There's no one inside watching over your experience, no observer who needs to stay alert. The idea of time has dissolved, not because you've forgotten it, but because the need to measure minutes or hours has stopped mattering. You don't care whether this lasts 5 more seconds or 50. What happens now is already complete in itself. There's no future that demands attention. No past that needs revisiting. Your eyes are closed not as a barrier to light, but as a gesture of surrender, to stop filtering input, to stop interpreting, to stop judging anything that might come through the lids. You don't need to see what's outside, because everything important is happening inside now, within the quiet hum beneath your ribs, in the soft pause between breaths. Your jaw has softened completely, not because someone told it to relax, but because the muscles no longer have a reason to stay tight. They've stopped guarding your mouth against stress, fear, or anxiety. There's nothing here that needs protection anymore. You don't need to close your teeth, clamp down on tension, or hold back words that aren't meant to be spoken. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not pressing, not moving, but just present, like a quiet visitor in an empty room. It doesn't taste anything special. It doesn't remember flavors from earlier today. It's simply doing what it was always designed to do. Stay still, unobtrusive, part of the whole. Your throat feels open now, not stretched or exposed, but free. Not constricted by emotion or effort, just relaxed in its natural state. No need for swallowing, no need to clear your voice. You're not speaking. You don't need to speak at all. This silence isn't empty, it's full of stillness. Your shoulders are down, not pulled back or lifted up, but simply where they belong, resting against the surface beneath them, not trying to carry anything, not resisting gravity anymore. There's no strain in the joint sockets, no ache from holding position for hours on end. Just ease, like a coat left on a hook after being worn all day. Your collarbones are not prominent now. They're soft and low, not lifted or strained by posture. They don't need to support your head anymore because you've stopped needing to look ahead, to scan the room, to stay alert. Everything is allowed to settle. Your ears still receive sound, but without interpretation. If a car passes far away, it doesn't trigger recognition, memory, or alarm. It just moves through the air like any other vibration, no more than a ripple in water you don't need to name. If wind touches your window, you notice the change in pressure, not as disruption, but as part of the ambient quiet. There's no one inside you trying to make sense of what's happening. There's no inner voice that needs to explain this experience or file it away for later. Just sensation, faint and clear at once, like a breath on glass after a long night. Your belly is not flat from effort, not taut with tension or pulled inward by stress, but soft and yielding, responding only to gravity and the natural shape of your torso. You don't need to flatten it. You don't need to tighten it. It doesn't have to look a certain way. It just is full of stillness. The muscles along your abdomen aren't working anymore, not contracting or pushing inward, but relaxed into their resting state, like fabric left out in the sun after being washed. They're not resisting anything. They don't need to hold up internal organs or maintain structure because no effort is required. Everything has been taken care of by a nervous system that knows how to rest. Your neck rests in its natural curve, not stiff with effort or tilted toward some invisible horizon. It doesn't need to hold up your head because you've stopped needing to see what's ahead. There's no deadline, no meeting that must be prepared for, no message waiting to be sent. The vertebrae are stacked gently like stones in a quiet riverbed, not pressing against one another, just resting where they belong. There is no tension between them, no resistance to the way gravity pulls down through your skull and into your spine. You don't need to keep your head upright for anyone's sake. It can be heavy. It can rest. It can simply be. Your chest expands not with urgency, but with ease. No rush to fill lungs full of air. No need to prove that you're alive by breathing deeply. The breath comes softly, as if drawn in from a still lake where ripples never form. Your ribcage lifts just enough to allow space for what's already there, the quiet rhythm beneath your skin, the slow pulse between ribs and bone. It doesn't have to rise fast or fall hard. It can move at its own pace, like water settling after disturbance. You don't need to control it, because the nervous system knows how to regulate itself when given permission. The left shoulder begins to soften, not by force, but by surrender. Not because you've made a decision to relax, but because the muscles realize there's no reason to stay on alert. They were tense from hours of reaching forward, typing into the void, leaning toward some imagined goal that never arrived. Now they are free to let go. Your arm hangs loose beside you, not dangling or lifeless, but simply supported by gravity and surface beneath it. The elbow bends slightly, naturally. No need to straighten it for presentation, no need to keep it tucked in. The forearm rests flat against the bed, palm up, fingers relaxed like petals that have stopped trying to catch the wind. Your hand is not clenched around anything, not a pen, not a worry, not an unfinished task. Each finger lies where it wants to lie, not because you told it to, but because there's no reason for them to do otherwise. They are not performing, not preparing for motion. They are just being still and whole. The skin on your palms is warm now, not from effort or friction, but from blood flowing freely through open vessels. It doesn't need to grip anything. It only needs to feel, to register contact with fabric, with air, with space beneath. The right shoulder follows in its own time, descending slowly as if remembering how gravity works. The joint socket opens slightly, not wide, not strained, but just enough for the bone to settle deeper into place, like a stone sinking into soil after rain. There is no resistance from surrounding tissue. There's no need to brace against pressure or keep posture tight. You don't have to stay upright in order to be valid. You are already present. You are already enough. Your arms rest now as one continuous length. Left arm, right arm, connected not by movement but by stillness. The space between them is quiet, unoccupied by tension. There's no need for symmetry anymore. No need to align shoulders or square off the frame. Your body isn't a performance. It doesn't have an audience. It only needs to be true to its own state of rest. Your back presses against the surface beneath you, not as resistance, but as acceptance. Every inch of spine from sacrum to base of neck meets support not through effort, but by letting go. There's no need for arching or flattening, no demand to press into alignment. The curve where your lower back rests is soft and natural, no adjustment needed, no correction sought. You don't have to fix it. You only have to allow it. The bed yields slightly under weight, not pushing back, but receiving. Like soil cradling a seed that stopped struggling to grow. Your hips shift gently, not toward one side or another, but settling into neutral. The pelvis is neither tilted forward nor tucking in, just resting where it belongs in relation to gravity and support beneath. There's no need to tighten core muscles for posture or stability, because none of that matters right now. You're not standing on your feet. You're not walking anywhere. You don't have to carry yourself. The bones are aligned, not by willpower, but by surrender. Your left leg begins to release, thigh muscle unwinding from hours of holding position, calf loosening its grip on tension stored in tendons and fascia. It doesn't need to be straight or firm or ready for movement. It can just be. The knee bends slightly, not dramatically, but enough that the joint feels unburdened. The shin rests against fabric without pressure. Your foot lies flat, not because you're trying to plant it on ground, but because gravity is doing all the work. Your toes curl inward not out of reflex, but from natural relaxation. They don't need to point forward or grip anything. They are not engaged in balance or propulsion. Each toe separates slightly from its neighbor, as if remembering how space works, how air can pass between them without conflict. No need for control. No command to stay still. The foot is simply present, resting on the surface like a leaf fallen into water. Your right leg follows, mirroring but not imitating, the same slow release of tension, the same quiet descent into weightlessness. The thigh muscles let go from their long-held vigilance. There's no need to keep them tight for safety or productivity. You're not being judged by your posture. You don't have to prove anything about your body. It is allowed to be soft, slack, unprepared, for nothing at all. The soles of both feet press into the surface, not pressing down, but receiving support. There's no effort in that contact, no demand for traction or grip, just stillness where skin meets material, heat meeting fabric, pressure equalizing across surfaces. You don't need to feel your feet because they're already doing their job, keeping you grounded not by strength, but by presence. Your entire body now lies as one field of sensation, not broken into parts, not organized into roles or functions, but simply there, present in the moment without needing explanation. There's no separation between arm and torso, leg and spine, head and neck. They are all part of a single quiet system that is finally allowed to stop performing. You don't need to be useful right now. You're not being tested. You aren't expected to produce anything. Your body doesn't have to earn rest. It already has it. This is what happens when the nervous system stops trying to protect itself. When there's no threat, no urgency, no demand for vigilance. The muscles don't need to stay ready because nothing requires them to act. They are allowed to surrender their function, not fail at it, not collapse, but simply stop fighting. And in that space between effort and rest, a deep quiet settles in, the kind of stillness that isn't empty, but full with presence. You can feel the weight of your body now not as burden, but as belonging, every part connected to every other by gravity and breath and silence. There's no need to separate yourself from what you are feeling. You don't have to fix anything or move it away. Just let it be. And if any sensation arises, the warmth in the hands, the slight pressure at your hip bone, the faint vibration of distant traffic, it doesn't need a name. It doesn't need to be processed or filed away. It can simply exist like a cloud passing overhead, visible for a moment, then gone. You don't have to follow it. You don't have to understand it. The space between breaths grows longer now, not because you've stretched them, but because the body is no longer rushing to fill gaps. Each inhale comes softly, not out of need, but as an invitation. And each exhale lasts a little longer than before, smooth, steady, unhurried, as if time itself has slowed down just for this moment. You don't have to do anything with your breath. You can let it return to its own rhythm without interference. The body knows how to regulate when given space. No need to monitor or correct, just allow. The air in your lungs doesn't feel heavy nor light. It feels neutral, like water at room temperature. Not too much, not too little. Just enough for what's needed right now, nothing more. You can feel the space between your shoulder blades begin to soften, not with force or intention, but like a seam in fabric that finally gives after holding tension for too long. There's no need to pull them back into alignment. No one is measuring your posture from outside. You're not being watched, judged, corrected. This moment requires nothing of your spine except to be present as it is. The muscles along the base of your neck release their grip on the skull, letting go of that subtle upward strain they've carried all day. The head isn't resisting gravity anymore. It's surrendering gently, like a feather caught in still air. The back of your skull rests against the surface with no resistance, just contact. Not pressing, not flattening, just meeting. You don't have to flatten it or lift it or press into it for safety. There's no reason to keep any part of yourself upright when nothing depends on it. Gravity is holding you now. That steady pull down isn't an enemy. It's a promise that you can stop fighting the simple fact of being here. You don't need to remember how many emails you didn't answer, or what task still waits in your mind like a shadow at the edge of focus. Those things aren't missing from your body, they're just not needed right now. They don't have to be carried forward into this space. Their presence doesn't require attention, even if thoughts drift through, familiar ones about deadlines, about unfinished work, about conversations that need to happen. You can let them pass like small birds flying across the sky at dusk. You don't need to chase them or send them away. They are not your responsibility here. The air around you feels thick but soft, not heavy in a way that presses down on your chest, but full of stillness, like water holding warmth after sunset. There's no rush for clarity, no demand for progress. The quiet isn't empty, it's deep with possibility, like silence between heartbeats when nothing is expected. You don't have to produce anything at all. Not peace, not calm, not even a sensation. Just being here, your body resting on its surface, is enough. The breath continues naturally now, not guided by effort or instruction, but flowing as it wants, with no need for correction. Each exhalation stretches slightly longer than the last, like water spreading slowly across stone. You don't have to lengthen it yourself, you're simply allowing space between your inhalations and exhalations to grow without interference. There's no goal in that breath, only continuity. It doesn't need to be perfect or deep, it just needs to exist. The skin on the sides of your torso, along the ribs, near where your waist curves inward, is not tense anymore. It isn't bracing against imagined pressure. It's simply receiving what is there, warmth from beneath, air gently moving across surface, no demand for tightness or protection. You can feel how soft the tissue is under that layer of skin, the muscles beneath lying still like roots in soil after rain. The lower back area, where your spine curves inward toward the pelvis, doesn't need to arch or flatten. It doesn't have to stay neutral because someone said so. It just needs to be allowed its shape, whatever that may be at this moment. No correction, no adjustment. You don't have to fix what's not broken. Let it settle as it wants. The spine isn't a structure built for performance. It's a column of connection between your upper and lower body, a quiet pathway for sensation, movement, stillness. There's a slight warmth in the hollow behind your navel, the belly center where breath rises and falls without effort. That area is not tight or constricted. It doesn't need to be pulled in or held out. It's simply open, not because you've done anything, but because there's no reason to close it. The space inside feels spacious, quiet, full of air rather than tension. You don't have to check if your body is relaxed. That kind of checking keeps you alert. Instead, allow a kind of awareness that isn't searching, just being present with what's already happening. Not trying to fix, not analyzing, just noticing. The way light from outside might touch one part of your skin faintly through curtains, or how distant sounds blend into background hums without triggering response. Your hands are no longer curled around invisible keys or pens. They're open now, palms facing up like vessels waiting for nothing at all. Fingers not gripping anything, not needing to hold on. The joints don't ache because you've stopped resisting their natural state. The tendons relax into stillness. There's no need to keep them ready. The space under your arms, the soft hollows where shoulder meets upper arm, feels full of air now, not tension. It's as though something inside has let go and left behind a quiet pocket of release. You don't have to do anything with that emptiness. It doesn't need filling. It can just be. The back of your knees press lightly into the surface beneath them, not hard, not pinching, but meeting their support like roots finding soil after drought. No demand for strength in that contact. No reason to push up or extend. They're allowed to fold inward, even slightly, without consequence. Gravity is doing its work here. You don't need to be aware of your whole body all at once, only the parts you can feel now. If a sensation arises, a tingling near one ankle, a momentary warmth in your ribs, it doesn't have to be named or followed. It's not urgent. It just appears and then fades like mist over grass when sunlight hits. There are no boundaries between thoughts and body anymore, not really. The mind isn't separate from what you're feeling. They're both part of this same quiet system that has stopped trying to prove anything. You don't have to control your attention or direct it toward a specific point. If it wanders toward memories, sounds outside, even images, it's okay. Let them come and go without resistance. The surface beneath you continues to hold you, not with force, but with consistency. Its shape matches yours now, not because you've adjusted to it, but because your body has simply settled into the space it occupies. There's no friction in that contact, just acceptance of where you are. You don't need to be more than this moment. Not better, not calmer, not stronger, just here. And if any part of you feels restless or unsettled, allow that feeling too, not to fix it, but to hold it gently like a child who needs only to be seen. It doesn't have to change. The air in the room has cooled slightly now, just enough to make your skin aware, but not so much that it triggers alertness. You don't need to pull up blankets or shift position. Your body is already supported, already warm where needed, and cool where appropriate. Your eyelids remain closed, not because they're heavy, but because the eyes have finished their work of seeing. No more scanning, no more checking for danger or distraction. They rest in darkness not as absence, but as a kind of sanctuary where input stops and internal stillness begins to grow. There's nothing you need to do with your breath except let it move on its own. There's no goal behind the next exhalation. It just happens, slow and even, like water flowing over moss-covered stone in silence. Each one is not longer or shorter than the last, just naturally paced by what the body needs. The muscles around your jaw are so relaxed now that they don't feel connected to anything at all. They're simply resting, not clenched, not tensed for speech or expression. There's no need to keep them ready for conversation or stress. You don't have to be polite, articulate, or quick-witted right now. You can let your thoughts drift like leaves on a slow-moving stream. No direction, no urgency, just carried by the current of stillness. Even if one comes back, the thought that this is taking too long, that you should be doing something else, it doesn't need to be challenged. It's not true here. Nothing needs to happen. The space around your body feels open now, not like emptiness, but like a room where no one has spoken in days, and the silence has grown thick with presence. There are no expectations, no deadlines written on air. You don't have to earn this rest. You're already resting, just by being here, lying down, breathing without effort. Your breath continues to move, not because you're guiding it, but because your body knows how to breathe when it's no longer trying to prove anything. The air fills your lungs gently, no need for volume, no demand for depth. It comes in softly, like wind through a gap between two walls that have long stopped arguing about which one should stand taller. And then it leaves, not hurried, not forced, but slow, as though each exhalation is giving up something small, letting go of the weight of having to be ready. There's no need to check if you're doing this right. There's no scorecard. No one is watching or measuring how deeply you've settled into stillness. Your body doesn't care about performance anymore, only support. And that support isn't earned. It's simply given, like the floor beneath you has always known its purpose, to hold what falls. The back of your neck, the place where tension used to gather like dust in a corner, is no longer guarding anything. It's not bracing for movement or reaction. The muscles there have loosened their grip on time, stopped anticipating the next demand. They are soft now, not floppy, but calm, like fabric left out overnight that has absorbed the quiet of darkness and lost its shape to stillness. Your shoulders, they've slipped down from where they once lived just under your ears, tense with readiness for work, for speech, for defense. Now they rest on either side of your spine as if they'd forgotten how to carry anything at all. not burdened by the day's weight, nor even aware that it ever did. There is no effort in their position, they simply are, and that is enough. Your arms, let them drift where gravity takes them. Not held up for use, not folded across your chest like a shield. They lie flat against your sides, or perhaps slightly off to the edges of the surface beneath you. No reason to keep them close. No need to protect yourself with posture. The space around your body is large enough now that there's room for surrender. The palms are open, not waiting for something, not gripping anything. Just resting, like two small cups catching only air and shadow. The fingers, they don't curl inward anymore out of habit or anxiety. They stretch slightly, as though remembering how to be long and loose in a way that feels foreign after so many hours of pressing keys, holding pens, making marks. Your chest rises and falls with less effort than before, not because it's weaker, but because it doesn't have to lift the weight of expectation anymore. There's no need to breathe deep for clarity or strength. You're not trying to clear your mind or prepare for anything that comes next. This breath is not fuel. It's a quiet rhythm, like the pulse in a tree trunk on a still afternoon. The belly, it isn't tightening around pressure, nor clenching against stress. It just lies there, soft and full of space, like an empty room after everyone has left. No one will come back to fill it with noise or demands. It doesn't need to be anything specific. It can simply be the shape that your body naturally makes when nothing is being demanded. The lower spine, its curve is still present, not forced, not exaggerated, but relaxed into alignment because there's no reason to resist gravity anymore. It doesn't have to support a posture of productivity or alertness. It just settles, like water finding its level in a basin that has finally stopped shaking. Your hips, they've released their grip on the idea of being in control. Not rigid with tension from sitting too long, nor holding themselves tight against imagined threats. They are relaxed into the surface beneath you, no longer trying to brace for movement or instability. There's no need to prepare for standing up, for walking through a crowd, for answering anything. Each leg, it stretches down from your pelvis, not with urgency, but with surrender. The thigh muscles have given up their fight against stillness. They don't need to be ready anymore. They lie heavy, not because of fatigue, but because there's no reason to keep them active. The knee bends slightly, not in posture, but simply where it naturally rests. Your feet, let them sink into whatever holds them. The soles press lightly, enough to feel contact, not enough to pull away. The toes aren't curled inward or splayed out as if trying to find purchase. They just lie there, like roots buried under soil that no longer needs to hold on tight. The skin, it's aware now, not of temperature alone, but of presence. A faint awareness where fabric brushes against the back of your calf, where air flows across the arch of your foot. Not sharp or urgent, just a quiet recognition. This is where you are, and that's fine. There's no need to respond. The space between your body and the surface beneath, it hasn't disappeared, but it has changed. It isn't a gap anymore, not an obstacle between you and rest. It's like a layer of air that doesn't need to be crossed or bridged. It simply exists, soft, unobstructed, between what you are and where you've landed. There is no urgency in your spine's alignment, not because it's wrong, but because it doesn't matter anymore. The shape of your body isn't a performance. It's not being judged. It's just here as it is, with no correction needed, no adjustment to make. Your hands, they don't want to do anything, not even reach for something imaginary. There's no need to hold on or let go. There's nothing left to grasp. The palms are open because there's nothing waiting in them. Fingers relaxed because they've stopped pretending to be useful. The back of your head, it rests against the support beneath you, not cradled, not held, but just resting where it lands. No effort to keep it up or upright. It doesn't have to stay aware or alert. There's no danger that it will fall off if left alone. And so it does, just stays. Your tongue, it rests in your mouth, not pressing against teeth, not moving for speech. It doesn't need to taste anything nor form words. Just lies still, like a small river that has run its course and now only collects light from above. The jaw, the muscles around it have released so completely that they don't even register as being there anymore. No tension in the hinge, no clenching at the sides of your face. You're not smiling, you're not frowning. You're simply letting your mouth stay open to breath, not because you're tired, but because there's nothing left to resist. The ears, they don't have to hear anything now. Sound still comes in, but it doesn't matter. It passes through like wind through an old door that no longer needs to keep things out. The outside world is not a threat. It's just background, like the hum of electricity or distant traffic, or the quiet rustle of leaves somewhere far away. Your eyes, they're closed, not because you've fallen asleep, but because sight has stopped being useful. There's no need to scan for danger, to read signs, to check your surroundings. Darkness isn't absence. It's a space where input stops and internal rhythm begins to grow without interference. The mind, it doesn't have to be quiet. It can wander toward memories that surface like bubbles rising in deep water, or toward thoughts that come back uninvited, whether the door is locked, what they might say now, whether you forgot to reply to an email last week. But none of this matters here. There's no need to fix anything. No need to answer a single question, not even your own. The mind can drift like smoke from a dying fire, not because it's unimportant, but because there's nothing left for it to do. Your body, it doesn't have to be more than what it is. It doesn't need to prove itself in any way. You don't have to earn rest by being still or silent. You're already resting just by being here, breathing without effort, lying down not because of fatigue, but because your nervous system has chosen this state. There's a softness now, not from weakness, but from surrender, like a leaf that stops resisting the wind and just lets itself drift where it may. There's no pride in stillness, no achievement, only presence, pure, quiet, unclaimed. The air, it flows through your nose and out again without any direction, not faster or slower than necessary, not trying to clear anything out, just moving, like water over stone that has long stopped wanting to change shape. Your shoulders, they don't need to carry anything anymore. Not the weight of decisions, not the pressure of expectations, not even the memory of how heavy things once felt. They are simply resting where gravity places them, no effort to lift or hold back, no desire to be higher than this moment allows. There's a softness in the space between your collarbones, like air trapped beneath a lid that has been left open by accident. It doesn't have to move or shift. It can just stay still and unclaimed. At the top of each shoulder blade, they lie flat against the surface below them, not pressing down, not arching up, but resting as if they've finally remembered their purpose, to be still. No longer a muscle for reaching, lifting, pushing back. Now only support, quietly doing its job without needing recognition. Your chest, it rises and falls with no need to prove anything. The breath doesn't have to deepen or slow. It just moves, in rhythm with what's already happening inside. You don't have to make your lungs work harder, nor do you have to keep them full of air. They're not holding tension like a dam resisting overflow. They're open, relaxed, letting everything pass through without resistance. There's no need for expansion, no demand to fill space that isn't empty. The breath is simply passing, like water moving over roots in soil that has long stopped needing to grow. Your belly, it doesn't have to be flat or firm or even present at all. It can soften into nothingness if that's what it wants. There's no shame in being full of air, nor in feeling hollow. The space beneath your ribs, where thoughts often gather and settle, isn't a place for control anymore. It's not a command center. It's just an area where movement happens naturally, without instruction. You don't have to guide what lies inside. Let the muscles relax into their own shape, not because they're weak, but because they've finally stopped pretending they need to be strong. Your back, it doesn't have to stay straight or upright. It can curve slightly, Sag a little in the middle, drop toward the surface beneath you like fabric that's been left on a chair too long and has now forgotten how to stand. There's no danger in being slumped. Nothing collapses when you allow yourself to be low. Your spine doesn't have to maintain form for anyone else. No one is watching. It can release its own alignment. Let each vertebra settle into place without effort, like stones sinking slowly through sediment at the bottom of a still lake. Your hips, they don't need to tighten or tense in preparation for movement. They aren't holding posture for an audience or bracing for action. They're just here, resting against whatever supports them. There's no urgency to rise again, no demand that you stand up soon. The bones are heavy with their own weight. They can stay where they land. The pelvis doesn't have to be proud or tucked in. It can tilt forward slightly or backward or just sit still. No judgment for how it leans. There's safety in being low. Your legs, they don't need to be ready. Not for walking, not for standing, not even for sitting up later. They're already doing what they were built to do, lying down. The thighs relax into their own shape, not because of strength, but because they've stopped fighting against gravity's pull. You can feel how the muscles in your upper legs let go, like fabric that has been stretched too long and now finally returns to its original form. No need to keep them tense or alert. Even the tendons along the back of your knee, they don't have to stay taut. They can soften, fall into ease. Your calves, they aren't holding anything. Not a weight, not a position, not even the idea of being useful. Their shape is allowed to change without permission needed. The skin over them feels different now, not tight or alert, but smooth and warm, like fabric left in sunlight too long and finally softening under its own heat. Your feet, they don't have to grip anything. No need to push against the floor, no demand that they be planted firmly for balance. They're just here, on the surface, not lifting up, not curling their toes into resistance. Each toe rests where it lands, relaxed and unclaimed. There's no reason to keep them straight or aligned. They don't have to do anything except exist as they are. The soles of your feet, they press gently against whatever holds you, not hard enough to mark the surface, not light enough to be floating. Just a quiet contact point where your body meets the ground beneath it. Not for support, but simply because there's nowhere else for them to go. This pressure is not effort, it's only presence. Your toes, they don't have to move or stretch or curl into shape. They're allowed to stay as they are, no correction needed, no instruction from anyone. Even the smallest one at the side of your foot, it can lie still, untouched by will. There's nothing left for them to do, and that is exactly where rest begins. There's a quiet now, not because silence has arrived, but because sound doesn't need to be processed anymore. You're not filtering through noise like a sieve trying to keep only the important parts. Everything comes in, but it passes through without leaving a trace, like dust floating through open air and never settling anywhere. Your ears don't have to catch every tone or word or footstep on the other side of walls. They can simply listen as though listening is not necessary. Your skin, it doesn't need to react. There's no reason for goosebumps, nor for warmth spreading across patches that used to flush under stress. You're not overheated, and you're not cold, not in a way that demands action. The surface of your body feels like something that has stopped trying to protect itself. The nervous system isn't scanning for threat anymore. It's gone quiet enough to allow this kind of stillness. Your hands, they aren't holding anything. But now, there's an awareness of touch, just not in a way that demands response. You can feel the light pressure where your palms rest on your chest or belly, or how one hand lies just above the other without moving, not for comfort, but because it feels right to let them stay like that. Your fingertips, they don't have to sense anything. There's no need to test texture, gauge temperature, or explore a surface with intent. Their nerves are still active, but they're not calling attention to themselves. They can simply be without doing anything at all. There's something deeper now, not in the body, but beyond it. Like a quiet that settles after rain has stopped falling and everything is still damp, but no longer being touched by water. You don't have to think about what comes next. There's no timeline to follow, no need to prepare for arrival or departure. This moment isn't leading anywhere, it just exists. The air, it moves through your nose, not because of effort, but because the body is still breathing. It doesn't have to be deep or even regular, just flowing in and out as if nothing else matters. There's no need to control it, regulate it, or correct it. You can let it come and go without noticing, like wind passing through a valley that has long stopped needing names for its paths. Your breath, it doesn't have to be slow anymore, not because you're trying to make it slow, but because the body has simply found its own pace. There's no goal behind it, no measurement of how deep or complete it is. Just breath, moving through your lungs as if they've already decided on their rhythm and don't need permission to continue. There's a softness in the space between each thought now, not emptiness, but an openness where ideas drift by like clouds over still water. You're not chasing them, you're not rejecting them. There's no place for any of it to land, so they pass through without leaving traces. Not even curiosity remains, just awareness held lightly. Your body, it isn't a burden anymore, not because it has been fixed or improved, but because the need to fix anything has finally faded away. You don't have to be better than this moment, you're already enough. You don't have to earn rest by being still. You are resting simply because your nervous system knows what is safe. Your shoulders, they're not holding up anything anymore, not the weight of a day's decisions, not the shape of posture forced by screens and deadlines. They've let go in a way that isn't collapse but release, like a branch finally letting down its grip on a tree after years of bearing wind. There's no tension to be managed now, just the softness of muscle giving itself over to gravity without resistance. You can feel how they settle into the surface beneath you, not pressing, not holding, just being present in their own space. Not as something that needs to stay upright or alert, but as part of a body that has decided it's safe enough to lie down and be still. Your collarbones, they don't need to lift anything. There's no reason for them to arch against the weight of attention or anxiety. They're simply floating in space between your neck and chest, not guarding anything, just resting where they've always been. The skin over them is warm, but not hot, not tense, just a quiet warmth that doesn't demand attention. It exists as part of a larger stillness, like heat radiating from stone after sunset, present but no longer active. Your upper back, it isn't pushing forward anymore. There's no need to brace against the pull of slouching or to correct alignment. You're not fixing anything, there's nothing wrong that needs correcting. Just space between vertebrae where breath flows without resistance. The spine doesn't have to be straight. It can simply follow its own curve, like a river carving through earth over time, not because it chose, but because gravity and softness both agree on this path. You're not supporting yourself with effort, you're supported by what's already there. Your lower back, it doesn't need to guard against strain or pain. It isn't bracing for pressure from sitting too long. It can just be, without doing anything at all. The muscles around it aren't contracted, but relaxed in a way that feels like they've remembered how not to work. You're not trying to relax them, they're already relaxed because there's no reason not to be. Your hips, they don't have to hold posture or balance. They can sink into the surface beneath you, not sinking down into it, but letting it cradle them as if it has always known their shape. Each hip bone is a quiet landmark in this slow descent, marking where one part of body meets another without needing to do anything more. There's no tension between them, no tightness from clenching or trying to stay upright. Just stillness that flows like water through a basin with no outlet. Your pelvis, it doesn't need to be held in place by effort. It can simply rest, as if gravity has been invited inside and is now taking its time settling everything into place. The bones are heavy, not with burden but with presence, not with stress but with fullness of being here. You're not trying to feel anything, just letting what's already there remain undisturbed. Your thighs, they aren't resisting gravity anymore. They don't need to be firm or ready for action. They can just lie where they are, heavy and still against the bed or floor, like logs resting in a field after rain. Each muscle fiber is no longer engaged with effort. It's surrendered, not defeated, but given permission to stop doing work that has long since been done. Your knees, they don't need to be bent at any specific angle. They can just stay as they are, no correction needed, no alignment to maintain. The joint isn't holding anything. It's simply being a point of connection between two parts of body that have decided not to move again today. There's no reason for them to tighten or lock. They're allowed to be soft and unguarded. Your shins, they don't need to support weight. They can just float in space, resting on the surface below without effort, no strain on tendons, no resistance against pressure. It doesn't matter where they are, only that they're present as part of this quiet whole. Your feet, they aren't holding anything. Not your body's weight, not a posture, not an intention to stand or walk. Just space between heel and toe, between arch and ground. The soles don't need to feel every fiber of carpet, nor do they have to register temperature or texture. They can simply be without purpose, without function, without needing to respond. Your toes, they're not curling. They're not trying to grip anything. They're just resting in place, slightly bent but not tense, like roots lying under soil after a long drought. They've stopped fighting the earth and are now simply part of it. There's no need for them to do anything at all. The space beneath your feet isn't empty. It's full of stillness that doesn't require action. You're not moving toward anything. You're not escaping from anywhere. You're just here, in this body, letting everything be as it is, without adding or subtracting a single thought. There's no need to measure how long you've been lying like this. Time isn't passing forward anymore. It's folding back into itself, like breath returning into the lungs without needing to mark its paths. You're not waiting for something to happen, you're already in the happening. Your awareness, it doesn't have to travel anywhere now. It can stay right here, where the body is heavy and the mind has stopped trying to leave. There's no need to check in with parts that aren't calling out or scan ahead toward tomorrow's tasks. You don't have to remember what happened an hour ago or worry about what might come next. Your attention doesn't need a job. It can just be, like air inside a room after the last person has left. Not empty but quiet. Not searching but present. There's no goal behind this moment, not even the idea of rest as something to achieve. You're not trying to get anywhere or become anything different than what you are right now. Your body, it doesn't need to be more comfortable. It doesn't need to feel better. It just needs to be allowed to stay as it is, without correction, without control, and that's enough. The nervous system isn't in charge anymore, not because it failed, but because it has finally decided to stop working so hard. It can let go of its own vigilance, not out of weakness, but from confidence. This body has been safe long enough to rest fully. You're not escaping your life, you're simply pausing within it. The weight of work doesn't have to be carried anymore, just held lightly, like a book set down on a table after reading. You don't need to keep turning pages. You can just leave it there. Your hands, they aren't holding anything. But now their position feels not accidental, but intentional in its stillness. One rests palm up, the other slightly cupped beneath it, not touching yet connected by space. Neither hand needs to do anything, it's enough that they are where they are. You can feel how each fingertip is softly alive, not straining, just aware of their own presence without needing to act on it. Your chest, it doesn't have to rise or fall with effort. Breath flows through it as if the lungs know what's needed and don't require permission. There's no need to watch it move, just let it happen. You're not trying to breathe deeply, but depth isn't required either. Just flow. A quiet movement that happens without being controlled. Your belly, it doesn't have to flatten or tighten. It can stay soft, unresisting, like water in a bowl left undisturbed for hours. No need to tense, no urge to push out air. You're not trying to regulate anything, just letting the body breathe as it chooses without judgment. There's an openness now, not just in space, but in feeling, not emptiness, but space that holds what is already here. Your skin, it doesn't have to react to temperature or touch. It can simply be a surface where sensation exists without demanding response. You can feel the air moving across its surface, not as something to respond to, but as part of the quiet hum of being present in body. Not cold, not hot, just existing. Like light through glass that doesn't need to reflect anything back. Your ears, they don't have to listen anymore. Sound arrives and passes through without leaving a mark. You're not filtering it, you're just letting it drift by like leaves on water. There's no reason to notice the hum of distant traffic or the soft creak of floorboards. The body isn't scanning for signals that mean danger. It's already in safety. Your eyes. They aren't open, but even closed, they know what rest feels like. Not as a goal, but as something that is happening anyway. You're not trying to see anything, you're just allowing darkness to be there without resistance. Not fighting against the stillness behind eyelids. And inside, it's no longer about fixing or improving. It's simply about being without adding any effort. Your body isn't a project anymore. It doesn't need to perform. It can just exist, as if time has stopped needing to move forward. There's nothing left to do but stay here, not waiting for something better, but already in what is sufficient. The quiet now is not a lack, but an arrival. The quiet isn't empty, it's full in its own way, like air held still before rain begins to fall. You don't need to fill it with thoughts or plans or even awareness of breathing anymore. Just let it be the kind of silence that doesn't ask for anything. There is no effort required to remain here, only a gentle surrender to what already exists. Your shoulders, they're not lifting, aren't tensing against the weight of hours at the screen. They've simply settled into their place, where gravity has been waiting all along, not pushed down by force, but released into space. The muscles that held tension for so long are no longer called upon to carry anything. No one is asking them to stay tight or alert. There's nothing they must do now beyond being soft and still. And the softness isn't weakness. It's a deep kind of strength, one that comes from knowing safety has been earned. The back, it doesn't need to be straightened, doesn't have to hold itself upright against fatigue. It can rest in its own shape, curved where it naturally curves, supported by the surface beneath. No need to arch or flatten. The spine isn't a posture to maintain. It's just a column of bones and fluid that lies exactly as it needs to, without judgment. You're not trying to fix alignment. You're letting your body remember what it feels like to be in balance simply because it is allowed. Your hips, they don't have to stay aligned or centered or even active. They can soften into the surface beneath them, no longer bracing against movement that isn't happening. There's no reason to keep one side forward or hold tension across the pelvis as if preparing for action. The body knows how to rest without pretending it's ready to go. Down through the legs, each joint is not a point of strain, but a place where stillness settles in like water finding its level. Your knees aren't locked, nor are they trying to bend. They're just resting, as if time has paused around them. The thighs aren't holding anything. They don't need to keep you upright or stable. You're already supported. No one is watching. Nothing depends on how long your legs stay still. Your feet, the soles, are not pressing into the floor for balance or traction. They're not tensing to push forward nor curling in resistance. The arches can release their usual tightness. The toes don't need to grip anything. You can feel each toe individually, not because you're trying to move them, but because they're present. Not active, not anxious, just aware of being there, like tiny points where sensation gathers without demand. Your ankles, they aren't holding your body's weight anymore. They've let go of the burden of stability. The ligaments and tendons don't have to work overtime just to keep you from tipping over. There's no need for effort, only stillness. You're not trying to be steady or grounded in a forced way. Just as the earth doesn't strain when holding up mountains, your body can hold itself without force. There is space now, not because you created it, but because you stopped resisting what already exists. The sensation of contact between skin and surface isn't something to analyze or correct. It's just there, warmth from beneath, pressure where weight meets support. You don't need to notice how much of your body touches the bed, just that wherever it does touch, there is a quiet agreement between flesh and fabric. No friction, no judgment. You can feel the boundary between air and skin, the surface layer where temperature changes are registered not as signals, but as gentle events. Not cold, not hot, just shifts in sensation like breath passing over stone. The air isn't trying to do anything to you. It's just moving through space, touching your body without need or intention. Your arms, they aren't reaching for anything. They're not curled into fists or extended toward a goal. One rests naturally at the side, palm facing up as if waiting for nothing in particular. The other is slightly bent, hand resting near the ribs, fingers relaxed and open. Neither arm needs to do anything. There's no task assigned. Just being here with full permission to exist without function. You don't need to monitor how much of your body feels this way. There's no checklist, no assessment required. You're not measuring rest like a temperature or tracking progress through the day. This isn't about achieving deepness. It's about allowing it as something that happens when nothing is asked of you. The mind, it doesn't have to stop thinking. It can wander, just as clouds drift across sky without being called to stay in one place. There's no need to pull thoughts back or try to quiet them by force. If a memory surfaces, or a name from yesterday, or an idea that flickers, it doesn't have to be answered. It can pass through like wind over grass, leaving no trace behind. You're not trying to empty your head. You're not striving for silence in the way of meditation where you must not think. There's no goal to achieve, no performance expectation. The only thing required is presence, not attention, but a quiet allowing, letting whatever arises be there without interference. Your breath, it doesn't need to become longer or deeper. It can stay just as it is, slightly uneven if that's what feels true. You're not fixing it, you're simply noticing how it moves through you with no demand for perfection. The inhale comes when needed, the exhale releases without effort, and each breath, even a short one, carries its own weight of calm, not because you made it that way, but because your body is learning to trust itself again. This rest isn't something earned. It's not earned by hard work or discipline or sacrifice. It's simply allowed. You don't have to earn the right to stop moving. The nervous system has already decided this moment is enough. There is no future need that must be prepared for, no urgent tomorrow demanding you stay alert. You can feel how your body feels its own shape now, not as a problem but as fact. It's not too heavy or too light, it just is. No part of you needs to be different than it is in this moment. The tension in the jaw that lingered since morning isn't being chased away. It's simply being witnessed, not fixed, not fought, just acknowledged. And with acknowledgement comes release. Your neck, it doesn't need to stay straight or lifted against fatigue. It can sink into its own curve, the way a branch bends under snow without breaking. The muscles that held your head up for hours are no longer in service. They don't have to keep the eyes forward or the spine aligned. You're not trying to look strong, you're just letting gravity do what it does best. You're not holding anything, no tension, no responsibility, no emotional load. There's nothing you must carry right now. The weight of decisions past and future has been laid down, not forgotten, but set aside. Like a coat left on a hook after coming in from outside. It doesn't need to be worn anymore. There is a kind of fullness here, not because your body is full of energy, but because it's full of permission. Permission to stop being anything other than what it already is. Still, warm, breathing, present. No performance needed. No effort required to feel safe. The space around you isn't empty, it's thick with quiet. Not silence in the way that feels loud or waiting, but a kind of hush that has no urgency. It doesn't whisper, "Hurry up." It doesn't say, "Focus." It simply says, "You are here, and that is enough." You don't need to remember anything about where you've been. You're not being asked to retrace steps. There's no map to follow. The only direction now is inward, towards stillness, toward softening, toward what needs no explanation. Your skin, it doesn't have to react to touch or temperature. It can just be a surface that holds sensation without needing to respond. You're not trying to feel more. It's enough that you feel at all, in a way that isn't urgent or anxious. Sensation is simply part of being alive, not something to fix. You're not trying to become anything new, no version of yourself with better focus or deeper sleep or clearer thinking. This rest doesn't promise transformation. It only promises presence, the kind where time slows down because nothing needs to be done, and every second feels like it belongs. You're not trying to reach a place where everything feels light or easy, just letting your body settle into its own truth, one slow shift at a time. The weight in your shoulders isn't something that needs to be lifted by willpower. It's just there, like soil packed down over time, and now you're allowing it to stay without resistance. No need to tell it to go away. Just notice how the air moves through your upper chest when you breathe, how each breath settles into the space beneath your collarbones, where tension used to live, but no longer demands attention. Your hands, they don't have to be clenched anymore. You can let them lie open, palms up or down, resting on your thighs or along your sides. No need for purpose or position. The fingers aren't required to do anything except be. They are not instruments of productivity, nor tools of expression. They're just parts of a body that has stopped needing to perform. And in this stillness, they begin to soften, not because you commanded them to, but because gravity is doing its work, and the nervous system no longer needs to guard against collapse. There's something quiet about how your arms hang now, how they release into the space beside you, not tucked in or braced for impact. The blood flows through veins without urgency. Nerves carry messages only when necessary, not out of habit. You're not checking in on yourself every few seconds to see if you're doing it right. There's no internal scorekeeper measuring progress by how much tension has left the body. Instead, there's a kind of listening, like water seeping into dry ground, slowly filling hollows that didn't even know they were empty. Your spine, it doesn't need to be straight or proud anymore. It can curve naturally where it wants, the way a river bends through rock without breaking its path. You're not trying to hold yourself upright for anyone else's benefit. The vertebrae aren't being held together by effort, but by gravity and the quiet support beneath you. Each segment rests in place, not because of muscle tone or posture discipline, but because the body is finally allowed to be what it already is. A structure shaped by time, weight, movement, but also capable of surrender. Your pelvis, it doesn't have to stay neutral or engaged. It can tilt slightly forward or back, whatever feels true in this moment. No need for alignment. No rules about how the hips should sit on the surface beneath you. You're not trying to sculpt yourself into a particular shape for comfort, only allowing your body to find its own way of being held. There's warmth rising now, not heat from effort or excitement, but a kind of slow pulse spreading through tissues that haven't been allowed to relax in days. It's like sunlight finding cracks in stone after winter. Not sudden, not dramatic, just presence. A gentle fullness in the lower belly that isn't hunger, it's just the sensation of being supported from below. The organs aren't racing or contracting under pressure. They're resting, unburdened by need to process anything. Your feet, you can feel them now, bare on fabric, toes touching surface, heels pressing into support. They don't have to be ready for walking. They don't need to carry your weight through another meeting, another screen session, another commute. The soles are not instruments of movement. They're just surfaces that receive the world beneath you. You can feel how they press down with their own quiet strength, not because they're trying to push back, but because they're part of a system where everything is already in balance. There's no demand for change here, only acceptance. Not approval, not judgment, just recognition. This body has been working hard. It remembers what it means to hold tension across hours. But now, something else is happening, not force, not correction, but a kind of slow letting go that happens when the mind stops asking for results. You're not trying to fall asleep, though if sleep comes, that's fine too. This isn't about achieving rest, it's about allowing it. The nervous system doesn't need encouragement, it just needs permission to stop scanning, stopping predicting, stopping preparing. You don't have to make space for stillness, you are already in it. There's a soft hum beneath the surface of awareness now, not sound exactly, but a kind of internal rhythm that moves with no effort involved. Like air moving through lungs, not because you're pushing it out, but because your body knows how to breathe even when you're not paying attention. That rhythm isn't trying to be steady, it's just being. And in its unevenness, there's peace. You can feel the texture of stillness, not as an absence, but as a presence, thick and quiet, like dust settling after someone has walked through a room. You're not chasing clarity or insight, just noticing how your body feels when it stops trying to be anything other than what it is at this moment. There's no need for you to explain why things feel heavy or tight. The body doesn't require justification for its state. It just needs the space to stay where it is without being told to change. No one is watching. No expectations are waiting in the wings. You're not even trying to be good at this rest. You're simply letting yourself be. Your eyes, they don't have to stay open or closed. They can rest with lids gently shut, or just remain still behind them, not focused on anything, not scanning for threats or cues. The visual field isn't required to do anything except dissolve into softness. There's no need to interpret shapes or shadows, only to let the mind stop trying to assign meaning. You're not trying to empty your thoughts, just letting each one pass through like clouds drifting across a sky that doesn't care about their color or shape. Whether it's a memory from lunch, a half-formed worry about tomorrow, or an image of someone's face you saw earlier, you don't need to respond. You're just observing how thought moves through the mind without needing to get involved. And when attention drifts, that's okay too. It doesn't mean failure. It means your nervous system is doing what it needs to do, resting in intervals, not forcing continuity. The body knows better than any instruction book how much stillness it can hold at once. There's a kind of soft expansion now, not stretching outward or reaching for something new, but simply allowing the space around you to grow slightly larger without effort. Not because there's more room, but because your awareness isn't holding its breath anymore. You're not guarding against emptiness, you're letting yourself be part of it. Your skin, it doesn't have to feel cool or warm. It can just be a surface that holds sensation as it comes. A faint touch of fabric, the pressure of the mattress beneath you, a shift in air temperature. It doesn't need to react, just receive. There's no demand for sensitivity, only presence. You're not trying to become more aware. You're already aware, not in the way of constant checking or surveillance, but in the gentle way of being able to notice where your body is, how it feels, what it needs without judgment. This isn't about mastering awareness, it's about trusting that you can rest inside it. Your breath, it doesn't have to be long or deep, just natural. Inhale when there's space for it. Exhale slowly, as if releasing something small and unimportant, not because it matters, but because your body knows how to let go without needing a reason. There's a quiet fullness in the chest now, not from breath-filling lungs, but from simply being here, fully present, not fleeing towards sleep or pushing away fatigue. It's the feeling of having arrived at where you needed to be all along. Still, warm, supported by gravity and time, and your own willingness to stop. And somewhere beneath it all, a soft release in the back of the neck, just one small shift that doesn't require any movement from you. The muscles relax not because they were told to, but because they've decided they don't need to keep holding on anymore. They're tired too, and now, for once, they're allowed to stop. This isn't a practice where results are measured by how fast tension leaves the body or how long it stays still. It's just resting, not striving, not fixing, just letting your nervous system downshift in its own time, one breath at a time, one region of awareness at a time, without urgency, without demand. Your shoulders, not trying to lift anything, not carrying the weight of what came before or what's coming next, just resting on the edge of this surface, letting gravity take over where effort left off. There's no need to adjust their position, to tug them back into place. They're allowed to settle exactly as they are, like stones sinking slowly through a quiet pool, not fighting buoyancy, but simply becoming part of what holds them. The space between your shoulder blades. It doesn't have to be tight or open. It can just be still, the way a valley is when no wind passes through, the way silence settles after sound has finished speaking. You're not fixing anything, you're allowing this area to feel its own shape without needing to change it. Your arms, they don't need to reach for anything, not even warmth or comfort. Just lying where gravity placed them, fingers curled slightly, palms facing up as if offering nothing but presence. The skin along the inner arms, it doesn't have to be smooth or sensitive. It can just be there, holding sensation like a soft blanket holds heat, without needing to do more than receive what arrives. A light draft from under the sheet, the slight shift of fabric brushing against your wrist. These aren't interruptions, they're quiet signals that you're still alive in this body, not as an observer, but as part of it. Your hands, they don't have to close or open, just resting with their natural curve, like a leaf cradling air without trying to catch anything. The tips of your fingers, they can just be points where sensation meets space, not needing to grasp or point or push forward. There's no goal in their shape, only the soft truth of being where you are, feeling what arrives without resistance. If warmth comes, it's welcome. If coolness passes through, it's allowed. No demand for comfort, only acceptance. Now let your attention move down slowly, like a hand gliding over water, not to disturb it, but simply to know its temperature. Your chest, the rhythm of breath isn't leading anymore, it's just happening. as if breathing were no longer an act of will but something that happens on its own when the body stops resisting itself. The ribs, they don't need to rise or fall with intention. They can move in their own time, like leaves turning in a breeze that doesn't care which way is up. Your belly, it doesn't have to be flat or taut. It can just be soft, full of stillness, the kind of softness that comes from letting go, not from being empty. There's no need to tighten or relax, just allowing this area to be what it naturally is when no one is watching. A quiet place where tension doesn't belong and attention isn't needed. You're not trying to fix your posture here. You're just noticing how the body settles in its own way without being told. Your hips, they don't need to shift or stabilize. They can just be where they are on this surface, resting against it with a quiet kind of certainty. The pelvis isn't holding anything. It's not supporting the spine or balancing the torso. It's simply part of what lies beneath you, supported by gravity and time, not needing to do work. There's no tension in the joints, no need to lock them into place. They're allowed to soften, like a hinge that has forgotten it ever had to be tight. Now one leg is slowly drawing attention down from the hip, past the thigh, letting each inch of muscle be acknowledged without judgment. The outer side of your thigh, not needing to be strong or firm. It can just be heavy, like stone warmed by sun, but no longer required to move. The back of the knee, it doesn't have to straighten, just softening where it meets the surface beneath you. A small dip in skin, a slight curve in flesh, that's all it is. Part of your body doing what bodies do when they're not being asked to perform. Your calf, it doesn't need to flex or stretch. It can just be still, resting against its own weight, as if gravity were the only thing holding it up. The ankle, no demand for stability, just a quiet point where bone meets skin and air. You don't need to think about balance here. You're already balanced, not by effort but by surrender. Now your foot, the arch doesn't have to be high or flat. It can just be there, shaped by time and habit, holding its own space without needing approval. The sole of your foot, it doesn't have to feel anything, just letting whatever pressure comes through the mattress register as a sensation that passes through, not something that needs to be responded to. You're not trying to read the shape of the floor through your feet. You're just allowing them to rest where they are. And each toe not needing to curl or lift, they can simply be still points of contact with air and fabric, like small islands in a calm sea. The nail beds, just softness beneath transparent skin. There's no need to check on them, no demand for alertness. Their only task now is to exist as they are. Now the other leg, beginning again at the hip, moving down through muscle and bone with the same unhurried attention, not in order to change anything, but simply to know it's there. The same quiet weight, same soft surrender, not a single part of you needing to be better or different than what it already is. And now your whole body, just letting all these regions connect into one continuous field of awareness. The kind where boundaries blur and the sense of being separate dissolves not into nothing, but into presence. You're not trying to become one with anything. You're simply noticing how sensation flows from one place to another without stopping or breaking. There's no center you need to find, no core that must be strengthened or protected. Just a soft continuity, where one part ends and the next begins, is no longer important. Your skin, it doesn't have to feel taut or smooth. It can just be what it is, a surface that holds contact without resistance. The weight of your body on the mattress isn't pressing down in order to stay in place, just letting itself be held, not fighting against gravity, but trusting it. There's no need to press back, no demand for control. Your breath, it doesn't have to change. It can just continue its quiet rhythm, as if breathing were no longer an effort, but a natural byproduct of stillness. Each inhale isn't searching for more air, it's simply filling the space that opens up when the body stops resisting. Each exhale is not forced, but released slowly, like water draining from a bowl with no lid. There's a quiet hum now in the background, not sound exactly, but something beneath it, a low vibration of being present without strain. It's not energy moving through you, it's just stillness that has learned how to be alive. You're not trying to feel anything special, you're simply letting sensation arise as it will, like mist rising from ground after rain. This isn't about achieving calm, it's about allowing the body to rest in its own way, without needing a reason or outcome. There's no deadline for relaxation, no schedule of healing or recovery that must be met. Just this, your nervous system slowing down not because it was told to, but because it has decided it doesn't need to keep running anymore. A small shift in the shoulder, just one subtle release, like a knot loosening without any effort on your part. It's not dramatic, it's barely noticeable, but it's real. The muscles remember how to let go even when you're not paying attention. They don't forget, they just wait for permission that never comes until now. Your jaw, it doesn't need to stay closed or open. It can just be relaxed, like a door left slightly ajar after someone walked through and didn't bother to shut it behind them. There's no tension in the teeth, no clenching from earlier hours of focus or stress. Just stillness where pressure used to live. Your forehead not tight with thought, not holding onto worry or expectation, just smooth, quiet, letting thoughts pass above like birds flying over a field that doesn't care if they're seen. There's no need to clear your mind. It's already clearing itself, not through force, but through absence of effort. Your fingers not needing to grip anything, not even air, just resting where they fall, palms open like leaves catching rain that never comes. The skin there is soft and warm in patches, thin in others, each spot a quiet reminder of touch without purpose. No need to remember how to use them, they've already stopped trying. There's no intention behind their stillness, just the body's slow return from effort into what it was before, being present with nothing to prove. The tips of your fingers. They don't feel like tools anymore, no longer shaped by typing, holding, pointing, but simply places where sensation exists without function. That's how rest feels when it's not interrupted by urgency. Now the base of your hands, where wrist meets palm, where bones press softly into one another as if whispering secrets to each other in a language older than thought. There's no need for precision here, no demand that they stay aligned or steady, just letting them lie exactly where gravity has placed them, not resisting any shift, not adjusting the angle of rest. The tendons beneath your skin. They don't have to be tense with anticipation. They can just relax into their own shape, like chords left unstrung after a song ends. Your arms one side now, following the line from shoulder down through bicep and forearm, past the elbow joint where movement used to require decision. Now it's only continuity, not muscles firing in sequence, but tissue remembering how to be still while alive. The skin along your inner arm, thinner than elsewhere, more sensitive, not because you're paying attention, but because that layer of protection has dropped away, leaving space for quiet awareness. You don't need to cover yourself. You're already safe here. No one is watching. Nothing needs to be hidden. Your chest not rising or falling in a way that means anything, just the gentle rise and fall of breath as it moves through what feels like an old rhythm returning from memory. The space behind your sternum isn't tight with effort. It's open, almost hollow, but not empty. It holds something softer, the absence of pressure. There's no reason to keep breathing hard. You've already outlasted the need. Your diaphragm. It doesn't have to push or pull. Just let the air move in and out like water moving through a channel that has forgotten how to resist. The back of your ribs, each one a curve shaped by years of holding, of carrying tension upward from seated hours at the desk. Now they're not fighting anything, they're just resting against what's beneath. The spine, the muscles along the midline, the way everything connects without effort. There's no need to straighten or round, just letting each vertebra stay in place like stones settled after a landslide. The back of your body, it doesn't have to be strong. It can simply be supported by what holds it. Your spine, not a structure meant to bear weight, but a soft column that has learned how to surrender its role as support, allowing gravity to do the work instead. You don't need to hold yourself upright. Your pelvis is already balanced on the surface beneath you. The sacrum, resting like a stone in water, no longer trying to keep everything above steady. There's no pressure at the base of your back, just the soft weight of being exactly where you are. The hips, not clenched from hours of sitting, they're open now, not because they were told to be, but because they've decided that resistance isn't worth it anymore. The outer edges of both sides, letting go of the habit of tensing when tired. There's no need to protect them. No one is reaching in to take anything away. They can just rest, like two small basins catching stillness. Your thighs not needing to brace against movement. They're simply lying on the surface, heavy and soft, their weight sinking deeper with each moment that passes. The outer side of each leg, where skin meets muscle, there's no need for control here either. No command to stay firm or relaxed, it just is. And your knees, not stiff with strain, not locked in place. They're bent slightly, letting the joint release its grip on effort. Your calves, muscles that used to tighten when walking or standing, still now soft and loose, as if they've forgotten how to tense. The back of each calf where skin meets tendon, there's no need for strength there either. Just allowing the leg to be held in place by gravity, not fighting against it. Your ankles not trying to stabilize anything, just letting the bones rest quietly, like pebbles at the bottom of a calm lake. The arches of your feet, they don't have to lift or press down. They're just where they are, shaped by years of standing and now simply resting in their natural form. Your heels pressing lightly into the surface beneath you, no need for leverage, no demand that they push back against floor or bed, just letting them be touched by stillness. The soles of your feet, not needing to feel anything specific. The sensation there is just what it is: warmth, texture, pressure points where nerves linger without purpose. The toes not curled in resistance, just resting like small roots left undisturbed after rain. Now the entire body again, not as parts, but as a single field of awareness, where nothing needs to be fixed or rearranged, only known. You're not trying to fix anything, you're just allowing each region to exist without correction. There's no demand that you feel better, more relaxed, calmer than before. Just letting the body settle into its own version of ease. A deeper layer now, beneath surface sensation, the quiet hum that doesn't come from sound or thought, but from something older, a rhythm in the tissue itself. It's not fast, it's slow and steady, like blood flowing through capillaries you've never noticed before. This isn't energy moving, there's no effort behind it, just life continuing without needing to be remembered. Your skin not a barrier anymore, not trying to defend or control, but just a surface where contact happens naturally. The air touching your arms, your legs, your face, it doesn't have to feel good or bad. It just touches, and that's enough. You don't need to react. You're already in the middle of sensation without resistance. The mattress beneath you, not holding you up because it needs to, but simply being there, letting your body sink into its shape over time. The surface doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It just receives what falls upon it. There's no judgment about how heavy you are, no feedback loop of effort or failure. Just this: the weight is absorbed, not resisted. There's a softness spreading through everything, not because something changed, but because resistance stopped. It didn't need to be forced, didn't require willpower. It just happened when attention stayed still long enough for the body to remember how to let go. A new quality now in the way time feels, no longer measured by minutes or tasks, but by moments where nothing happens, and that's exactly what is needed. There's no hurry, no need to arrive anywhere. You're already here, not as a person with goals, but just as body resting on surface, breath moving without direction. A subtle shift in temperature, not cold, not hot, just the kind of warmth that comes from deep stillness, like sunlight settling into stone after night. It's not noticeable at first, but it settles in slowly, layer by layer, until you feel it in places you didn't think could hold heat. Your hands no longer needing to do anything. They're just there, palms up, fingers relaxed, open as if waiting for nothing. The air between them isn't empty, it's full of stillness, like a pause between two notes that never came. You don't need to stay aware. You can let attention drift now, not toward thoughts or memories, but simply into the space where awareness lives without task. Not searching, not remembering, just being in the quiet hum of existence. There's no center you must hold on to. Not your mind, not your body, not even your breath. Just letting everything be as it is, with no correction and no demand. This isn't about achieving anything. It's about allowing what already exists to remain undisturbed. The surface beneath you, it doesn't need to change. Just let your weight sink deeper into its shape, like water finding the curve of a bowl. The edges of your body aren't sharp anymore. They've softened, blurred by time and stillness. You don't have to do anything now. No intention, no plan, no desire for what comes next. And just this, a slow unfolding of being, not toward something else, but simply into the quiet truth that you're already here. Your breath has slowed to a rhythm that isn't measured anymore, not by minutes, not by effort, just by the quiet pull of stillness pulling back on itself like water returning to its source. There's no need to guide it, to shape it into something more even or deeper. It just is, moving in and out without demand, without goal, like a tide that remembers how to return. The air doesn't have to be clean or full or sharp, just the kind of air that fits exactly where you are, neither too much nor too little. As it fills your lungs, as if it had been waiting for this moment, not because you needed it, but because the body knows its own needs better than any thought ever could. The space around you isn't empty, it's full of unspoken presence. Not a sound, not an image, just that quiet hum beneath all things, like the slow turn of something ancient and unseen, something older than memory, older than language. It doesn't speak to you, but it's here, steady as blood in veins no one sees. You don't have to understand it, you're not meant to hear it or name it. Just letting yourself be held by it, like a leaf at the bottom of a still stream, untouched by current. Your arms, they're no longer holding anything. No weight, no tension, no need to stay upright. They've released into the air as if gravity had finally remembered its job and taken over. The skin on your forearms isn't tight. It's soft in places you didn't think were soft, like fabric worn thin by time, but still holding shape. You can feel each thread of sensation, the lightest shift of muscle beneath the surface, not as something to notice or fix, but just as a trace left behind from movement that no longer needs to happen. The fingers, they're open without effort, not stretched wide, not curled into fists, just resting, palms up like small bowls catching nothing at all. There's no meaning in their position. The shape is accidental, natural, the way hands settle when there's nothing left to do. The space between them isn't empty, it's full of stillness that doesn't need a name. Not silence, not peace, just absence of demand. No one expects anything from your hands now. They don't have to grip or reach or write or type or hold. They just are. And your shoulders, they've dropped below awareness. Not because you told them to, but because the body remembered what it was like before strain became habit. There's no effort in letting go, they've simply stopped fighting gravity, and now gravity is doing its job. The muscles aren't tense, they're soft as cloth left out overnight, absorbing air instead of resistance. Your collarbones are not points of tension, but gentle hollows where the body curves into itself with ease. Your neck, it's no longer a line you have to keep straight. It's just there, curving naturally between your shoulders and your head, like a river finding its way through rock without needing to be guided. There's no need for posture here, not upright, not relaxed, not anything in between. Just the shape that happens when nothing is forced. Your face, it hasn't moved in a long time. Not since you first let go of the tension behind your eyes, behind your jaw, behind your temples. The muscles around your mouth aren't clenched. They're just there, soft as skin that doesn't know what frowning feels like anymore. Your lips aren't pressed together or parted. just resting in the shape they've settled into when nothing demands expression. Your forehead not smooth but quiet, not blank but free of pressure. The space above your eyes isn't tight with thought, it's open, as if light could pass through without resistance. You don't have to think about it, you're not trying to clear the mind or relax the brow. It just is, still, unmarked by effort. Your scalp, it's not taut from stress or pulled down by worry. The skin there has softened, like fabric that's been worn in the right places until it no longer resists touch. There's a lightness to it, not airy, but deep in texture, as if your head is slowly remembering how to be supported without needing to carry anything. Your ears, they're not listening for sounds anymore, not waiting for voices or alarms or words that matter. They've stopped straining forward, no longer reaching out into the world for cues, just receiving, like a receiver tuned to nothing in particular, still open but not trying. And your eyes, they haven't opened in hours, not because you're asleep, but because there's no need to look anywhere anymore. You don't have to see anything to be here. The lids are heavy without being tired. They just stay closed, as if the world outside is already known and no longer needs confirmation. Your chest, it rises not with effort but with ease. Not deep, not forced, just a gentle swell, like water moving over sand at low tide. There's no need to expand or contract, no reason to inhale deeply or push air out. Just letting the breath come and go as if it were part of something larger than you. Your belly, it's not hard with tension. It's soft, yielding like a bag filled with warm dust that doesn't shake when you move. There's no need to tighten or flatten, no one is watching. It just sits there in its own shape, unbothered by time, unhurried by purpose. Your back, it's not arched or slouched. It's simply where your spine meets the surface beneath you, like a bridge between two quiet places. The muscles aren't holding anything up. They've stopped trying to be strong or straight. They're just there, soft and still, letting the bed take their weight as if it had always been meant for this. Your hips, they've released into the shape of the surface beneath them, not pressing down, not lifting up, but settling in like soil accepting rain. There's no effort to keep them centered or balanced. They're just where gravity has placed them, with no need to correct or adjust. One leg, it's heavy without being awkward, just a long line of stillness from hip to toe, each joint resting at its natural angle. The skin on your thigh isn't tight, it's warm, like fabric left in sunlight. You can feel the weight shifting slowly downward, as if time itself is helping you sink deeper. Your foot, it's not curled or pointed, just there, flat against the surface, toes relaxed. The arch of your foot isn't tense, just holding its shape without effort. There's no need to push off or balance. The ground is already supporting everything that falls upon it. The other leg, same softness, same ease, same slow release. No difference between one side and the other, not because you've made them equal, but because both have stopped resisting. And now your whole body, not as a collection of parts, but as a single field where sensation flows without direction. Not thinking about it, not organizing it, just letting every point be known in its own way, without comparison or judgment. The warmth isn't spreading, it's already here, like the sun on stone long after dark. The stillness isn't empty, it's full of presence that doesn't need to speak. You don't have to feel anything special. You're not being tested, judged, rewarded. Just letting yourself be known by your own quiet persistence. There's no beginning or end, just this. The body remembering how to exist without effort. Not trying to become something else. Not wanting to wake up or stay asleep. Just being here, where nothing needs fixing and everything is already enough. And now a new texture in the space between you and the surface beneath. Not pressure, not resistance, but contact that doesn't need to be named. The mattress isn't just supporting, you're also touching it with every part of your body at once. Not one point, not one side, but all of you pressed into the shape of what holds you. And the air, it's still moving around you, even though nothing in you is stirring. It touches your skin like a whisper that doesn't belong to anyone. No need to respond, no reason to react, it just happens. Like rain falling on stone, not because the rock asked for it, but because water moves where gravity leads. There's no point in asking if this will last, because you don't have to keep it. It's already here. You're not holding onto anything. The body isn't trying to stay awake or fall asleep. It's just resting as it knows how, without need for direction. There's a softness spreading not through movement, but through stillness, like light seeping into corners that were never meant to hold it. You're not becoming heavier, your body has already settled into its own weight, as if gravity had been waiting all along for this moment to begin. The surface beneath you isn't just supporting, it's listening. Not in the way a person listens with ears, but in the way stone holds warmth long after sunlight leaves, or how soil remembers rain even when dry. There's no need to signal anything, no gesture, no breath too loud or shallow. You're not trying to be heard, you're simply being here where attention doesn't have to chase sensation, and sensation doesn't have to explain itself. Your left foot, it's resting as if the ground had always known its shape. Not pressed into place, not lifted away, just accepted. The heel isn't stiff or raised, it's soft against the mattress like a folded piece of paper left in the sun. The toes are not curled but spread slightly, relaxed as though they'd forgotten how to tense, and that's fine. There's no reason to correct them. No one will judge their position. They're not holding anything up, they've stopped trying. And now, between your heel and your toe, a slow shift in warmth, like the quiet moment when heat begins to rise from the floor after the day has gone still. The skin on your ankle is no longer tracking movement. There's no awareness of blood rushing or nerves firing. It's just there, warm, light-sensitive in its own way, as if it remembers being touched by air before you ever felt yourself touch anything at all. The inside of your knee, not a joint anymore, but a soft hollow where the thigh meets the calf. Not tight, not loose, just open, like an entrance to something quiet and private. No need to close it off or keep it safe. It's already been held. Down through your lower leg, your shin is no longer straining against position. The bones aren't trying to stay aligned, just resting where they are, as if the shape of your body had finally matched the shape of its own rest. There's no effort in that line from hip to ankle, just a steady, unbroken quiet. Even the muscles along the outside of your leg have stopped waiting for commands. They've given up on being useful or strong. They're just still. And now the back of your knee, not a point of pressure, not an edge to be avoided. It's simply bent in its own way, like the curve where one side meets another without needing permission. The skin there isn't tense, it's soft and slightly damp with warmth that doesn't need to move. No sweat, no effort, just heat settling into place as if it had been waiting for this shape all along. Your right foot, not different from the left, not better or worse, not more relaxed or less so. It's just here, resting where gravity has placed it. The arch is not lifted or flattened. It holds its own curve, like a bridge made of stillness between two quiet points. Your toes are not clenched, not fanned, just resting as if they'd been taught how to let go before they ever learned how to grip. There's no need to keep them in line or point them forward. They're not supposed to do anything. And now a new kind of weight, not the physical pull of gravity, but something quieter. A sense that your body isn't just lying on the surface, it's becoming part of it. Not merging, not dissolving, but settling into the same rhythm as what holds you. Like water spreading across stone without trying to climb or flee, like roots finding their way through soil without knowing where they're going. There's no goal in that process, no outcome, just a slow unfolding. Your pelvis, it's not pressing into the bed and never has been. It's just there, not tilted forward or tucked back. The bones have stopped trying to stay upright, to maintain posture, to resist slouching or sagging. They're simply aligned with gravity, as if they'd finally figured out how to stop pretending. The space between your hips is not tight. It's open and quiet, like a room left empty long enough for dust to settle. Your belly, it's no longer tense from holding breath or tension. It just rests there, soft against the surface, rising slightly with each slow exhale, as if breathing was something that only happened in parts of you that didn't need to remember how to move. There's no effort in your abdomen. The muscles aren't bracing, not guarding, not tightening for any reason. They're simply soft and open, like a container left unclosed. Your chest, the ribs are not rising or falling as if they were trying to push air through. The breath is just moving without urgency, without need. It's not working hard, it's just happening, like wind passing over still water, not stirring anything but letting some of its motion be felt. There's no resistance in your shoulders. They're not hunched or lifted. They've stopped trying to carry the weight of what you used to do before this moment. Your arms, one is curled slightly, palm up, like a hand that has forgotten how to close. The other lies flat along your side, fingers relaxed, as if they'd never had any reason to grip anything at all. Not reaching, not holding, just resting in their own shape. Your wrists aren't stiff, they're soft and loose, like the ends of threads left untied. Your hands, the palms are not pressed into the surface, not lifted away, just there, open as if waiting for nothing. The fingers are not curled but relaxed, each one separate yet part of something larger. Not moving to write or type or hold anything, they've stopped being tools. They're just shapes in space, known by warmth and stillness. Your wrists, soft at the joint, not trying to keep time or measure minutes. Just there, connected to your arms without needing to do anything with it. No need to be fast or slow, no reason to act. You don't have to decide what to do next. The space between your fingers is open, not because you're letting go, but because nothing was ever held in the first place. Your shoulders, not lifted, not dropped, just settled into their natural position as if they'd finally stopped fighting gravity's pull. They've stopped being armor, not protecting anything, they're just here, quiet and soft. The skin over them isn't tight, it's warm, like fabric left out after a long day when no one is watching. Your neck, not strained or stiff, just relaxed in the curve where it meets your skull. There's no tension trying to keep your head up or tilted forward. It's just balanced, like a branch that has stopped resisting wind and simply let itself be still. The back of your head, resting on the pillow, not pressing into it but yielding to its shape, as if both had known each other for years. The scalp isn't taut, it's warm, sensitive in places where light used to hurt or thoughts used to spin. But now, there's no need to shrink from sensation. No one is asking you to stay aware. Your forehead, not furrowed, not tense, just flat against the surface of stillness. The skin above your eyes isn't tight, it's soft and warm, like a place that had forgotten what pressure felt like. There's no effort in your brows, they've stopped trying to frown or focus. They're just open. Your eyes not closed because you're forcing them shut, just resting behind lids that are heavy but not tired. The space beneath them is not hollow, it's full of quiet, like a room where no one ever came and never will need to. There's no reason to see anything anymore, not now. No need to look ahead or check the time. Your ears not listening for sounds beyond this moment, just receiving what comes without labeling it. The faint hum in your skull isn't loud, it's just there, like a distant engine that doesn't matter. Not something to push away or pull toward, just present like breaths. And now the space between all of you and the surface beneath, not contact, not separation, just presence. Like two things meeting without needing to change shape for each other. You're not on the bed, you're becoming part of it, in a way that doesn't require movement or effort. You are not becoming heavier, not sinking in a way that feels like effort, just settling into the shape of being held, as if gravity has finally found its match in stillness. The mattress beneath you isn't resisting your weight, it's accepting it, layer by layer, without protest or adjustment. It doesn't need to be perfect. It already is what it was meant to be. A quiet place where movement ends and presence begins. There's no expectation that you'll stay awake, no demand for awareness, only this soft permission to let go. Your breath is not something you're managing anymore. It's moving through you like water through roots in dark soil. Inhale slowly, just enough to fill the lower belly, then release it all, not rushed, but steady as a slow tide pulling back. The exhale takes longer than the inhale, and that difference isn't meant to be noticed. It just is. Your body knows how to slow down when no one else is watching. It doesn't need your help, only your attention. You are not trying to relax, you're simply allowing what already wants to rest to take its place. The tension in your jaw, the tightness behind your eyes, the subtle clenched grip of your toes, they've stopped being signs of effort and have become patterns that no longer serve you. They aren't stories anymore. They're just sensations passing through space, like clouds over a field that doesn't care where they go. Your fingers are not thinking about what came before, what was typed, what was sent, what wasn't said. They've stopped being tools of expression. They don't need to write or touch or hold anything. There's no future in them, no past. Just the warmth between each one, like a small network of quiet pulses that doesn't require meaning. Your shoulders are not guarding your chest anymore. They're soft at the base of your neck, relaxed into their natural angle. They've stopped being proud or defensive. They aren't trying to shield you from anything. They just let themselves be part of what's beneath them. The weight of your arms, the curve of your spine, the steady rhythm of air moving in and out. Your chest isn't rising because it has to. It rises only as much as needed for breath to move through. There's no pressure to keep breathing fast or deep, just the ease with which each inhale comes and goes. The space inside you is not full of thoughts, only quiet, like a room where nothing was ever left behind. Your back isn't trying to stay straight, it's following the curve of the surface it rests on. Not rigid, not arched, not curved in protest, just letting itself be shaped by what supports it. The spine doesn't need to prove anything, no one is watching, no test to pass. It can simply be a line that follows gravity without resistance. Your hips are not tense or clenched. They're open and loose where they mate the pelvis, like hinges in an old door that hasn't been used for years, but still works when slowly moved. They don't need to hold anything up, no responsibility, no role, just here, warm, unaware of how long it's been since someone asked them to do something. Your legs are not waiting for a command, they're simply lying where they were placed. The left one is bent slightly at the knee, as if remembering how to rest after hours of sitting still. The right leg is straight and relaxed along the surface, heel touching the edge but not pressing into it. There's no need to push or pull, no direction to go. Your feet are not trying to walk, they're just shapes beneath you, toes spread gently in space, not curled, not gripping, not bracing against anything. The soles aren't tense, they're soft and slightly warm where they meet the fabric of your pants or socks. They don't need a purpose, they don't have to be ready for tomorrow. Your pelvis is not holding posture, it's simply resting in its own alignment, as if it had always known how to let go. There's no pressure on the lower back, no strain from sitting too long, just the quiet surrender of bones and ligaments that finally stop doing what they were never meant to do. Your spine isn't trying to be straight, it's just a column of softness moving through time and stillness. It doesn't need to prove it can carry weight, it already has. It's not fighting gravity, just letting the space between each vertebra become something softer, more yielding than before. The air around you isn't thin or sharp, it's thick with calm, like a room where no one ever speaks and nobody minds. The temperature is just right, not warm enough to wake up, not cool enough to shiver. It's simply there, like the quiet after rain has stopped falling, but everything still glistens. Your hands are not reaching for anything, there's nothing left to reach toward. No email to send, no message to reply to, no schedule to follow. The space between your fingers isn't empty, it's full of stillness that doesn't need filling. It holds nothing, and that's enough. The surface beneath you isn't cold or hard. It's soft in the way only support can be when it doesn't demand anything back. You don't have to stay on it. You're not afraid to fall through. There's no fear because there's no one here asking for performance, only presence. Your skin is not sensitive anymore, no longer reacting to light or pressure, no longer flinching at the sound of a car passing outside. It's just receiving what comes, warmth from your own body, the faint touch of air, the quiet weight of limbs resting where they belong. There's no need to defend it. Your breath is not being watched. It's moving through you without permission or explanation. Inhale, and there's nothing else to do but let it come. Exhale, and there's nothing left to hold on to. The longer the out-breath, the more your body says yes to this moment, to stillness, to release. You are not thinking about what you were doing before. No list of tasks, no unfinished conversation, no name that needs to be remembered. There's only now, a stretch of time where nothing has to happen, no urgency, no reason for anything to change. The weight in your arms is not resistance. It's just gravity pulling down on flesh and bone with no need for effort. The hand lying flat by your side isn't waiting to type, just resting as if it had always known how to stop. Your neck isn't holding up your head. The skull doesn't feel heavy, but neither does it float. It's simply balanced, like a leaf that has stopped trying to stay upright and just let the breeze carry it where it will. There's no need to focus on anything, no point in watching your thoughts come and go. They're not loud or insistent. They drift through your awareness like leaves across water, not stopping for you, not staying long enough to matter. Your body isn't trying to fix itself. It already is what it was meant to be. The tension that used to live there wasn't a flaw. It was just a signal, now silenced by stillness, replaced by something quieter. You are not becoming less aware. You're simply shifting from effortful awareness to deep presence. There's no need to know what's happening anymore. No need to understand or explain. Just being here in the way that only bodies can be, without words, without goals, without demand. It's okay to forget how to do anything, just rest in the knowing that you don't have to remember. The arms are not reaching for a mouse. The fingers aren't forming letters. The shoulders aren't bracing against stress. They're just here, soft, open, unasked for, undemanding. Your breath is not shallow anymore. It's deep, but not because it has to be. It flows in and out as if the air itself knows how to breathe you back into being. And now, the quiet between your ribs, where nothing moves except the slow rise of the diaphragm, feels like a place that was never meant to be loud, like a cathedral built for silence. You are not trying to fall asleep. You're just letting yourself become the kind of stillness that doesn't need a reason to exist. It's okay if you don't know what happens next. You don't have to decide. There's no urgency, no pressure from outside. No one is calling your name. The surface beneath you isn't waiting for you to wake up. It's already holding everything you are right now. The breath, the warmth, the softness of hands that haven't moved in hours. Your fingers are not curled around air or memory. They lie flat, palms up, as if the hand has finally learned what it means to be empty of purpose. The space between each fingertip is no longer tensioned by anticipation. It's just open ground, waiting for nothing and holding nothing back. There's a quiet there that doesn't ask you to fill it with meaning or motion. Your wrist feels like something older than effort, like the joint has lived through seasons of stillness before this moment, long enough to remember what rest looks like without performance. It isn't trying to support anything now, not even your own weight. The bones beneath are not holding firm. They're just being held by gravity and soft tissue that have decided to stop resisting. Your forearm rests on the surface below with no resistance, no urge to lift, shift, or adjust its position. There's a kind of surrender in how it lies against whatever supports it, neither clinging nor fleeing. It doesn't worry about where it is. It just settles into place like water finding an empty basin. Your upper arm isn't braced by any need. It's not holding back anything from the world, and nothing has to be held in return. The muscle fibers beneath skin have relaxed so thoroughly that they're no longer even aware of their own existence, just a low hum of stillness where motion used to live. The shoulder is not elevated or tense. It's simply there as part of your body's architecture, flesh, bone, nerve, and blood moving together in silence. No effort required, no posture enforced. It doesn't matter if it looks right. What matters is that it feels like home, like the place where all movement has already stopped. Your collarbone lies beneath you, not as a structure to be proud of or corrected, but just another line of softness against which your skin rests. The air brushes over its surface without disturbing it, and even light doesn't call for reaction anymore. It's quiet enough that the bone itself might forget what pressure feels like. Your chest rises only because breath moves through you, not to show strength or rhythm, but as a natural byproduct of flow. There's no need to expand fully. There's just room, just space between ribs where air can pass without being measured or judged. It's not about how much comes in. It's simply that something passes through. The belly is soft now, not because it wants to be thin, but because the muscles have stopped tensing into shape. They're relaxed so deeply that they don't even know what tightness feels like anymore. There's a warmth there, gentle and slow, that spreads outward from your core, not in waves, but as stillness spreading through liquid. Your back is touching the surface beneath you, not pressed into it with intention, nor floating above it, but simply lying where gravity has placed it. The spine curves softly now, following its natural shape without correction or adjustment. There's no effort to be straight, just alignment that comes from being allowed to be what you are. Your hips are not stiff. They're open like doors left ajar by someone who gave up on locking them shut. They don't hold anything anymore, not tension, not responsibility, not the weight of sitting too long in one place. The pelvis is not trying to carry itself forward, it's just resting where it belongs. Your thighs are heavy, like warm stones laid down after a day spent moving through space that didn't need them. There's no urgency for movement here, and no memory of having been used recently. They lie against the surface with their own kind of stillness, the soft pressure at the edge between muscle and bone. The knee isn't bent or rigid, it's not guarding anything from impact. It just follows gravity without resistance, letting itself be shaped by what lies beneath it. The joint is quiet, not in pain, but in peace. No need to move, no need to protect. Your calf rests with the same kind of trust, the muscle lengthening slowly, as if remembering how long a stretch could feel when nothing needed to happen after it. There's space between your shin and the surface below, just air where movement used to be expected. The ankle is not locked or tense. It doesn't hold its shape in case someone walks by. It just bends naturally without judgment or resistance. The bones don't need to prove anything. They're simply resting inside their own soft envelope of tissue. Your foot lies flat, not because it's supposed to, but because the muscles have stopped fighting gravity and started accepting what comes. There are no arches trying to lift themselves back up, just a quiet landing in the way that feet were meant to land, on something solid without effort or pride. The toes aren't curled. They're not reaching for anything they've lost. They lie relaxed side by side like stones left behind after water recedes, still connected, but no longer needing to grip. Your heel rests against whatever holds you, not pressing down into it with weight that means I'm here, but simply resting as if the surface had always been waiting to receive this particular shape of stillness. The skin over bone feels only warmth and contact, not resistance or need for return. The entire length from your head to your toes has stopped trying to be anything more than what it is in this moment. No longer performing function, no longer reacting to sound or thought or time passing. It's just a body that exists, without being asked to justify its presence. You are not holding yourself up. You're simply lying where gravity pulls you down and the surface supports you back with equal quietness. There's balance, not because you've achieved it, but because nothing in your system is fighting anymore. The air moves through your nose and mouth like a soft current, no longer needing to be regulated or controlled. It comes in without permission, goes out without ceremony. The breath doesn't need attention, it just continues, as if the act of breathing had already been decided long before you became aware of it. Your skin is not waiting for sensation, not reacting, not guarding against touch. If a breeze brushes across it, there's no flinch, no instinct to pull away or tense up. It receives everything with equal neutrality. Warmth from your own body, the faintest draft of fabric, the softness of air that moves through space without needing purpose. Your eyes are closed, not because you're hiding from anything, but simply resting in a place where light doesn't have to be seen and darkness doesn't need to be feared. There's no reason for them to stay open. They've already done their job long ago. Now they just remain still. It's not that your body is unaware. It's just aware differently now, not through alertness or reaction, but as a field of quiet presence where nothing needs to move forward and nothing has to be changed. You're not thinking about what comes next. You've stopped measuring time by tasks completed or goals achieved. There's only this stretch, this long moment in which no event is required. Your mind isn't pushing toward clarity. It's just letting thoughts pass like clouds over an empty sky without catching them or following their path. They come and go with the same kind of quiet that surrounds your body, not loud enough to demand attention, not important enough to remember. It's okay if you don't know what happens next. You're already here in a place where being is more than doing. You're not trying to become anything, just letting yourself be exactly as you are, without correction or performance. Your hands aren't waiting for something to do. They've stopped pretending they need purpose. They lie open like petals that have finished blooming, no longer needing to reach out toward the sun because the light is already inside them. The surface beneath you isn't holding anything special. It's just a place where stillness happens without explanation. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It simply receives everything with equal quiet, no demand for return, no memory of having been used before. Your breath continues not because it has to be noticed, but because the body is still alive in its own way, slow, deep, and unbothered by urgency. It flows through you like water moving underground, not visible, but always present. And now, There's a softness spreading through your spine that isn't pain or tension, it's just release. Like roots loosening from soil after rain, has softened the ground long enough for them to let go without damage. The body is not repairing itself. It's simply undoing what was never meant to stay forever. Your spine is no longer a column that bears weight, but a riverbed carved by time, worn smooth not from force, but from quiet persistence, each vertebra settling deeper into its own groove, like stones in water that have forgotten they were ever meant to be carried upstream. There's no need now for alignment or posture. The body is allowed to collapse inward without consequence. The weight of each bone rests precisely where it belongs, not because you've guided it there, but because gravity has been quietly reorganizing things all along while you weren't watching. Your pelvis isn't holding anything anymore, no tension in the hips, no tightness from sitting too long or standing too still. It's just a bowl that holds nothing except its own shape, receiving everything with equal ease, warmth from your thighs, pressure from the surface beneath, even air that drifts across skin like breath on glass. It doesn't resist, it doesn't contract. It simply is, its edges softened by time and rest. Your lower back has stopped trying to support you. It's no longer a muscle group working overtime or an area of strain waiting for relief. Instead, it's just softness where the spine curves inward, not weakness, but release. The way soil yields when roots finally let go after years of griping tight. There's no effort in this shape. You're not maintaining it. You're letting it be maintained by what supports you. Your legs are not limbs designed for movement. They've stopped pretending they need to walk or stand or sprint towards something that doesn't exist anymore. They lie like logs at the bottom of a slow-moving stream, long enough and heavy enough to sink beneath the surface without effort. The muscles are no longer waiting to be called into action. They're simply lying in their natural state, relaxed not from being tired, but because there's nowhere left to go. Your feet have stopped thinking about terrain. They aren't calculating grip or balance or distance. They've forgotten how to press against the ground as if it might slip away. The soles rest flat and quiet, like leaves that have fallen into still water, no longer concerned with which way is up, no longer trying to find purchase in a world they can't control. Your toes are not curled from anxiety or bracing for impact. They're just letting go of the need to stay fixed. Each one lies where it was born, relaxed in space, unpressed by expectation. There's no urgency in their position, no judgment that they should be straighter, tighter, more useful. They simply exist as they are. Your calves aren't waiting for a signal. They're not coiled like springs or ready to spring into motion. They've stopped thinking about stairs or steps. The tissue beneath skin is just softness now, like layers of fabric left behind after the last stitch has been made and there's no one left to wear it. Your knees aren't guarding anything, they're not holding back pain or fear or past injury. There's no stiffness, no resistance when you think about them. They're open in a way that isn't physical, more like an acceptance. This joint, too, is allowed to be still without shame. Your thighs have stopped being muscles meant for lifting. You've stopped measuring strength by how much weight they can carry or how long they can hold position. Now they lie heavy and full of release, not hollowed out from use, but filled with quiet that has no name. There's a soft pulse in the back of your legs, just below the hips, a rhythm not of effort, but of blood moving through veins without urgency, like water flowing underground through dark tunnels where light doesn't matter. It moves because it must. It flows naturally and quietly, carrying nothing with it except stillness. Your shoulders are no longer raised in defense. They've stopped bracing against pressure from above. They're not holding up the weight of stress or responsibility. They've simply let go into their own shape, like two soft sacks that have finally emptied after being filled too long. Your arms aren't reaching for anything. They've stopped imagining what could be grasped, held, used. The muscles are quiet, not frozen, but resting in a state where they don't need to do anything except stay there as they are. Your hands lie open not out of surrender, but because they've remembered how to rest. The fingers spread like roots after rain, no longer seeking soil or water, just existing in the way that things grow when left undisturbed. The palms aren't waiting for something to touch. They're already receiving everything. Warmth from your body, air moving across skin, pressure from fabric. Your wrists have stopped thinking about time, no longer tense from typing, no longer stiff from holding tools or phones. They've settled into a place where motion doesn't matter and speed isn't required. The bones are just resting in their own alignment, not because you adjusted them, but because they don't need to be adjusted. Your forearms have stopped thinking about tasks, no memory of pushing keys, gripping handles, lifting weight. They're just long shapes of stillness that lie against the surface beneath you, no longer tools for doing, only vessels for being. The space between your elbows and wrists is not a zone of tension anymore. It's empty in a gentle way, like air in an abandoned room where nothing was ever meant to happen. There's no reason to be tight or alert here, just open space where softness can move freely. Your chest has stopped rising with anxiety. It isn't pushing forward with breath that wants to be noticed. The ribs are not working hard. They're just allowing the diaphragm to do its quiet work, letting air in and out without needing to control it or judge how much is enough. Your sternum no longer feels like a shield, no longer bracing against emotional impact or physical pressure. It's soft now, not fragile, but unguarded. The center of your torso has stopped fighting the weight of its own existence and simply allows itself to be held by gravity and surface alike. Your heart beats not out of necessity, but because it always has. There's no need for awareness, no demand that you feel each beat or measure its rhythm. It just goes on in a way that is steady and quiet, like water slowly seeping through stone. There's warmth spreading across your chest, not from effort or intention, but from the simple fact of blood flowing beneath skin, carrying heat without needing to be earned. You're not trying to stay warm, you're already being warmed by what lives inside you. Your belly is no longer a place where tension gathers. It doesn't hold stress in knots or worry in tightness. It's soft now, not flaccid, but open, like soil that has been watered and left alone long enough for roots to grow without pressure. And the space below your ribs isn't waiting to be filled with food or meaning. It's just empty in a peaceful way, like an envelope that was never sealed because there was nothing left to send. There's no need to push forward, no demand to fill the silence. You're back against the surface. This is not just contact, but connection, not tension between skin and support, but harmony. The body meets the bed or floor with equal quietness, not one pushing, not one resisting, but both simply being together in a kind of shared stillness that doesn't need to be explained. There's no struggle to stay on the surface, no effort to keep your spine straight or hips aligned. You're sinking not because you've lost control, but because gravity has taken over with patience, with care. Your skin continues to receive everything: warmth from within, coolness from outside, pressure from fabric, air brushing across without warning, all of it met with equal neutrality. No flinch, no contraction, no need to react. It's not guarding itself. It's just letting things pass through as if they were never noticed. Your face has stopped trying to hold expression. It's not smiling or frowning or tensing in response to thought. The muscles are soft, not limp but at ease. The jaw is relaxed, the cheeks loose, the forehead smooth, no furrows from concentration or worry. The corners of your mouth aren't holding tension. They're just resting where they've always been, open enough to breathe through, not pulled into forced shapes by emotion or habit. Your lips are not pressing against each other anymore, not sealing anything in or keeping things out. They line naturally as if they were never meant to be closed for long, only to part when needed, And now there's no need, just softness where breath passes. Your neck is not holding up your head anymore. It's not supporting weight or resisting tilt, but letting it rest exactly where gravity places it, as if the bones have decided to stop pretending they need to be firm. The muscles along the side of your throat are quiet now, not rigid with alertness or strained from silence, just soft threads beneath skin, unspooling slowly in a way that doesn't require effort to maintain. There's no tension gathering at the base of your skull where pressure used to live. It's not pressing into your brain, nor trying to keep thoughts out. It's simply still, like the moment between two heartbeats when nothing is expected. Your ears are open but not listening, not straining for sound or shutting out noise. They're just receiving what arrives: breath in distant rooms, air moving through vents, the quiet hum of appliances working behind walls. Each sensation enters without judgment, without needing to be named or remembered. There's no reason to turn toward a voice that isn't meant for you. There's no demand to identify where sound comes from, just letting it pass through like wind over stone, not leaving marks. Your eyes are closed and still, not flickering beneath lids, not scanning the dark as if searching for something hidden. They've stopped pretending they can see in the absence of light. They're simply resting with their surfaces untouched by effort or memory. The skin around them is smooth, not drawn taut from concentration or pulled tight by habit, but relaxed enough to let warmth gather where it settles, like a shadow that has finally decided not to move. Your scalp feels less like an instrument stretched over bone and more like ground, something that can hold rain without needing to drain it away. The surface is not tense with anticipation of feeling, nor worried about what might touch it next. It's just there, receiving pressure from hair strands, the fabric of a cap or pillowcase, air drifting across as if nothing matters enough to react. Your fingers are no longer curling in response to thoughts, no tightening toward keyboards, no clenching at imaginary stress. They're resting with space between each one, like stones left on a riverbed after water has receded. The joints don't ache or protest. They just allow the weight of flesh and bone to settle into their natural alignment, not fighting for position, but accepting it. Your hands are no longer tools meant to grip or shape the world. They're just present, palms open as if waiting for nothing, fingers loose like roots that have stopped reaching. There's no need to grasp anything anymore, not even air, because everything already belongs to this moment of stillness. You're not trying to stay upright, you're not holding your spine in place or correcting posture with invisible strings. The vertebrae are simply aligned by gravity, layer upon layer settling into their proper places without a single adjustment needing to be made. There's no effort behind the curve of your back. It just curves as it was meant to, like a riverbed shaped over time, not by force, but by flow. Your hips have stopped bracing against strain. They're not holding posture, not guarding soft tissue from touch or movement. They've let go of the idea that they must keep their shape for others' sake. The bones are no longer pressing into one another with old patterns. Instead, each side rests independently on the surface beneath, neither pushing nor pulling. Your thighs are not tensed in preparation for walking, no readiness to rise, no anticipation of movement. They're just flesh and muscle lying where they've always been, softening under weight without protest. The skin over them is not tight with habit or fear. It's letting temperature pass through as if it were nothing more than air. Your knees are not locked in resistance. They're bent slightly, resting without effort at a curve that feels natural now, not forced. There's no need to straighten them for dignity or control. They've stopped pretending they must stay rigid. The joint is quiet, not inflamed, not sore, just accepting what it means to be still. Your shins are not resisting the weight of your body. They're just there, meeting surface with gentle contact that doesn't demand anything back. The skin over bone isn't drawn tight from worry or strain. It's simply open to sensation without needing to respond. Your feet are not preparing for action, not curling toes in readiness, not pressing against floorboards as if trying to anchor something. They're just lying flat where they've always been, heel down, arch soft, ball of foot touching nothing with urgency. The soles don't need to feel the ground, they already know it's there. Your toes are not stiff or curled in resistance. They're open and relaxed like petals after rain has passed. Each one rests independently on its own plane, no pressure from above, no effort to keep them aligned. There's no reason to pull inward, nothing is asking for attention. Your breath continues, not fast or shallow anymore, but slow and even, as if the lungs have decided they don't need to rush to fill. The in-breath comes easily, without reaching, just enough air passing through to keep things quiet, not loud. And each out-breath is longer than the last, a soft release that doesn't try to clear anything, just lets go. Your body no longer feels like something you must manage. It's not an object to be corrected or adjusted. It's simply lying in its own way of being, supported by what holds it, warmed from within, and untouched by expectation. There's no demand to feel better, to relax more deeply, to become anything other than what is already happening. You're not trying to reach a state, you're just letting the moment happen without needing to guide it. The nervous system isn't being told to calm down. It's simply discovering that there's no reason to stay on high alert anymore. It can stop scanning for danger, Stop measuring threat. Stop preparing for impact. It doesn't need to protect you because nothing is coming. Your thoughts are not being chased away. They're just passing through like clouds over a hillside, not stopping long enough to cast shadows. There's no need to follow them or name them. They drift by without landing. The mind isn't trying to fix anything, just letting space exist between one idea and the next. Your awareness is not focused on any single part. It's not stuck in your chest, your neck, your hands. It's just resting across all of it, a gentle presence that doesn't need to be anywhere specific, but simply allows itself to be everywhere at once. It's like light spreading through a room after the door has been opened, not rushing, not seeking, just filling what was already empty. There's no urgency in your body, no internal clock ticking or demand to move forward. Time isn't being measured by breaths or heartbeats. It's just passing without needing to be noticed. The seconds aren't racing, they're lying down beside you like dust settling on a shelf. You're not trying to remember anything. You're not reviewing conversations, regrets, plans. There's no need to go back because nothing needs to be fixed. The past isn't calling, the future hasn't arrived. You're just here, in this soft space between breaths, where nothing is required and everything is already enough. Your skin continues to receive without response. Warmth from inside, coolness from outside, pressure from fabric, air brushing across like a whisper that doesn't need an answer. It's not defending itself. It's just letting things pass as if they were never there. You're not trying to stay awake. You're not fighting sleep or resisting the drift. There's no effort behind your eyes closing, no struggle to keep them open. They've stopped pretending they can see in darkness and have simply decided to rest. Your body is not afraid of sinking. It doesn't fear being too still, too quiet, too far gone. It knows it's safe. Gravity has taken over, not with force, but with patience. The surface holds you without needing permission. Nothing asks for anything back. You're not trying to become something new. You're just letting yourself be what is already happening. A body that doesn't need to do anything. A mind that doesn't need to think. A breath that doesn't need to be controlled. You're not striving to rest, just resting because you've finally stopped fighting. You're not holding on to anything, no grip in your hands, no tension behind your eyes, no weight pressing down from above. The muscles that have been clenched for hours are simply letting go like threads unspooling from a needle they were never meant to carry. There's no need to release them intentionally. They're not resisting the softness. They've already begun to surrender. You don't have to will your body into relaxation. Just let it remember what it feels like when there's nothing to protect, nothing to prove, nothing to achieve. Your breath continues its quiet rhythm, not because you're guiding it, but because it no longer needs to defend itself. The lungs are no longer racing to meet demand. They're just breathing in the way air moves through a forest after rain, slow, steady, unbothered by urgency. There's room between each breath, not emptiness, but stillness that holds everything: warmth, gravity, silence, time passing without notice. You don't have to fill it, you're already inside it. Your jaw is no longer clenched like a door with rusted hinges. It's just hanging loose, not collapsing, but simply releasing the pressure of hours spent grinding teeth or tightening lips in silent effort. There's no need for resistance. No one is listening. No one is judging what you say or don't say. The space between your teeth isn't tight anymore. It's open and quiet, like a doorway that hasn't been used in years, but doesn't mind being left ajar. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not moving, not pushing, but just being there, as if it too has decided to stop doing anything. Your forehead is no longer furrowed with the effort of concentration or anxiety. The creases have softened like old paper smoothed by time. There's no pressure building behind your eyes. They're not scanning for danger, not looking ahead, not replaying scenes from yesterday. They've stopped trying to see through fog and have simply given into the darkness, letting it be soft, letting it be full of quiet, letting it be exactly what it is: night, stillness, absence of need. Your shoulders are no longer pulled forward by habit or strain. They're not hunched over a keyboard, not bracing against a world that asks too much. They've lowered themselves into the surface beneath you, as if gravity has finally been given permission to do its job without hesitation. The skin along your collarbones feels light, not tight, and there's no effort in keeping them lifted or held back. The weight of what they carry has simply dissolved into stillness. Your arms lie like branches that have stopped reaching, no longer trying to grasp, no longer needing to push away. There's a softness in the space between your shoulder and elbow where tension used to live. It's not filled with anything. It's just empty in the way a quiet room is empty after everyone has left. Your fingers rest like small stones on a riverbed, still, not clenched, not curled into fists or splayed out in search of something to hold. They don't need to do anything, as they're already where they belong. Your chest moves with the breath, not rising and falling as if it's trying to stay alive, but just gently expanding and contracting like a bellows that doesn't have to keep up with speed, just keeps breathing because it can. There's no sense of effort behind the motion. It's not working hard to get air in or push it out. It's simply allowing the rhythm to exist without interference. Your belly is soft, not tense from stress or tight from holding food or emotion. It's warm and full of quiet, like a space that has been waiting for nothing but rest. There's no need to control how much air fills it. It just breathes in its own way, as if the body knows exactly what it needs without having to ask. Your back is not pressing into the surface, it's sinking into it. Not falling, not collapsing, but being held by what supports you with patience and consistency. The pressure from the mattress or floor isn't sharp or uneven. It's even across your spine like a slow wave of warmth spreading up through your lower back, then over your hips, then into your sacrum. It's not pushing against you, it's just there, steady and quiet, as if it has always known how to hold you. Your hips are no longer locked in the posture of sitting, no internal tension pulling them forward or backward. They're simply resting where they've been all along, on the surface beneath you, supported by gravity, without need for compensation. There's no effort in keeping them level. There's just stillness that doesn't need to be maintained. Your legs are not rigid with fatigue. They've stopped fighting against being still. The muscles from your hips down through your thighs and calves are softening like wax left in warm sunlight, slowly losing the shape they were forced into by hours of sitting. Your knees aren't tensed or locked. They're just bent slightly, resting at a natural angle that doesn't require any effort to keep. Your feet lie flat against whatever holds them. No need to push back. No urge to curl toes or shift weight. The soles are in contact with the surface, not as if trying to find balance, but simply as part of being. Bare skin touching fabric or floor, receiving pressure without resistance. Warmth from inside meeting coolness from outside, and letting both pass through like weather passing a window. Your toes, each one, is no longer curled up out of habit or strain. They're relaxed, open, not reaching for anything, not trying to grip the air or pull back in protest. There's space between them, not because they've moved apart, but because there's no need to come together anymore. They're just resting as they were meant to. Small parts of a larger whole that doesn't care if they move. Your body is not being rearranged. You're not trying to fix alignment or correct posture. There's no checklist in your mind, no invisible line you must cross to be considered relaxed. You're simply lying where you are, on your back, on your side, on the floor, however it settles naturally without need for adjustment. Your skin is still receiving sensations, not reacting to them, not blocking them out. The fabric of your clothes presses gently against your arms and legs like a quiet hand that doesn't demand anything in return. Air brushes across your face like something passing by at night, softly, slowly, leaving no mark. Heat from inside the body rises without fanfare, and cold from outside is felt but not resisted. Your awareness continues to linger, not focused on any one spot, not trying to find a center or anchor. It's spread out across your whole being like light that doesn't need to be directed. It just fills what was already empty. There's no you in the middle. There's only presence, no self, no observer, just an undisturbed stillness. Your thoughts aren't being avoided. They're not being chased or named or judged. They come and go like shadows across a wall when clouds drift over the sun. They appear briefly and then fade back into nothing without leaving anything behind. There's room for them to pass through, not because you welcome them, but because there's no reason to stop them. There's no need to be aware of time, no ticking clock, no deadline breathing down your neck. Seconds are not measured in beats or breaths. They're just passing like dust on a shelf, settling slowly without fanfare. You don't have to remember what came before. You're already here, and that's enough. Your body isn't afraid of drifting. There's no fear of sinking too deep, of losing control, of being left behind. It knows it's not alone. It knows there's nothing waiting to take over if you let go. The surface holds you with quiet certainty. Gravity doesn't pull you away. It just lets you be. You're not trying to stay awake. There's no effort in keeping your eyes open or your mind alert. You don't have to fight sleep. It's already coming, not as an interruption, but as a welcome return to the place where there's nothing left to do, nothing left to prove, and nothing left to fear. Your breath continues its slow rhythm, not because you're guiding it, but because it no longer needs to hurry. It doesn't need to get anything done. It just exists in this moment, gently expanding, gently releasing. There's no demand for more air, no pressure to fill the lungs fully, just enough to keep things quiet. You're not holding onto anything, no thought, no sensation, no memory from earlier in the day that still lingers like a faint echo behind your eyes. The weight of hours at the desk has not been erased, but it's no longer pressing down on you. It's simply part of what you've carried and now set down somewhere beyond effort. Your shoulders are lower than they've been in weeks, not because someone told them to be, but because gravity has finally found its way into every joint without resistance. There's a quietness in the space between your collarbones where tension used to live, like an old room after everyone has left, and the dust hasn't yet settled on the floor. Your hands lie open now, palms up toward the ceiling, not as if waiting for something, but simply because they no longer feel the need to grip. The fingers are relaxed in their own shape, no effort to straighten them, no urge to pull back into a fist or press against anything. They're just there, floating slightly above your body like part of a dream that hasn't been remembered yet. Each fingertip feels its own small version of space, not separate from the rest, but not fused either, a quiet distinction that doesn't need naming. The skin is warm where it touches air and cooler where it meets fabric, neither one demanding to be changed. Your lower back isn't pressing into the surface as if trying to stay in place. It's just resting there like soil after rain has passed through. There's no effort to flatten or arch, no need to find a correct alignment. The spine is not being shaped by thought. It's simply following its own natural curve under the weight of your body and gravity. It doesn't care if you're doing it right. It just exists as it does. You don't have to decide whether this position is good or bad, comfortable or uncomfortable. There's no judgment here, only presence. Your breath continues, not racing, not struggling for depth, but moving through the quiet corridors of your chest like water flowing slowly under a bridge that's long since disappeared. There's no urgency in it. There's no goal to reach, no need to fill up before you exhale again. The air comes in easily and leaves without hesitation, as if the lungs were never designed for speed, but only for stillness. And when you do exhale, longer than the inhale, stretching out like a sigh that has been waiting for years, it's not just releasing breath, it's letting go of something older than memory. There's no effort to stay aware. You're not trying to maintain focus or keep your attention fixed on anything. Awareness is not a task. It's simply there, like the quiet hum in an empty house late at night when all lights are off and nothing is moving except time itself. It doesn't need direction. It just stays where you leave it, gently resting across every part of your body without demanding to be anywhere special. Your jaw isn't clenched, not because someone told you not to be, but because there's no reason left for tension to stay. The muscles along the sides of your face are soft now, unclenched from their long-held vigil. You don't have to will them to relax. They've already done it without notice. Your teeth aren't touching. There's space between them as if they were never meant to press together in the first place. The shape of your mouth is open not in expression, but simply because there's no need for closure. Your eyes are closed, not shut tightly or held with tension, but just resting behind their lids, like windows that have stopped looking outward and now only receive what comes without resistance. There's no searching through darkness. It doesn't matter whether you see shapes or light or nothing at all. The space behind your eyelids is already full. Your ears are listening, not to sound, but simply to silence. Not the absence of noise, but a kind of quiet that feels like depth, like standing at the edge of a deep well where even echoes lose their meaning and fall too far to return. You don't have to tune in or filter out anything. You're just receiving whatever arrives without needing to identify it. Your scalp is not holding tight against your skull, nor pulling inward towards stress. The skin on top of your head feels light, like a thin layer that's finally stopped trying to cover something important. There's room between the surface and what lies beneath, not because anything has shifted, but because there's no longer any pressure to keep things together. Your neck is not stiff. It doesn't feel like steel or tension wrapped around bone. It's relaxed in its own length, longer than you remember, softer at both ends where it meets your shoulders and your head. There's nothing holding it up except the way gravity naturally supports it when there's no resistance. Your arms are not resting on anything they're supposed to be supporting. They're just lying along your sides or slightly out from your body, as if letting go of a weight that was never really theirs. The skin of each arm feels exposed, but not vulnerable, just open to air and sensation without needing protection. Your chest rises with the breath, not rising because you want it to, but simply following its own rhythm, like something breathing for itself, rather than being directed by thought. It's not doing anything. It's just moving as part of a larger pattern that doesn't care about effort or intention. Your belly is soft, no tension pulling inward, no tightness from hours spent sitting too long without shifting. There's space inside where air and movement happen naturally, like water flowing through a channel that wasn't blocked until now. The muscles are not trying to protect anything, they're just letting the body be what it is. Your hips are wide apart, not because you shifted them, but simply because your body has chosen this shape after long hours of stillness. There's no need to adjust or align. The bones aren't fighting gravity anymore. They're allowing themselves to sink into place without protest. One leg lies straight out from your body, knee soft and relaxed, and the other is bent slightly, foot resting flat on the surface like it found its way there during a moment of surrender. Each joint moves only when needed. Each muscle waits for permission that never comes because there's no need to move at all. Your toes are not curled, not tense, not trying to reach forward or dig into the ground. They're simply resting in their own form, spread slightly apart as if they were always meant to be this way. There's nothing to pull back from, nothing to push against. The skin on your feet is warm where it meets fabric and cool where air touches bare skin, neither one requiring action. Your awareness moves gently through all of this, not searching for relief, not looking for peace, but simply being present in the feeling of stillness that has already arrived. It's not something you've earned or achieved. It's just here, the way light appears when a room is finally dark enough to see it. There's no need to fix anything. No part of your body feels broken, incomplete, or wrong. You're not trying to become someone else or reach some ideal state. You're simply resting where you are, in the shape that your body has chosen after hours of holding itself together too tightly. Your skin continues to feel everything, not reacting, not blocking out, but receiving sensations as if they were part of a conversation with the world outside, one that doesn't require answers or responses. The fabric presses lightly across your arms and legs like an old friend who knows when to stay quiet. Air passes over your face like something passing through at night, softer than breaths. Your body isn't afraid of sinking deeper, not because you've decided it's safe, but because the nervous system has already begun its slow shift from alertness to release. It doesn't need permission. It knows what to do when no one is watching. The signals aren't being sent out anymore. There's no alarm in your bloodstream, no fire beneath your ribs calling for attention. Your breath continues, not fast, not shallow, but deep enough to carry the silence with it. Each exhale lasts longer than the inhale, stretching like a thread that has found its way through an old needle and is now being pulled slowly through fabric without resistance. Your spine curves gently along the surface beneath you. No effort to arch or flatten, no need to correct its shape. It's not trying to be straighter or stronger. It's simply resting in the hollows and ridges that have formed over years of sitting, standing, turning, leaning, waiting. The vertebrae are not stacked like bricks, but arranged like stones in a quiet riverbed, each one settled into place by time and weight, held there without tension, without fear of collapse. There's no pressure to hold the shape you've been told is proper. Your spine knows its own way through gravity, guided only by how much it can let go. Your neck releases where it meets your skull, not dropping down, not tilting forward, but simply softening at the base, like a hinge that has stopped fighting against its own motion. The muscles along the back of your throat ease into silence. They're no longer bracing for sound or strain, just letting the space inside remain open and unguarded. There's no reason to keep things tight when there is nothing to defend. Air flows through you not as a signal, but as a presence, something passing in and out without needing to be noticed. Your shoulders settle downward, not pulled down by gravity alone, but allowed to fall like leaves that have decided it's time to stop clinging to branches. They aren't trying to protect your chest or keep your arms from falling away. They're not holding anything back. The space between them opens naturally, just wide enough for breath and air, just loose enough for stillness to settle in. There's no need to lift, to raise, to carry anything. You don't have to be upright anymore. Not now. Your hands rest palms up on your body like they've been waiting for this moment. Hands that were clenched during meetings, pressed into keyboards, holding coffee mugs too tightly when the day got heavy. Now they're open, not because you decided to relax them, but because the nervous system has chosen not to resist. The fingers lie flat, gently curved, as if cradling air rather than gripping anything. Each fingertip is aware of where it touches your body, where skin meets skin without pressure, like two quiet things touching each other in a dark room, and knowing they don't need to say anything. Your wrists are not stiff with the memory of typing or holding something for too long. They've stopped resisting their own weight. The tendons relax into stillness, no longer taut from hours of movement without pause. There's no demand on them to do more than be present in this moment, no expectation that they should be ready for anything next. Your chest remains open, not because you're trying to breathe deeper or feel better about yourself, but because the body has stopped fighting its own rhythm. The ribs don't rise and fall with effort. They move only as much as air requires them to. There's no need to expand to take in more strength, more energy, more courage. Just enough movement for breath to pass through, like a slow current passing between two walls that are not trying to change each other. Your diaphragm lifts and falls without being commanded by thought. It does its work quietly, with the same steady grace as water finding its level in a basin. There's no need to guide it. There's no way you could control it even if you wanted to. It moves when air needs space, settles when breathing slows. And now that your body is beginning to trust this process, it doesn't feel like effort. It feels like something returning home. Your back, flat against the surface where support meets shape, doesn't need to be fixed or strengthened. The muscles along your spine are not tense with responsibility. They're simply letting go of holding anything up. There's no part that needs to be tighter, firmer, more engaged. The weight of your torso is being carried by the floor or mattress, not because you've asked it to, but because gravity has done its job, and now so has your body. You feel the texture where fabric meets skin, not as irritation, but as contact. The way cloth holds heat, how fibers press gently against nerves that no longer react with alarm. It's not about comfort, it's about presence. The material doesn't need to be adjusted or moved. It's already in its right place, just like you are. Your hips shift slightly, not because you've willed them to move, but because the muscles around the pelvis have stopped guarding against movement. There's no fear of instability, no anxiety that if you relax too much, you'll fall apart. The bones don't need to be held in alignment. They're already where they belong, hollowed by time and gravity, resting without resistance. Your legs stretch out from your body with no urgency, like roots extending into soil after a long drought. They are not tired because they've been used too much. They're tired because they've been asked to stay still for hours when their natural impulse was to shift, to move, to stand. Now that movement is not required. The muscles let go of all the stored tension from the day, the kind you didn't even know you were carrying. Your knees bend only as much as gravity allows, soft and unguarded, with no need to lock or protect them. The joint doesn't feel vulnerable, it feels released. There's nothing to defend here, not your posture, not your strength, not your ability to endure. Your feet are still touching the surface where they settled earlier. No attempt to lift them, no desire to stretch forward. They're simply there, grounded in their own weight and shape, each toe spreading slightly as if learning how it feels to be free from purpose. There's no need for balance or direction. They don't have to push off anything. The soles feel the texture of fabric beneath them, not sharp edges, not cold tiles, but a surface that has learned to hold stillness. Your awareness moves through all this again, not scanning, not judging, just passing, like light moving across wet stone after rain. You are not fixing anything. You are not improving your posture or retraining your body. You're simply letting the weight of rest settle into every corner you've spent years avoiding with tension and effort. There's a quiet shift in how you experience space. The area around your body isn't empty anymore. It feels full of stillness, full of air that moves freely through you without resistance, full of time that has stopped measuring itself by what comes next. There's no pressure to wake up or finish anything. The moment doesn't need to lead anywhere. Your skin continues to receive, not just touch from fabric or air, but the subtle sensation of being alive in a body that is not fighting anymore. It knows when it's warm and when it's cool without needing to react. It isn't trying to protect you, it's simply doing its job, sensing, reporting, staying open. Your breath continues, not fast, not shallow, but deep enough to carry silence with it, like a river flowing beneath ice that hasn't cracked yet, but is moving steadily underneath. Each exhale lasts longer than the inhale, stretching slowly through space, as if time itself has slowed down just for this one rhythm. And now something new begins, not a change in sensation, not an increase in calm, but a kind of listening. Not to your thoughts, not to the sound outside, but to the quiet that exists between breaths, between heartbeats. The space where nothing is happening, and yet everything is present. It's like standing at the edge of a forest after rain, when all sound has paused for just 1 second before the next drop falls. You don't need to enter it, you're already in it. The nervous system isn't trying to be calm anymore. It's not working toward peace. It's simply resting where it is, like water that has found its level after being stirred. And now your body feels less like a collection of parts and more like one continuous field, a quiet presence shaped by gravity, time, stillness, breath. There's no separation between arm and torso, or leg and hip. There's only the smooth flow from one point to another, like light passing through glass without breaking it. Your mind doesn't need to be empty. There's room for thoughts if they come, but they don't stay. They drift by like clouds across a sky that has stopped demanding clarity. There's no need to push them away or grab onto them. Just let them pass through the stillness, not as intruders, but as visitors who have found their way into a space where nothing is expected. Your spine no longer holds its shape like a wire under strain. There's no effort to stay upright, no need to carry the day's weight through the vertebrae. It simply curves where gravity pulls it, following the natural arc that was always there beneath all the tension. The muscles along your back relax not in waves, but in layers, like sediment settling after a storm, each layer sinking deeper into stillness until even the idea of effort feels distant. There's no memory left to defend, only space, and that space is full with quiet. Your pelvis isn't holding itself up anymore. It's letting go of its role as foundation, not because it's failing, but because rest has taken over. It's not collapsing, not surrendering, just allowing the bones to find their alignment without effort. The hip joints settle into place like stones at the bottom of a pond, no longer pressing against each other in resistance. There's room between them now, not for movement, but for stillness. Your shoulders drift down from where they've been pulled up and forward all day, no longer braced against unseen pressure, no longer waiting to react. The skin over your clavicles softens, the muscles beneath release like threads unspooling in water. Your arms hang not limp but complete, not needing to do anything, not reaching for anything, just resting where they've always belonged, at your sides with their own weight and shape. Your hands are no longer clenched or curled into fists of habit. Each finger spreads out gently, as if the air itself is softening them from within. The nails feel long and smooth, not because you've trimmed them, but because they're being allowed to exist without purpose. There's no need for grip, no demand to hold on, no urge to fix or control. Your fingertips rest lightly against your palms, not pressed down, not curled back, but simply resting where the body has always known how to be. Your chest rises and falls with a rhythm that isn't fast, not shallow, just steady enough to keep breathing without effort. The breath doesn't need to reach deep. It just stays present in its own way, like water sitting still in a bowl beneath a soft light. It moves through you not because you're commanding it, but because your body remembers how to breathe when nothing else is expected of it. Your mouth has relaxed, the jaw unclenched, the teeth no longer touching. There's space between them now, not tightness or tension, but just room for air and silence. The tongue rests at the bottom of your mouth like a quiet thing that doesn't need to speak. Your lips aren't pressed together, they're simply there, soft and open in their own stillness. Your eyes are closed not because you've willed them shut, but because they don't have anything to do with seeing anymore. They don't strain toward light or focus on shapes. They just stay where they are, beneath the skin, at peace with darkness that doesn't need to be broken. The eyelids aren't holding back anything. They're not guarding against sound or memory, just resting. Your ears no longer listen for danger. Their openings don't strain toward voices or footsteps. There's nothing to hear that matters right now. The air moves through them without urgency, without filtering. They don't need to catch sounds before they disappear. They just let the quiet pass through like wind through a still room. Your neck feels longer than it has in years, not because you've stretched it, but because there's no resistance from the shoulders pulling down or the head pushing forward. It's not supporting anything now. It's simply allowed to be long and relaxed. The vertebrae don't have to align. They're just where they are, resting between layers of soft tissue that remember how to let go. Your forehead is smooth, not flat, but without creases from frowning or concentrating. There's no line above your eyes because there's nothing left to solve. Your brows rest down like curtains drawn at dusk, no longer lifted in anticipation, not scanning for threats or tasks ahead. They're just closed against the light of mental effort. Your scalp feels full, not tight with tension, not dry from stress, but alive with warmth and quiet sensation. The hair isn't doing anything. It's just there, anchored to roots that don't need to hold on to anything. Each follicle is a point where stillness settles into the skin, like raindrops meeting ground without rushing away. Your breath moves through your chest, not as effort but as movement, like air passing through a tunnel made of bone and muscle, with no resistance. There's no need for it to go deeper. It just stays at its own level, breathing in its own rhythm, carrying silence with each out-breath, like the echo of something that never had to be said. Your skin isn't guarding anymore. It doesn't flinch when air touches it, doesn't react to coolness or warmth as if preparing for threat. It simply receives, each point of contact not analyzed but felt in its own right. The fabric against your back feels like a second layer of stillness, one that has learned how to hold you without asking anything back. Your body no longer thinks it needs to be ready. There's no need to prepare for the next moment, the next task, the next person who might speak. It isn't waiting. It doesn't have to move forward or backward. The muscles don't twitch with anticipation. They just stay where they are, resting in their own shape and weight, as if time has forgotten how to push them into action. Your legs feel heavy not because they're tired, but because gravity is doing what it's meant to do, holding them down, letting them sink through the surface beneath them like stones sinking slowly into sand. The tension that kept your thighs taut all day dissolves like sugar in warm water, not gone suddenly, but softened over time until there's nothing left to resist. Your feet are still on the floor or bed or whatever supports them, but they don't need to be anywhere. They're not holding up the body, they're just part of it, resting where gravity has placed them. The soles feel wide and open, not stiff, not tense, just spreading into their own shape like roots settling deeper into soil after rain. Your awareness doesn't have to search anymore. It's already here, in this space between breaths, between heartbeats, between thoughts that drift by without leaving a trace. There's no need to find anything. There's nothing missing. The body isn't broken or incomplete, just resting in the way it was meant to after years of holding itself together through strain. Your mind doesn't need to be quiet. It just lets things pass like clouds over water, not clinging to any one shape, not trying to make sense of anything. There's no demand for clarity here, no pressure to understand or remember. You don't have to keep track of the day, the conversation, the email left unanswered. It all stays where it is, far away in memory, while you stay present in this quiet now. Your body isn't trying to heal, it's just being healed by stillness itself. Not because something is wrong that needs fixing, but because rest is its natural state when no one demands anything of it. The nervous system isn't fighting for calm. It's simply allowing the deep quiet to take over, like a forest after snowfall. Everything covered in silence, everything at peace. There's no separation between your inside and outside anymore. The boundary where skin ends and air begins is blurred, softened by stillness. You don't feel closed off or exposed. You just feel present, fully within your own body, without the need to defend it from anything. It isn't fragile, it's not weak, it's simply real in its quiet form. Your breath continues, not because you're doing it, but because your body knows how to breathe when nothing else is happening. Each exhale lasts longer than the inhale, stretching out like a thread pulled slowly through space, until even time feels suspended between one rhythm and the next. There's no need for urgency, no need to reach any destination. Your skin continues to feel not cold or hot, not tight or loose, but just alive with sensation in its own way. The air touches it lightly, like fingers brushing a surface that doesn't need to respond. It doesn't flinch. It doesn't react. It's simply aware, like glass holding light without needing to reflect anything back. Your shoulders have settled lower than they've been in weeks, not by force, but simply because the weight of them has found its own balance, no longer lifted to meet expectation or carry invisible load, just resting where gravity places each bone with quiet certainty. The space between your collarbones feels open, not hollow. not empty, but like a small clearing after rain, soft and still beneath a sky that no longer demands anything from the earth below. Your hands lie palms up on either side of you now, as if they've just released something too long held. Maybe an idea, maybe a worry, maybe only the memory of needing to be useful. And there's nothing left for them to do but stay where they are. Not waiting, not reaching, not preparing. They don't need permission to rest. Their stillness is enough in itself. The fingers aren't curled or tense. They stretch gently into space like roots testing soil after drought, exploring the air just beyond touch without needing anything from it. Your spine has softened along its length, not collapsed but surrendered slowly, as if each vertebra were a bead on a string that's finally stopped being pulled taut. It doesn't need to be straight or aligned. It only needs to follow the curve of support beneath you, the bed, floor, cushion, without resisting where gravity wants to place it. There is no effort in this shape, just continuity from one bone to another, like water flowing through a channel that hasn't been tampered with for years. Your breath continues its quiet rhythm, not shallow anymore, but deepening into the body's own natural timing, as if your lungs have remembered what they were made for before pressure built up around them. The air comes in not hurriedly and goes out even more slowly, like a stream passing over smooth stone under moonlight, never rushing, always present. Your belly rises faintly with each inhale, not tight or tense, but soft as fabric that's been laid across something warm. It doesn't need to push against anything. It just moves because the breath tells it to. And when you exhale, there's no effort in letting go. The muscles don't contract backward into tension. They simply relax like a cloth left on a chair after someone stood up. Your hips feel grounded not by force, but by presence, each side of your pelvis resting evenly against whatever supports them, as if the bones had finally decided that stability isn't about holding firm, but allowing themselves to be held. The sacrum is still. It doesn't brace itself for movement or worry about posture. It just knows where it belongs. Your legs stretch out straight and relaxed from hip to toe, each joint quiet in its position, no longer fighting the pull of gravity, as if trying to resist sinking too far into sleep. You don't need them upright anymore. You're not standing on anything that requires balance or readiness. They are simply part of your body's restful geometry, limbs laid down like branches after a storm have stopped shaking. Your feet continue to feel the surface beneath, whether floor, mat, bedspread. The contact points alive but unburdened by effort. There is no need for them to grip anything. They don't even care if it's warm or cool anymore. The soles are aware not as instruments of movement, but simply as places where sensation can reside without purpose. Your awareness doesn't jump from one part to another now. It moves through you like a slow tide returning after long absence. Gentle, inevitable, quiet in its return. There is no searching for peace, because there's already enough stillness here that even the idea of seeking feels unnecessary. There are subtle shifts within your body, micro-movements too small to name, but real. The way blood flows deeper into tissue when tension has dissolved. How heat pools lightly beneath skin after hours without strain. You don't notice them as events. You feel only their presence like warmth behind glass that's been left open at night. Your jaw is unclenched, not because someone told it to be loose, but simply because the muscles no longer believe they have a role in holding anything together anymore. There's nothing pressing against your teeth, nothing grinding beneath them, just softness between lips and tongue, as if you've finally stopped trying to speak when there was nothing left to say. Your forehead feels wide, not flattened or tight, but open like the surface of water after ripples have passed through it, completely gone still. The skin doesn't tense at thought. Thoughts come by without making waves in that space above your eyes. You don't need clarity right now. You're not trying to understand anything, remember a name, solve a problem, or fix something wrong. There's no demand on you beyond what is already happening. The breath going out longer than it comes in, time unfolding slowly between moments of silence, so deep they feel like pauses in sound itself. Your skin feels less defined, not by edges but by presence, like fabric that has settled into a form, not because someone shaped it, but simply because gravity and warmth allowed it to find its place. You don't need to define where your body ends or begins. You're just here within yourself without needing permission to be. Your arms stay relaxed at your sides, not stiff from lying still for too long nor heavy with fatigue, but held in a position that requires nothing of them. The shoulders remain low, not because they've been instructed, but simply because there's no reason left to lift them upward again. It isn't effortful to rest here. It just is, like light filling an empty room after the door has finally opened and stayed open for good. Your breath continues without urgency, not fast enough to wake you up, slow enough that each pause between inhale and exhale feels deeper than before. The length of your out-breath grows slightly longer, not because it's forced, but simply because there is no need to rush back in, no one calling you from anywhere beyond this moment. Your body doesn't think ahead anymore, not about tomorrow or the email that will come later or what needs to be done when you wake. It only knows where it is, supported by something solid beneath and held gently within its own quiet form. The space inside your chest feels expanded, softened not from breathing deeply, but simply because there's nothing pressing against it anymore. The heart doesn't race. The pulse isn't loud or urgent. It moves quietly in time with what's happening, like water moving through a channel that no longer needs to fight its paths. Your back lies flat on the surface below, not pressed into resistance nor lifted away from contact, but simply resting as if this shape has always been correct for you. Each vertebra molds itself softly against whatever supports it. No need for correction or alignment, just continuity of form in stillness. It's not that everything is perfect. It isn't about perfection at all. It's only about being where you are without needing to fix anything first. Your body doesn't have a goal right now. Its purpose has become simply staying present through the quiet hours between thoughts and breaths, between one sense of weight and another. You don't need to think about what happens next. There is no next that requires preparation or urgency. The world outside continues as it will, but here in this place where your body rests fully, there's only stillness without demand, not waiting for anything except the natural rhythm of returning inward. The air touches you lightly, not cold nor hot, but just present, like a quiet thought passing through space after someone has stopped speaking. There is no reaction to that touch. It doesn't need one. It simply happens and moves on, just as every breath does now, in without effort, out with ease. Your mind drifts not toward memories or worries, but floats aimlessly across the surface of awareness like leaves caught in a slow river current after rain has passed through forest canopies far away. Nothing needs to be remembered, nothing must be forgotten. You're just here, within your own shape and weight, resting as if you've finally learned how. Your body continues its deep quiet not because it's tired, but simply because rest is no longer something that requires permission or effort. It's been earned by letting go over time, quietly, without notice. It isn't sudden. There was never a moment where everything snapped into place. It has only grown deeper with each long exhale, each soft release of tension not from willpower, but just the body's own natural surrender when no one asks it to do anything more than be itself. Your hands rest palms up on your chest, not because you've decided to place them there, but simply because gravity has taken over their position and made it natural. No need to think about what comes next, no desire to move or reposition. The fingers are relaxed, not limp but still holding the shape of themselves, like clay left in a quiet kiln after firing. They don't curl inward from strain. They don't lift towards some invisible task. They lie as they were meant to when nothing is asked of them. open and unguarded, waiting only for the next breath or the next moment of stillness. Your arms extend downward from your shoulders, not in surrender, but in release, not because you're tired, but because there's no reason left to carry weight through space. The muscles that once held tension like wire under pressure now soften into a kind of listening to what their own shape feels like when it isn't fighting. The tendons don't tighten, the joints don't complain. There is no resistance between bone and skin, only the quiet continuity of being supported by your own body's structure without effort. Your chest continues to rise and fall with a rhythm that has become almost unconscious, not shallow but not deep either, just steady enough to keep the air flowing through you like a slow river passing over smooth stones. You don't need to remember how to breathe. The breath remembers itself. The in-breath is gentle, just enough to fill what needs filling, and then it stops, not with hesitation, but with space. That pause between breaths isn't empty, it's full of stillness, like a moment before music begins again after silence has done its work. Then the exhale comes, not forced, not hurried, but long and soft, as if you're letting out something that wasn't even named until now. The release of holding on to being anywhere but here. Your face is no longer shaped by strain or focus. There's no tightness around the jawline, no clenched teeth behind a pressed smile from earlier in the day. The muscles in your cheeks relax downward into their true resting position, not because you've told them to, but because they don't need to do anything else. Your lips part slightly, not in speech, not in dreaming, but just as air moves through naturally, like wind passing between trees when no one is listening. Your forehead unclenches slowly, as if the brain has finally decided that it doesn't have to keep monitoring everything. No more scanning for danger, no more reviewing what was said, no more predicting how someone else might react. The skin above your brows softens into a quiet fold, not wrinkled with thought or worry, but smooth and open like soil after rain stops falling. There's nothing to solve here. There's only the weight of being present without resistance. Your eyes remain closed, not because you're trying to sleep, but because they no longer have anything to do. They don't need to see what comes next. The visual cortex rests as well, not in darkness, but in a kind of stillness that doesn't require input. There's no image forming behind the eyelids, just absence without lack, like watching clouds pass over an open field where nothing is expected or required. Your scalp lies against whatever surface supports it, not pressed nor lifted, just gently receiving the weight of your head as if this shape has always been correct for you. The hair follicles don't twitch in response to sound or thought, they rest without expectation. The skin on your skull feels light, no tension from thinking too hard, no heat from anxiety. It's just there, a soft envelope around what is already quiet inside. Your ears remain open not because someone spoke, but simply because hearing doesn't need to be active anymore. There are no voices calling you back into the world of urgency or responsibility. The sounds that drift in faint, distant, are allowed to pass like dust motes through a sunbeam. They enter and leave without leaving an imprint. You don't decide whether to notice them. You simply let them happen as background noise to something deeper, the quiet pulse beneath all sensation. Your neck lengthens slightly not by effort, but because the weight of your head is no longer pulling it forward or sideways into a position of strain. The vertebrae align naturally, one after another, not in perfect alignment but in continuity, like beads on a thread that has been left to hang freely without correction. There's no need to fix anything here. There's only the long, slow release of holding your head up for hours at a time while you worked, stared, responded. That job is done now. Your shoulders drop not as a command but as a consequence, because they don't have to do anything anymore. The muscles that once lifted in response to stress or expectation finally relax into their resting form, low and wide, not collapsed, but simply no longer engaged. They rest on the surface of your back like stones on riverbeds after water has receded, solid, unburdened, waiting only for what comes next without needing to plan it. Your chest continues its quiet rhythm, not rising with effort or falling with surrender, but moving as if breathing is a natural part of being alive and nothing more. The ribs expand just enough to allow air in, then contract gently, not quickly, not forcefully, just enough so the breath can leave again without resistance. There's no need to deepen it. There's only continuity between one moment and the next. Your belly rests softly against your spine, not tense or clenched, but open like a room that has been left empty for weeks after everyone has gone home. The muscles don't tighten around anything. They don't hold on to memories of hunger or tension. They just lie there, unmoved by thought, untouched by urgency, with the kind of stillness that comes only when nothing is expected of you at all. Your back continues its contact with the surface beneath, not pressing into it, not lifting away from it, but simply accepting what's already present. The shape of the bed or floor as it holds your weight without complaint. The lower spine curves slightly downward in response to gravity, not because it wants to, but because that is how it settles when no one tells it otherwise. There's no need for correction, no need for adjustment, just a soft continuity between body and support, like two shapes fitting together naturally after being apart too long. Your hips rest evenly on the surface, not shifted left or right, not held in place by tension, but just lying where they belong, as if gravity has finally found its point of balance within your frame. The pelvis doesn't tilt forward or tuck back. It simply stays neutral and unclaimed by anything but stillness. There's no need to fix it because there's nothing wrong with it now. Your legs extend downward from your hips, not stiff nor relaxed in a way that feels artificial, but just as they are when the body has stopped caring about posture or performance. The thighs rest against each other without pressure. The knees don't lock, but neither do they bend unnaturally. They stay where gravity places them. Your feet lie flat on whatever holds them, not curled under, not pointing forward in readiness for action, but just resting as if this position has always been correct. The soles press into the surface with no need to push back or grip, only accepting what is already beneath. Warmth from the floor, slight resistance from fabric, the softness of carpet or mattress. Your toes spread slightly, not by choice, but because they don't have anything else to do. They aren't holding up your body, they're not preparing for movement. There's no reason to curl them inward or press down into a surface. They simply lie there, open and relaxed, as if the world has finally stopped requiring them to be useful. Your whole body is now one continuous field of sensation, not divided by parts, not segmented by effort, but just being supported, still, heavy in its own right without needing to justify it. There's no part that feels more important than another. There's no area where you're supposed to wake up or pay attention. You are simply here, whole and unbroken, and the only thing happening is the quiet unfolding of rest as something real, not imagined. Your skin has softened over the last few minutes, not from warmth or movement, but from simply being left alone. No need to react, no demand to respond. The surface of your body feels less like a boundary and more like something that's slowly remembering how to breathe without resistance. There's no tightness at the edges anymore, the way it used to pull in when you were listening for someone else's voice or waiting for an email, for a signal that you mattered. Now there's only the quiet permission of not needing to do anything with what's already here. The skin doesn't hold tension because it doesn't have to carry weight. It just rests against air, like cloth left out in stillness after rain has passed. Your hands are no longer curled into fists shaped by frustration or anticipation. They lie open, palm up, not reaching for anything, not gesturing toward a future that hasn't arrived. The fingers don't tremble with the memory of typing or clicking. They don't twitch as if still rehearsing what came before. There's space between them now, the kind of empty space that happens when nothing is being demanded from the hands at all. They aren't meant to fix, create, or hold things anymore. They're just there, like stones left on a riverbank after water has receded. Your shoulders have dropped below their usual height, not because you've leaned them down with effort, but because gravity has taken over, and they no longer feel the need to brace against it. The muscles that once hunched forward in preparation for another meeting or another thought now simply surrender. No fight, no tension left to maintain. There's nothing to protect anymore. No one waiting behind a screen who might ask you to explain why something wasn't finished on time. Your shoulders aren't holding the weight of expectation. They're just letting it go. Your neck is uncurled, not stiff with stiffness, not tense from looking down too long at a monitor or up at a ceiling that never moved. It's relaxed in its own natural curve, no longer needing to twist toward an unseen presence or adjust for a posture that felt wrong the moment you adopted it. The vertebrae don't click or ache because they're not carrying anything. There's only a soft alignment between your head and spine, like one long column of stillness that doesn't need to be checked, corrected, or proven. Your jaw has unclenched, not suddenly, but gradually, like a door that slowly opens after being locked for too many days. The teeth aren't pressed together. The muscles along your temples don't pull taut with irritation or silence. You're not chewing on thoughts anymore. There's no taste of anger left in your mouth, no bitterness from having said too much or too little. There's just quiet space behind your lips, the kind that comes when you stop trying to control what flows out. Your ears have stopped filtering sounds the way they used to, for urgency, for tone, for the faintest rise in pitch that might signal displeasure. They're no longer scanning the room for footsteps or messages or the sound of a name being called. The auditory nerves aren't on high alert anymore. They've lowered their volume not because something's wrong, but because nothing is asking them to listen. Your eyes are closed, not tightly, not resisting light, but just resting in darkness, as if they've finally been allowed to forget what seeing feels like. There's no effort to focus or locate anything. No need to distinguish between shapes or colors or movement across the field of vision. The eyelids don't twitch with fatigue. They stay down because there's nothing left to see that matters. Your breath is still flowing, not fast, not shallow, but steady and deep enough to keep your lungs open without effort. There's no moment where you have to remind yourself to breathe in again or worry about whether the next one will come. The inhale isn't a signal for action. The exhale doesn't need to be controlled. It just happens, like waves coming ashore when there's nothing left to push them back. Your spine feels less like a column of effort and more like something that's been quietly settling into place since you first lay down. The curves aren't being corrected or maintained. They're simply existing, the natural shape of your body when it stops fighting itself. There's no need to sit taller, to pull in your belly, to keep from slumping, because the way you are right now is enough. Your pelvis has stopped trying to hold everything together. It doesn't have to balance on a stool or stay upright during meetings anymore. It can just be where it is, the center of gravity, not needing to prove anything. There's no effort to keep things aligned, no fear that if you let go, the whole structure will collapse. Your legs are longer than they were an hour ago, not in length, but in stillness. They don't feel like instruments waiting for a command. They're just lying where gravity has placed them, straight and unbroken from hip to toe. The muscles aren't tensing in preparation for standing up or walking away. They've stopped pretending that movement is coming. Your feet are no longer thinking about the floor beneath them, not about how cold it might be, not about whether they'll need to step on something sharp later. They're just accepting contact without judgment, soles flat against surface, toes relaxed, arches softening into their natural form. There's no demand that they remember what they were built for. Your body is spreading outward now, not in space but in awareness. It's not expanding because you want it to. It's simply opening up the way a room does when all the people have left and the air settles between walls. The edges are blurred. There's no sharp line where your skin ends and the world begins. You're less of an object and more of a presence, a kind of stillness that doesn't need to announce itself. Your thoughts aren't stopping, they're just slowing down, like water losing momentum after running fast over stones. They don't rush forward anymore, they drift in place, not clinging to anything, not needing to be followed or acted upon. There's no judgment about them, no, this is bad, no, I shouldn't think this, because there's nothing to prove here. Your awareness isn't trying to fix anything, it's just noticing what's already true. The sensation in your right foot is warm, not because it's been rubbed or moved, but because blood has found its way back into that part of you after hours of stillness. Your left shoulder feels slightly heavier than the other, not due to injury, but simply from lying there longer and absorbing more of what gravity offers. There's no need to make meaning out of any of this, no requirement to understand why things feel softer now or how long this will last. You're not being asked to analyze it or respond to it. It just is, this quiet layer between effort and nothingness, where the body remembers its own shape when nobody tells it what to do. Your breath continues, not in rhythm for a purpose, but because you are still alive, and that's enough. The air flows through your nose and out again without interruption, like wind passing through open windows of an empty house. No one home, no reason to stay quiet. You're not trying to fall asleep. You're just letting go into the shape of rest that has always been available, even when you didn't know how to find it. The body isn't fighting anymore. It's not resisting sleep or avoiding stillness. It knows this place is safe because nothing here demands anything from you. Your skin feels lighter now, not because you've shed weight, but because there's no longer a need to protect yourself, to hide what you're feeling, to be ready in case someone walks through the door. You don't have to answer for your presence or explain your silence. You're not being watched. No one is checking on you. No eye has landed on this moment with expectation. There's only space between breaths and a kind of soft continuity that moves without direction. The room around you feels less like a place you need to be in control of, more like something that holds your body the way a blanket holds warmth, without moving or changing its shape, just to accommodate you. Your mind isn't racing through lists anymore, not what needs doing tomorrow, not where you left your keys, not whether you said the right thing earlier. There's only this, the slow rise of your chest and the quiet fall after it, like waves that don't need a shore to crash against. You're not holding on to anything anymore, not to tension, not to thought, not to the idea of being somewhere else. The weight in your right hip isn't a burden, it's just pressure, settling into the surface beneath you like sand sinking through water. It doesn't need to be moved or adjusted. It simply is what it is, and that's enough. There's no agenda behind it, no urgency for it to change. You're not waiting for relief, you're already in it. Your breath has become a quiet rhythm, not because you've learned how to control it, but because your body has found its own pace again. It moves like the slow turn of a wheel that's been forgotten in a shed, rusted and still, until someone finally lifts it just enough to feel its shape. The air doesn't come in with demand. It flows through you as if you were already made for it, like roots accepting water after drought. No need to call it back. It stays. Your spine isn't stiff anymore. It's not resisting the curve of the surface beneath it. There's no effort to keep yourself upright, no instinct to rise or brace. The vertebrae are resting in alignment, not because you've corrected them, but because they're finally allowed to be where they belong. They don't need a posture, they just need space. And that space is here. Your left hand lies open now, palm up toward the ceiling, fingers spread not for grip, not for motion, but simply in the way limbs do when nothing asks of them. The skin over your knuckles feels thin, almost translucent, not with age or illness, but with release. There's no need to hide it, no shame in showing how soft it really is underneath. You're not being seen, you don't even know if anyone could see you right now. But that doesn't matter, because there's no one who needs to. Your ears are quiet, not blocked, not ringing but still. Not empty exactly, but unoccupied by sound the way a room can be silent without being dead. The faint hum of distant traffic is just a vibration in the air, not something you have to interpret or respond to. It's like feeling heat from far away, there because it exists, but not requiring your attention. Your eyes are closed, but that doesn't mean there's nothing behind them. There's no image forming, no memory flickering, just softness at the back of your skull where light used to be. The darkness isn't a place you're waiting to escape from, it's just an absence, like still water with no ripple, no reflection. Your jaw has softened, not because someone told you to relax, but because there's no reason left to clench. The muscles along your temples have stopped tightening against the weight of thoughts they used to carry. You don't need to grind your teeth anymore, not even in sleep. There's no one here to argue with, no voice in your head that needs to be answered. Your throat is open, not constricted by stress or effort. The passage from nose to lung isn't narrowed by tension, it just breathes. Air moves through without resistance, like a river finding its way downhill after being blocked for years. There's no struggle, no pushing, no pulling, just the quiet flow of what's already there. Your chest is not rising and falling out of obligation. It's moving because your body remembers how to be alive in stillness. The rise isn't meant to say, "I'm breathing," nor is the fall a sign that you're losing something. It's just motion, natural, unforced, like a bell that's been struck once and now vibrates without needing another hand. Your belly doesn't feel full or empty, it feels neutral, like soil after rain has soaked in but hasn't yet dried. There's no hunger there, not even the memory of it. It just is, warm in places, cool in others, all shifting gently with each breath as if adjusting to its own shape. Your lower back doesn't ache anymore, not because you've fixed anything, but because the strain has dissolved into stillness. The muscles aren't doing their job, they're not trying to support or stabilize. They're just resting in place like fabric that's been left on a chair for hours and no longer needs to stand upright. Your hips are heavy, but not uncomfortably so. That weight isn't pressure, it's presence. It means your body is fully supported by the surface beneath you, as if gravity were gently pressing down with care rather than force. You're sinking into the bed, not falling through it, but letting go of any resistance to being held. Your legs are not stiff or restless, they're simply in place, one lying slightly bent at the knee, the other straight and relaxed along the edge of the surface. The skin over your calves is warm from blood returning after hours of stillness, like rivers slowly refilling their banks after a dry spell. There's no rush to use them again, they don't need to be ready. Your feet are not trying to walk, not even in dreams. They're just there, the soles flat, the toes uncurled, the arches softening into shape as if time had finally caught up with their natural form. The skin on your heels feels slightly thickened, not from friction or wear, but from being pressed against something solid for a long while. And that's okay. Your awareness isn't searching anymore, it's not looking for calm, nor is it waiting for peace to arrive. It's just present, like dust settling after a storm, like silence returning after music ends. There's no expectation of anything changing. You're not trying to get anywhere else. The only movement is the slow shift from one breath into the next. Your skin isn't protecting you anymore, not guarding against touch or temperature or exposure. It doesn't need to stay tight or alert. It can be porous, open, receptive, letting in air and light without resistance. There's no fear of being too sensitive, no worry that someone might notice what you're feeling. Your thoughts aren't disappearing, they're just letting go. They don't stop because you've forced them to. They slow down like waves drifting across a pond after the wind has died. You don't need to follow them or push them away. If one comes, like a shadow passing by, it doesn't mean anything. It's not important, and it won't last. Your body isn't trying to be something different than what it is. It doesn't want to be more alert, more productive, more present in the world. It just wants to rest, to be supported without condition, to exist without purpose. And that is allowed here. There's no reason not to stay like this. Your breath continues, not because you're doing something right, but because your body still knows how to breathe when it doesn't have to think about it. The air flows in and out of your nose with the same rhythm as a breeze through tall grass, gentle, continuous, unmarked by effort. You don't need to remember anything now, not what you forgot, not where you left your keys, not what tomorrow might bring. There's no task waiting at the end of this stillness, no list that needs checking off. Nothing is missing because nothing was ever required. Your arms aren't stiff or tired, just resting along your sides, palms up, fingers relaxed. The weight in them isn't a burden. It's just gravity doing its work. There's no need to lift anything again. You don't have to carry anything forward. Just be here on the surface of this moment. Your neck doesn't feel stiff or sore anymore, not because you've stretched it, but because there's nothing pulling it into position. It's not holding your head up, it's just allowing it to rest where it is. The muscles are soft, the joints loose, like metal that has finally cooled after being heated. Your shoulders don't hunch or rise, they're simply down and relaxed, sinking with gravity rather than resisting it. They aren't trying to shield you from anything, not even the weight of your own thoughts. Your back is no longer braced against the surface. It's just lying there, accepting what supports it without protest. The contact points, where skin meets fabric or mattress, are not sharp or uncomfortable. They're soft, steady, unchanging. You aren't falling asleep. You're already in that place where sleep begins but doesn't have to arrive. It's like standing at the edge of a forest after dusk has come, not yet stepping inside, but knowing it's safe there. No need to go further, just be here on the threshold. Your chest doesn't rise to meet effort anymore. It just follows the natural arc of air moving through your body, like a river finding its path beneath the soil. There's no need to force it open or widen it for breath, because every part of you is already receiving what it needs without demand. The space between your ribs isn't tight with tension. It's quiet, yielding, like a hollow reed where wind passes through without resistance. You don't have to claim that space as yours. It belongs to the rhythm itself. Your fingertips feel slightly cooler than the rest of you, not because they're cold, but because they've been farthest from the center, untouched by heat for hours. They're not numb, though they still know their shape, still remember where they end and the air begins. That faint sensation is just a reminder that awareness can stretch to the edges without needing to pull back in. Your lower back feels like it's being held by something older than your bones, a quiet gravity beneath the surface of things, not pulling you down but letting you be. The curve where spine meets pelvis isn't fighting its shape anymore. It just accepts the weight that comes from above and lets it settle into place without protest. There is no need to correct or adjust, only to stay. Your hips are not tense with responsibility. They aren't holding up your posture, nor carrying the memory of how long you've sat still. They're just resting where they belong, the bones cradling each other in soft alignment, like stones at the bottom of a slow-moving stream that have stopped trying to move and now only listen. Your legs are no longer waiting for motion. They aren't preparing to stand or walk or go anywhere. The muscles along your thighs feel thickened not with strain but with stillness, like layers of earth built up over time, not from effort but from presence. There's no urgency in their weight, it's just there, like a shadow cast by something already settled. Your feet are flat against the surface beneath you, not pressing into it for leverage or balance, but simply resting as they were meant to be, supported, grounded, untroubled. The arches don't need to lift or tighten. They can soften, let go of their role in walking, because no step is being taken now. There's no destination ahead. Your toes aren't curled from stiffness. They're relaxed and slightly splayed, like roots spreading through dark soil that don't know they're supposed to grow upward. They don't need direction. They just exist, each one a small point of contact between your body and the world beneath you, not needing to respond, but simply being. Your breath continues, not because you've remembered it, but because your nervous system has found its own way back into equilibrium. It's no longer something you have to remember or control. It's happening without instruction, like rain falling on a forest floor where nothing is expected to grow, just silence and absorption. There's a quiet hum in the space behind your eyes, not pain, not light, just a soft vibration of stillness, like a radio tuned between stations. It doesn't need to be named or understood. You don't have to listen to it, but you can feel that it's there, like the sound of water moving slowly through roots. Your jaw isn't clenched, not because you've relaxed it deliberately, but because your body has finally stopped trying to hold on. The muscles around your mouth are no longer fighting against a smile or a frown. They're just letting their usual position remain without correction. Your teeth don't press together. They aren't grinding or clenching from anxiety. They're simply apart, like two stones in water that have given up on pushing each other away. Your tongue rests at the base of your mouth, not pressing against anything, not tasting, not forming words. It doesn't need to move. It's just there, a soft shape, like a folded cloth left behind after use. Your ears don't strain to hear. There's no effort to catch distant voices or sudden sounds. They're open in the way that air is open, not trying to collect anything, but simply receiving what comes without filtering it. There's no need to know what you might miss if you stop listening. Your skin isn't reacting to touch anymore. It doesn't flinch from light pressure or pull back from coolness. It's not defending itself, it's just being. The surface of your body is porous, yes, but not fragile, open without fear, letting in air and sound and warmth the same way a leaf lets sunlight pass through it. Your shoulders don't rise when you hear something outside. They're still down where gravity has placed them. Not because they've been told to be that way, but because there's no reason for them to lift. The muscles aren't holding up your arms or shielding your chest. They're just letting the weight of each limb fall into place. Your hands are not making fists. There's no need to grasp anything now. They don't want to hold on. They're simply open, palms facing up, fingers gently spread like petals that have stopped waiting for rain. Your belly doesn't contract or push inward. It isn't drawing in against the world, nor pushing out against discomfort. It just rests where it is, soft and full of nothing but stillness. The air inside you moves with no demand to be expelled or drawn in. It's allowed to stay. Your breath doesn't need to be deep. You don't have to force more oxygen into your lungs because there's enough. You're not trying to fix anything, restore energy, or prepare for action. Your body isn't asking to wake up. It's just letting life pass through it without resistance. There's no separation between you and the moment. The space where one breath ends and another begins is not a boundary. It's seamless, like water flowing into stillness, like a thread stitching two fabrics together in such a way that no seam shows. Your thoughts aren't disappearing, they're just drifting down, like dust sinking to the floor after a long quiet. You don't need to follow them or stop them. They don't matter anymore because you're not asking for anything from them. They come and go without consequence, like birds passing over a lake that doesn't care where they fly. Your body isn't waiting to be useful. It doesn't have to prove it's worthy of rest. It's already allowed to exist just as it is, with all its heaviness, all its stillness, all its quiet resistance to motion. That is enough. It's not a race to reach sleep. There's no finish line. You're not moving toward something else. You're already where the shift happens, the place between breaths, between thought and silence, between effort and letting go. Your skin doesn't need protection anymore, not from cold, not from heat, not even from being seen or known. It can be bare without shame, open without fear. You don't have to hide behind it because you're not hiding anything now. There's no purpose to this stillness, no goal, no outcome, no change required. The only thing that matters is the fact of being here, the slow unfolding of time in which nothing needs to happen. And as you settle deeper into what already exists, not trying to improve it or fix it, you begin to feel not like someone who has been waiting for rest, but like someone who was always meant to be this way, quiet, heavy, open, present, not striving, not resisting, just being. Your body knows how to stay, how to lie still without needing a reason. It doesn't have to earn its right to be supported. It's not asking for permission. It's just here, and it belongs. And if you're aware of anything at all, it's the softness, not in your muscles, but in the way time feels now, stretched thin like old cloth that no longer resists being pulled. You aren't holding onto moments. They don't have to last. They simply pass, like air through a room with no walls. There's no need for you to do anything at all. No thought needs to be held. No breath needs to be changed. No part of you must become lighter or softer or more aware. You can just stay with the quiet in your chest, the stillness beneath your skin, the weight that doesn't ask for anything back. And as the space between one sensation and the next grows longer, slower, deeper, you're not leaving anything behind. You're not going anywhere else. You're simply letting go of needing to be somewhere you are. You don't need to think about how long you've been lying here, only that each moment has become a little more like sinking into water that doesn't pull you down, but holds you without effort. There's no weight in your arms anymore because they're not supporting anything. Their heaviness isn't resistance, it's surrender. The space between shoulder and elbow is soft now, not tense with tension or purpose, just open, as though the muscles remember what it feels like to forget how to work. You don't need to remind them. They already know. Your fingers aren't curled into fists anymore. They're not making shapes for anything. Not typing, not reaching, not gripping air that's never been there. The tips of each finger are no longer trying to find a surface, only resting where they fall. And even if one drifts slightly toward the edge of your hand, it doesn't matter. There's nowhere else to go except inward, into the quiet between knuckle and nail, into the warmth that lives beneath skin that has forgotten how to feel cold. Your spine isn't straightening because you're trying to be upright. It's simply lying where it belongs, curled along the surface of whatever supports it. Not tense with effort or pride in posture. Just soft in its curve, like a riverbed shaped by time and water, not by design. The vertebrae aren't stacked for strength, only for stillness. Each one rests on the next without needing to be lifted higher. There's no need to keep your back aligned because alignment isn't required here, only presence. Your lower back has stopped trying to brace against pressure. It doesn't have to protect anything anymore, not from sitting too long or from carrying weight that wasn't meant to be carried. The muscles along the small of your spine are just breathing in and out without noticing. They're letting go so slowly you can barely feel it happening. And that's okay. You don't need to speed it up. Letting go isn't a goal. It's already begun. Your hips aren't holding anything back. No stress, no tension from the day, no memory of sitting too long in one position. They're not trying to stay still because they fear falling apart. Instead, they're opening just enough to let gravity pass through them like sunlight through a window that's never been closed. The pelvis isn't keeping secrets anymore. It's showing you what it feels like when it doesn't have to hide its shape. Your legs aren't waiting for action. They don't need to push or lift or cross over anything. They're not planning where they'll go tomorrow or whether they'll be tired again by evening. The thighs are soft now, not weak, but surrendered to the way weight settles into flesh when it's allowed to stay. There's no judgment in their stillness, no shame about being heavy, no need to apologize for taking up space. Your feet don't have to do anything at all. They're not responsible for walking you anywhere or keeping your balance on uneven ground. The arches aren't holding tension. The heels aren't pressing into the floor like they were earlier in the day when you stood too long and tried to stay steady. Now each toe lies flat where it is, some slightly curled from fatigue, some still uncurling after hours of pressure, and that's fine. You don't need them to be anything other than what they are. Small parts of a body that has stopped asking for more. Your breath isn't moving in and out because you're trying to keep up with life, only because it can. The lungs aren't working hard, not pushing air through tubes or forcing oxygen into blood. They're just filling slowly, like a cup left under a tap that doesn't need to be full right away. And when the exhale comes, the long one stretching out like thread pulled from a ball. It's not effortful. It's not even noticed at first. It just happens. Your chest isn't rising because you're trying to stay awake or breathe deeply. It's moving only as much as it needs to, just enough to let the air flow through without demand. The ribs aren't lifting for courage or strength. They're just letting things pass through them, the same way a forest lets wind move between trees without holding on. Your heart doesn't have to beat faster because something might happen soon. It's not racing against time or trying to keep up with the pace of your thoughts, which are no longer rushing past like trains on tracks. The heartbeat is slow now, not weak, but unhurried, like a clock that has stopped counting minutes and just knows what it means to be still. You don't need to listen for sounds beyond this room. No ticking clocks, no distant hum of appliances, no voices from the hallway. You're not trying to hear if someone is coming or going. The silence isn't empty, it's full in its own way, like a darkened space where everything that matters doesn't make noise. Your skin isn't protecting you from outside touch, because there's nothing pressing against it now except air, which passes through without leaving marks. You don't have to guard your body because no one is looking. No one needs to see what you're made of, not even yourself. There's only the quiet feeling of being known by what you are, not by how much you do or how well you perform, but simply by lying here, breathing, present in this moment without needing to prove anything. You don't need to hold on to any part of your body because it might disappear if you let go. The arms aren't slipping away, they're just resting. The legs aren't vanishing, only becoming more still than before. There's no fear that something will be lost if you stop paying attention to it. In fact, the opposite. When you stop trying to manage every sensation, they become easier to feel, not sharper, but softer. Like a hand placed gently on your shoulder, not to pull you up, but simply to say, "I see you here." Your mind isn't racing because it's afraid of forgetting something, only drifting now, like smoke from a candle that has burned down too far to keep its shape. The thoughts don't have names anymore. They're just passing through the air between your ears without landing anywhere. They don't ask for attention. You don't need to answer them. There's no reason to remember any of it. Just let each one fade like a whisper in an empty room, gone before you can catch its meaning. You aren't trying to become someone else. You're not chasing clarity or peace or even quietness. The only thing happening is that all the pressure has left your body, and with it, the need to explain yourself. You don't have to say why you're resting, or how long, or whether it's enough. There's no record of this moment being valuable, only its existence. A small space where nothing happens except stillness. Your feet aren't cold because they've been on the floor too long. They're warm now, not from blood rushing in, but from simply being allowed to stay put. The soles are soft, like earth that hasn't been walked upon for days and has forgotten how to harden. You don't need to warm them up, only let them be where they are, feeling the surface beneath without needing it to change. Your back isn't stiff with years of leaning forward over a screen. It's not even aware of what it was doing earlier in the day. It only knows this, that gravity is holding it now, and it doesn't need to resist. The muscles don't have to remember how to stay upright. They're just letting themselves be carried by something larger than effort. You aren't going anywhere. You aren't being pulled towards sleep or away from wakefulness. There's no edge here, no boundary between one state and another. Only a slow deepening of what is already present, the quiet after everything else has stopped trying to move. It doesn't matter if you're aware of your breath or not. The body knows how to breathe even when it's forgotten. It doesn't need reminders. Just let it flow, like water through a channel that no longer resists its path. There's no rush, no urgency. Only the soft rhythm that lives beneath all action, beneath all striving. The pulse of life simply continuing without being told to. Your breath continues, not because you've decided it should, but because your body has remembered how to do it without needing permission. The air moves in and out like a tide that doesn't ask for approval, just coming and going, steady and unbothered by whether someone is watching or not. There's no need to shape it, correct it, deepen it. It simply arrives and then leaves again, carrying with it nothing but the quiet hum of being alive. Your shoulders are not sinking because they're weak. They're releasing because there's nowhere left to go. No more reaching forward into work, into thought, into what comes next. They don't need to rise up anymore. The weight in them isn't gone. It's just been allowed to settle where it belongs, against the surface beneath you, held by gravity, not willpower. And so they stay, quietly, heavily present, not trying to be anything other than their own shape. There's a softness building behind your eyes now, not from tiredness, but from letting go of the effort to see clearly. You don't need sharp vision right now, you only need to stop pushing against it. The space inside your skull isn't filled with noise anymore. It's just open, like an old room that hasn't been used in months and has forgotten how to echo. There are no names for what moves through there, no urgency behind the drift. And just a slow passage of warmth across the back of your head, like sunlight passing over stone after rain. Your fingers aren't stiff with typing, they're just still now, resting where they fell when you stopped writing. The tips don't ache because they were pressed too hard. They feel full, not from tension, but from being allowed to stay exactly as they are. There's no need to curl them or stretch them out, only to notice that the skin at the base of each one is soft and warm, like earth after a light rain has soaked in. They don't have to do anything. They're not waiting for the next command. Your jaw isn't clenched because you've been grinding your teeth. It's just relaxed now, unguarded by any need to protect yourself from what might come next. There's no tension at the hinge of your face. The muscles aren't trying to keep something in or hold back a sound. They're simply resting, like roots buried deep underground after a long dry season, slowly reabsorbing moisture they didn't know was still available. Your scalp isn't itchy from pressure, it's just aware, not of strain, but of contact with the air above. The surface where your hair meets your skin feels light and open, like soil that has loosened after a storm. There's no need to scratch or adjust, only to let each tiny movement be noticed without reacting. You don't have to do anything about it. It doesn't matter if you feel it. Your ears aren't picking up sounds from the house beyond this room. They're just open, not straining for meaning. The faint hum of a refrigerator in another part of the building passes through them like wind through a hollow tree. There's no need to identify what made it or why it came. It just is. And when it fades, it doesn't leave a hole behind. Your neck isn't supporting your head. It's just letting it rest where it belongs, aligned with the curve of your spine, held by gravity instead of muscles. The vertebrae aren't pressing into one another. They're not trying to keep you upright or balanced. They're simply still, each joint a quiet point in a long chain that no longer needs to carry weight. Your chest isn't rising because you're forcing it. It's expanding gently with each breath that arrives without being asked for. The skin above your sternum feels smooth and untroubled. There's no tightness or pressure behind the breastbone, only space, like a room where nothing has been placed in years, but still holds its shape. Your belly isn't tense from stress. It's just soft now, not because you've emptied it of thoughts, but because it's allowed to be what it is. A quiet, rounded presence beneath your ribs. The muscles aren't guarding anything. They're not trying to push anything out or pull anything in. They're only breathing with the rest of you, like a pouch filled with still air. Your hips don't ache from sitting too long. They're just grounded into the surface below, not resisting, but yielding slightly, as if learning how to be part of something larger than movement. The pelvis isn't trying to protect anything. It's simply resting in its own shape, accepting what lies beneath it without protest. One leg is heavier now, not because blood has pooled there, but because you're letting go of the need to keep it steady. It doesn't have to stay in place, only be felt as it is. The thigh muscles are not tight with effort. They're just soft and still, like a piece of cloth left out on a bed after being folded. Your foot isn't cold because you've been sitting too long. It's warm now, not from blood flow, but from simply being allowed to stay where it is without needing to move. The arch doesn't have to support anything, only be aware of the pressure against the floor or mattress. The heel feels thick and solid, like a stone that has settled into place over time. Your toes aren't curled because you're anxious. They're just relaxed in their own small space, each one separate but connected by soft tissue and sensation. There's no need to stretch them out or straighten them. They don't have to do anything. They only have to be. And the other leg is moving into stillness too, not by effort, but because you've stopped trying to control how it feels. The calf muscles aren't tensing up, just letting go, like a rope that's been untied after hours of holding tight. There's no resistance in the joint at the knee. It doesn't have to stay straight or bend. It only needs to be where it is. Your whole body isn't trying to keep you awake or asleep, only to be exactly as it is, supported by whatever holds it. The surface beneath you isn't a bed or a floor. It's just what keeps your weight from falling through. You don't have to fight gravity. You only have to let yourself be carried. You aren't lying in wait for sleep. You're not waiting for anything at all. There's no clock ticking, no need to check if the time is right. This moment isn't measuring up or failing, it's just happening. And it doesn't need to last. It only needs to be. There's a quiet pulse beneath your skin now, not loud, not fast, just steady and deep, like water moving slowly under stone. You don't have to listen for it. It's already there, always has been. It's the rhythm that never stops even when you forget about it. Your heart doesn't beat faster because you're afraid. It beats just enough to keep everything alive. Your skin isn't sensitive anymore, not from irritation or cold, but from being simply touched by air and space. There's no need to cover yourself, pull a blanket up, or adjust your position. You don't have to protect anything. The surface of your body is not fragile. It's just open, like a door left slightly ajar in an empty house. Your arms aren't tucked under you because they're uncomfortable. They're just resting where they fell when the tension finally gave way. There's no need to move them into place or tuck them away. They don't have to do anything but be. And your hands are not clenched around nothing, only open now, palms facing up as if waiting for something that doesn't exist. Not a message, not an answer, just the quiet possibility of receiving what isn't coming. Your breath is no longer regulated by thought. It's just flowing, like water through a channel worn smooth over time. You don't have to guide it. It knows where to go. The in-breath doesn't need to be deep. The out-breath doesn't need to be long. It only needs to happen. Your thoughts aren't gone. They're not even quiet. They're just passing by, like birds flying through a sky that's too vast to notice their flight. You don't have to watch them go. There's no need to follow. No reason to remember what they said or why they came. They drift away without landing. Your spine isn't holding itself upright. It's just resting in its natural curve, like a riverbed shaped by years of slow water. The vertebrae aren't pressing into one another to stay aligned. They're simply stacked, each one cradled by the next, not needing to prove anything about strength or posture. There's no need for your back to be straight or soft. It only has to be where it is, with the weight of your torso resting fully on the surface below you. The space between each bone isn't empty. It's filled with quiet pressure, like a pause in conversation that doesn't require filling. You don't have to fix anything about how your body fits into this moment. Only notice what already is. Your pelvis isn't tilted forward or tucked back. It's just settled, like soil after rain has finished sinking. The bones around the hip joints aren't stiff from sitting. They're relaxed in their sockets, not trying to stay still, but simply allowing themselves to be held by gravity and soft tissue. There's no effort behind the way your hips rest against the mattress, only a quiet surrender to the shape of where you are. You don't have to worry about alignment or symmetry. The body isn't built for balance in that sense. It's built for stillness, for holding space without strain. Your lower back doesn't ache because you're tired. It only feels what it feels, warm and slightly heavy, like a stone warmed by sunlight through the day. The muscles along your spine aren't tense from stress. They're not contracting or trying to brace against anything. They're simply awake in their own way, aware of contact, aware of weight, aware of being part of something larger than effort. There's no need to flatten it or arch it. It only needs to stay as it is, with the surface beneath it doing all the work of supporting its shape. Your ribs aren't rising and falling because you're trying to breathe. They're just expanding slightly on their own, like a pair of soft bellows that don't have to do anything but exist. The breath moves through them not because you've instructed it, but because your body still knows how to let air in and out without thought. It's not a performance. It's not even an action. It's just the quiet rhythm of being alive, happening between your lungs and your chest wall. You don't have to guide it. You don't have to feel it. It doesn't matter if you notice it or not. The breath is already moving through you like wind through a canyon, natural, slow, never asking for permission. Your shoulders aren't hunched forward because of stress. They're just resting at the base of your neck, relaxed in their own space, not needing to reach for anything. They don't have to be pulled back or lowered. It's enough that they've stopped holding on. The shoulder blades are not trying to stay flat against your back. They're simply lying there, like two small islands drifting in a sea of stillness. There's no need to tighten them or relax them further. Only let them float within the quiet space between muscle and bone. Your neck isn't stiff from looking down at a screen. It's just long and soft, with the vertebrae stacked so gently they almost don't touch one another. The muscles along the side of your throat aren't knotted or tight. They're not even aware of their own presence. They don't have to stay straight or relaxed, only be where they are, as if they've forgotten what effort is for. Your head doesn't need to be lifted or lowered. It's just balanced on top of you like a cup resting on its base. There's no weight behind it, only gravity doing what it always does, pulling down, letting things settle. Your jaw isn't clenched because you've been grinding your teeth. It's open in the way that means nothing at all. The muscles under your ears aren't tensed from frustration. They're not trying to keep anything closed or held shut. There's no pressure behind your molars, only a quiet softness, like the inside of a folded napkin left on a table. Your tongue isn't pressing against the roof of your mouth. It's just resting in its own small hollow, not doing anything, not needing to do anything. Your eyes aren't closed because you're trying to sleep. They're just still, lids heavy and warm, like curtains drawn over windows that no longer need to watch the world. The muscles around them don't have to stay relaxed, only let go of any small tension they've been holding for hours. There's no reason to open them or look anywhere. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of softness, of still air, of a space where nothing needs to be seen. Your forehead doesn't need to smooth out. It's already quiet in its own way, with the skin relaxed over bone and blood vessels moving slowly beneath. The lines between your brows aren't deep from worry. They're just marks left by time, not meaning anything now. There's no need to erase them or flatten them. Only let them stay as they are, like small grooves worn into a rock by years of rain. Your scalp isn't tight because you've been thinking too much. It's open and light, like the surface of water after waves have passed. The hair follicles aren't pulling on anything. They're not even aware of their own presence. There's no pressure from inside your skull, only a sense of space, wide and quiet, where nothing needs to be heard or remembered. Your ears don't need to listen for sounds. You're already hearing what's around you without effort. The faint hum of electricity in walls, the soft creak of wood settling under weight, the distant breath of air moving through a room that doesn't know it's being listened to. You aren't filtering anything, only letting sound drift past like leaves on a stream. Your skin isn't sensitive because you're cold. It's just warm enough to feel its own texture. Soft, slightly rough in places where hair grows, smooth over bone. It's not trying to protect you. It doesn't need to react or close off. You don't have to cover it with clothes or blankets. Only let it be exposed to the air as if it belongs there. Your fingertips aren't numb because they've been unused. They're just resting where they landed, each one feeling its own small shape against the surface beneath. The nails aren't growing too long. Their edges are soft and rounded by time, not needing to be trimmed or filed. Your hands don't have to grip anything, only stay as they are, open like cups that never needed to hold anything at all. Your arms don't need to be straight or bent, just resting in their own space, not reaching for the past or trying to prepare for the future. The tendons aren't taut with memory of work. They're quiet and long, like threads left behind after a needle has passed through fabric. There's no reason to move them, only let them stay where they are, held by gravity and stillness. Your torso isn't hollow from exhaustion. It's full in its own way, not with air or tension, but with the quiet presence of being alive. The organs inside aren't struggling. They're not working harder than needed. They don't have to pump blood faster or digest food quicker, only do what they always do. Continue slowly and without effort. Your legs don't need to be straight. It's enough that they lie where gravity has placed them. The thighs aren't tight from sitting too long. They're just soft with weight, like logs left by a river after the flood has passed. There's no reason to stretch or lift. They only have to stay as they are, sinking deeper into the surface beneath. Your feet don't need to be aligned. It's enough that each one is in its own spot, not trying to follow any rule about how toes should point or heels should land. They're just resting on their own shape, like stones left by water where they've always belonged. The arches aren't collapsing, they're simply open, with no need to support anything but themselves. Your whole body isn't a problem that needs fixing. It's not broken or incomplete. It doesn't have to be better than it is in order to be worthy of rest. You don't have to earn stillness by doing anything right. You only have to let go, like someone who has walked so far they no longer need to keep moving forward. Your spine isn't a column holding up something it wasn't meant to, only the quiet curve of bone that has carried your weight for years, not with strain but with ease, like the way roots grow deep into soil without effort or complaint. It doesn't remember every bend you made at the desk. It only knows where each vertebra sits in relation to gravity and rest. The spaces between aren't tight. They're open just enough so that fluid can move through them, as if they were rivers of stillness, not channels for tension. There's no need to straighten or correct, only let it be what it is. A line of soft alignment where the body has learned how to stay without trying. Your chest doesn't rise because you're forcing breath into your lungs. It rises only when air finds its way in naturally, like water filling an empty bowl. The ribs aren't holding anything back. They don't have to keep out fear or effort or the weight of thoughts that never left their corners. They move slightly with each pass of air, not from obligation, but because they are capable of it, like leaves swaying on a branch without wind. Your belly isn't hollowed by stress. It's soft and full in its own quiet way, like soil after rain has soaked through to the roots beneath. The muscles don't tense up when you breathe. They only let go, as if remembering how not to push against anything at all. There's no need to flatten or tighten, only allow it to be what it is. A space where warmth collects without needing purpose. Your pelvis doesn't carry the weight of decisions that haven't been made. It just rests where gravity placed it, like a stone in a riverbed not shaped by force, but worn smooth over time. The bones aren't fighting for position. They don't need to be aligned or balanced, because nothing is asking them to stay upright anymore. They're simply lying down together, holding the shape of your body as if they'd been waiting all along for this exact moment. Your hips are not stiff from sitting too long, only resting in their own softness, like two bowls filled with still water that hasn't stirred since morning. The joint capsules don't ache because movement was denied. They're just quiet and full of ease, not needing to be unlocked or loosened by stretch or effort. Your thighs aren't heavy from hours on a chair, only resting in their own natural softness, like the way fabric settles when it's no longer being worn. The flesh doesn't need to be toned. It only needs to stay where it is, held gently by gravity and time. Each knee isn't creaking because of wear. They're simply still, not protesting or asking for more motion than they've been given. There's no joint that resists its own position, only a quiet acceptance that this shape has served well enough, even if never praised. Your shins aren't tense from pressure on the floor below. You're only feeling what's already there. Texture beneath your skin, slight differences in temperature where fabric meets bone. The tibia doesn't need to be straight. It's just lying as it was meant to lie, like a river stone smoothed by years of current. Your ankles aren't swollen from stillness. They're not inflamed or tight with effort. They don't have to carry anything now, only let the blood flow through them without resistance, letting circulation happen as if no one were watching. Each foot is resting exactly where it landed in time and space, not reaching for a place that doesn't exist. The heels aren't pressing into the surface because they want stability. They're just there, like two stones left by water after all motion has passed through them. The soles don't need to feel anything, only let sensation come as if from outside themselves, not as demand but as presence. A faint warmth where skin touches support, a quiet pressure that isn't painful or urgent. The arches aren't trying to lift the body, they're just open and relaxed, like an empty cup left on a table. Your toes are not curled in resistance, only resting flat against whatever holds them, each one aware of its own shape without needing to adjust it. There's no need for alignment or correction, it only needs to be what it is. Small pieces of flesh that don't care about rules or posture. The space between your feet and the surface beneath isn't empty. It's full with contact, not as a point of effort, but as a quiet meeting place where body meets support. The floor doesn't need to respond, only hold you without giving anything back. Your entire form is no longer held together by will or intention. It's just lying down in its own way. The shape that forms when movement stops and stillness takes over completely, like how light settles on a surface after all motion has passed through it. You don't have to be any other version of yourself, only let this one remain. There is no need for you to become something new or different. You only have to continue being present in the way that your body already knows. Not fighting, not striving, not correcting itself. There's nothing wrong with how you are now. It doesn't need fixing. The air around you isn't thin because of fatigue, only soft and full enough so each breath can move without resistance. It doesn't have to be deeper or slower. Just let it happen, as if no one were waiting for results from your breathing. Your thoughts aren't loud when they come. They don't crash into the silence like waves hitting a cliff. They drift past, not urgent and never demanding attention. Just images that form briefly in passing, then dissolve back into stillness like clouds moving across an open sky at night. The mind isn't trying to do anything. It's only allowing thoughts to be there as if they were part of the background noise. Something faint but not intrusive. There's no need to grab them or let go. Only watch until they pass through, leaving behind nothing more than a trace, like footprints in sand that disappear with each wave. You aren't trying to stay awake. You're simply letting your awareness remain where it is, without needing to move forward into any new state. The boundary between wakefulness and sleep isn't sharp. It's soft, like the way light fades at dusk. It doesn't matter if you fall asleep now or not, only that this moment continues as it has, a quiet turning inward, with no goal beyond presence itself. You don't have to arrive anywhere. You're already here, in your body, in stillness, just being what's possible right now. There is space between each breath, not because you're holding on, but because the pause after exhaling allows something deeper to settle into place. Not tension or effort, only a kind of quiet fullness that doesn't need words to describe it. The silence isn't empty, it's rich with still life. The weight in your limbs isn't heaviness from fatigue, only gravity doing its work without complaint, pulling you down gently so nothing has to hold itself up anymore. There's no burden left to carry. You don't have to be strong or steady for anyone else now. Your skin feels the air not because it's cold, but because it's simply aware. a surface that doesn't react unless touched in some way that demands response. It only notices what's there, not as threat, not as need, but as part of its own quiet environment. The inside of your mouth isn't dry from lack of water. It's just still and calm, with no urge to swallow or speak. The tongue rests without movement, only lying where it was placed by gravity, like a stone in the bottom of a riverbed that doesn't need to do anything at all. Your jaw is not clenched because you're stressed. It's simply relaxed around its own shape, not trying to protect your teeth or close off any feeling. There's no tension between molars, only space and softness where muscle has learned how to stop working. The muscles of your face aren't tight from holding emotions. They're just resting in their natural position. The way skin settles when there's nothing pushing against it. The corners of your mouth don't need to be raised or lowered. Their shape is simply what it is, not trying to express anything at all. Your eyes are closed, but not because you're forcing them shut, only letting darkness fall over sensations so that inward attention can deepen without distraction. There's no need for vision now. It doesn't have to see anything except the quiet behind your eyelids. Your neck is not stiff from leaning forward, only soft where it meets your shoulders, like a hinge that has forgotten how to resist. The bones aren't pressing against one another, they're just resting in the shape gravity gave them, aligned without effort. There's no need to hold up your head or keep your spine straight. You don't have to prove you're still awake. Your skull is not heavy on top. It's simply there, supported by muscles that remember how to yield instead of strain. The space behind your ears isn't tight with tension. It's open and quiet, like the inside of a shell after wind has passed through it once and then stopped. Your shoulders are not hunched because you've been working. They're just lying down where they were meant to be, resting on the surface beneath them, no longer bracing against time or expectation. The skin over your collarbones isn't taut. It's soft and loose, like cloth that has been left out overnight and has settled into its own form without needing to be smoothed. There's no pressure between shoulder blades because you're not trying to sit up straight. You don't have to carry the weight of posture anymore. The muscles along your spine aren't locked in place. They've stopped fighting against gravity, let go of their job as support beams, and now just stay still. Your chest doesn't rise or fall with urgency. It moves only when breath fills it, slowly enough that each inhale feels like a quiet arrival rather than an effort to draw air. The ribs don't push outward because they're not being asked to expand, only letting the space inside open as if no one had ever demanded capacity from them before. Your heart doesn't race or thud. It pulses at its own pace, low and steady, like water flowing through a channel that has forgotten what speed is for. There's no need to monitor your heartbeat. You're not trying to measure how fast it goes or whether it's even still working. It just does. The air in your belly isn't full of knots. It's calm, undisturbed by thoughts about food or digestion. The muscles around your waist don't clench because you're nervous. They've stopped trying to hold everything inside and now just let the softness spread outward naturally. Your stomach doesn't tighten when it hears a sound outside, only rests like a pool of still water after rain has passed. There's no urge to move or shift position. The body knows it's not being observed, so there's no reason to adjust itself for someone else's eyes. Your back is not pressed against the surface because you're trying to stay flat. It's simply lying where gravity places it, conforming without resistance. The curve of your lower spine isn't exaggerated or collapsed, only what it is when nothing else is pushing on it. The bones in your pelvis aren't grinding together. They've stopped holding up a version of yourself that was never meant to last. Your hips don't feel like they're bearing the weight of decisions made yesterday. The joints are not stiff with memory, only loose and quiet, as if time had forgotten them too. Your legs are not crossed or pulled inward because you're uncomfortable. They're just lying where they were placed, straight down from your pelvis, one beside the other like two branches resting after a storm. The skin on your thighs isn't taut with tension, it's relaxed, hanging in its natural shape without needing to be stretched or tightened for any reason. There's no urge to cross your ankles or shift your weight. The body knows it's safe enough to stay still, and so it does. Your feet are not curled at the toes because you're anxious. They're just resting on the surface beneath them, each toe lying where gravity placed it, one after another like stones left by a receding tide. The arches aren't strained from standing all day. The bones have stopped fighting to keep balance and now let their natural curve settle into stillness. Your heels don't press down hard because you're trying to stay grounded. They're just touching the floor or bed with enough contact that they know where they are, but not so much that they need to hold on. Your toes aren't numb from pressure, only quiet, each one feeling its own space in the air as if it were a small island floating in a slow-moving stream. The nail beds don't ache from tight shoes. They're just resting under their own skin, no longer needing to push or grip or brace for anything. There's no need to curl them inward because they aren't being asked to walk anywhere anymore. Your hands are not clenched into fists, only open and relaxed, palms facing up as if receiving nothing and giving nothing in return. The fingers don't twitch with restless energy. They're just resting where they were left by your own body, each one aligned with the next like a line of trees that have stopped swaying in the wind. Your arms are not raised to shield yourself, only lying at your sides, heavy and still, as if their job was to carry nothing except the weight of being there. The elbows aren't bent because you're protecting your chest. They're just relaxed where they meet your body, soft joints that no longer need to be locked or guarded. You don't have to stay awake for anything. You don't have to remember any names, respond to messages, finish a thought, or even keep track of time. The silence isn't empty. It's full with the quiet hum of stillness, like electricity moving through a wire that doesn't need to light up. Your breath doesn't have to be deep or long, only letting each out-breath go farther than the last one without needing to force it. There's no goal in your breathing except release. There's no reward for doing it right or wrong. You don't have to feel anything different. You're not trying to become calm, just allowing what already is to remain as it is. Your thoughts aren't real when they come. They're only patterns in the dark, like dust motes drifting slowly through a beam of light that no longer has an observer. There's no need to follow them or stop them, only letting them pass like shadows over still water, moving without leaving ripples behind. The mind isn't trying to fix anything. It's not looking for answers or solutions. It's only resting in the shape it was given, like a riverbed after floodwaters have receded and left nothing but smooth stone. There is no tomorrow here, only this breath, this moment, this body lying exactly where it needs to be. The past isn't pressing down because you're not carrying it anymore. The weight of old reactions has settled into the floor beneath you and become part of the stillness itself. You don't have to explain your presence. You aren't being asked to justify why you exist or how long you'll stay. You are not broken for needing rest. You're only human, with a nervous system that remembers how to work when it's allowed to stop. The body isn't failing because it can't keep up. It's simply remembering what it means to be still, like roots in soil that don't need to grow, but just remain where they are. Your skin doesn't feel cold or hot. It only feels the air as if it were a gentle touch from something without intention. There's no judgment in how your body receives sensation, only reception, not resistance. The surface of you is open like the inside of an envelope after it's been sealed and left to rest. Your eyes are closed, but not because you're hiding. They're simply turned inward, where there's nothing to see except silence, and that silence is enough. There's no need for vision. You don't have to watch what happens next or make sure everything is still in place. You aren't waiting for a sign, a message, an ending. You are not falling asleep, not yet, but you're also not holding on to wakefulness. The boundary between waking and resting has blurred into something softer than either word can hold. It's not sleep, it's not alertness. It's just being here in the way that only stillness can allow, without effort, without agenda, without demand. You don't have to do anything except be. Not think, not move, not even breathe with purpose. Just let each breath come as if it were the first one and the last one, both at once. Let your body sink deeper into whatever supports it, like water finding its own level in a basin that doesn't care about depth or height. Your shoulders no longer carry the weight of decisions not yet made, or apologies never spoken, only warmth spreading through the soft tissue where tension used to live like a second skin. The muscles along your collarbones are not resisting gravity anymore. They're letting go in slow waves, one after another, like sand slipping from between fingers that have stopped trying to hold it back. There's no need to pull them up or tuck them under. They're simply allowed to rest where they fall, as if the air itself had grown heavy enough to support their shape without effort. Your jaw is not clenched around a name you can't say out loud, not even in silence. It doesn't have to stay open or closed, only relaxed, like the hinge on an old wooden door that hasn't been opened in years and no longer needs to be. The teeth are not pressing together. They're simply there as part of your face's quiet architecture, like stones resting in a riverbed where water moves slowly beneath them without disturbing their position. Your tongue lies still against the roof of your mouth, not because it has forgotten how to move, but because movement isn't necessary. It doesn't need to taste anything or form words. It can rest there like a small stone at the bottom of a shallow pool, no longer searching for depth, no longer seeking an echo. Your breath continues not in rhythm with any outside demand, but in its own quiet pulse, as if it had discovered that breathing is not an action, but a kind of return. Each inhalation like a soft comeback to what was never truly lost. You don't need to guide it, you only notice when it happens. And even then, you're not directing, only observing the way air enters and leaves without needing permission. Your spine feels less like bone and more like a thread of stillness running straight through your center, the kind that doesn't bend because it's already aligned with gravity, not resistance. It isn't holding anything up. It's only being supported in turn by whatever holds you below. The vertebrae aren't stacked to fight the weight above them. They're simply resting on each other like bricks laid down slowly over time, no longer needing to be perfect because perfection is not required, only presence. Your chest doesn't rise and fall for performance. It moves only as much as it needs to, in response to what's happening inside. The muscles between your ribs are not tightening or pushing outward. They're softening inward, like fabric that has been left out in the rain until it no longer remembers how to stand upright. It isn't collapsing, only returning to its natural state of letting go. Your belly is not empty and it is not full. It simply exists as a quiet space where nothing needs to happen. No urge to digest, no need to react. It doesn't have to be flat or soft or tense. It's only there, like the center of an old well that hasn't been drawn from in years, deep enough for silence to gather at its base. Your hips are not locked into posture. They're not trying to keep you balanced or steady on a shifting surface. They're simply letting themselves be held by the bed beneath them, as if they were stones left behind after the tide had receded and forgotten their names. There's no need to move forward or backward, only being where gravity has already settled. One leg lies long against the surface below it, not because you've positioned it that way, but because the body remembers how to let things settle. The calf muscles are not taut, they're loose like cloth draped over a chair. Your foot doesn't need to point or curl, it can rest exactly as it is, toes slightly splayed, arches unforced, sole meeting surface with no intention behind it. Your other leg follows the same path. Slow release down through knee, thigh, hip, all of it surrendering not in defeat, but in quiet acceptance. The joints aren't stiff. They're open like valves that have stopped resisting flow and now only allow what passes through to move on without obstruction. You don't need to feel your feet. Their contact with the surface isn't important for awareness. You can be aware of them or not. You can focus on the space between heel and floor, or let that sensation dissolve into nothingness. The connection doesn't require attention, it only exists as a fact. You are in contact. That's enough. Your arms hang loose at your sides, not because they've given up, but because their purpose has changed from doing to being. They don't need to reach, push, hold, or carry anything anymore. Their weight isn't a burden, it's part of the way your body rests on what holds you. The forearms are not trying to stay straight. Their shape is only shaped by gravity. Your hands are open, not in invitation, not in surrender, but simply because they no longer need to grip anything. Fingers stretch outward like roots that have grown too deep to pull back. There's no reason to close them, only the quiet possibility of remaining as they are, soft, unformed, without purpose or function. Your whole body is becoming a kind of map, not of what you've done, not of where you're going, but of how stillness can exist in form. Each part of you doesn't need to be fixed. It only needs to stay exactly where it is. The surface of your skin isn't guarding anything. It's just receiving sensation, as if the air itself had become a kind of gentle touch without meaning, like dust landing on glass after a storm. You don't have to feel anything, only receive what arrives. Warmth in one spot, coolness in another, pressure beneath you, slight shifts from shifting weight. All are allowed to be there without needing explanation or response. There's no need to label them as comfortable or uncomfortable. They're only sensations passing through the field of your body, like light moving across still water. Your back is not pressed against anything hard, only supported by a surface that holds you evenly without judgment. The curve between shoulder blades doesn't have to flatten. It can stay as it is, shaped by how you've spent hours in motion and now finally choose rest instead of performance. No correction needed, not for posture, not for alignment, only for stillness. Your head rests gently on the pillow, no need to adjust its angle or move it forward or back. It doesn't have to stay upright. It can let itself sink deeper into softness, as if it were a seed falling through soil and knowing that darkness is safe. The crown of your skull isn't trying to reach upward. The only direction left is down. Your ears don't need to listen. They're not filtering out noise or scanning for voices, alarms, footsteps. They can just be open spaces, like doorways with no one coming through, waiting for nothing but the quiet between thoughts. The sound of your own breath moves through them not as a signal, but as another kind of stillness. Your eyes are closed, not because you're hiding from anything, but because they've turned inward to where there's no light needed and no image required. You don't need vision to know that you exist. You only need the feeling in your body that says, "This is real, this is now, this is not a performance." There isn't even a sense of time passing, only the way one breath follows another like footsteps after someone who's already gone. There's no urgency about how long it will last or whether you should wake up. It only continues because there's no reason to stop. And if your body shifts slightly, that shift is not failure. It's part of the process. Not rebellion against stillness, but a small adjustment in alignment as gravity quietly reorganizes what was held too tightly for too long. You aren't trying to be any version of yourself. You're simply resting in the one you've always been beneath all the doing and needing and waiting. There's no mask to remove, no role to drop, only presence, like a stone at the bottom of a lake that has stopped sinking, but also hasn't risen. You don't have to feel calm or relaxed. Those words are not necessary here. You're only being what you already are. Stillness with form, rest with awareness, breath with no need to be remembered. Your nervous system isn't trying to protect you anymore. It's stopped scanning for danger because there's nowhere left to run. It doesn't have to stay alert, only let go into the slow rhythm of restoration that happens when nothing is required except being here. Your spine doesn't need to straighten. It can just stay where it is, curled slightly in on itself like a leaf that has stopped growing and finally let go of its shape. The muscles along your back don't have to relax. They only need to stop fighting what's already happening. There's no effort required in surrendering. The body knows how to release when given permission not to hold anything up anymore. You're not being asked to do anything, only to notice that you've been holding for so long, and now there is nothing left to carry. Your shoulders are heavy, not because they're tired or burdened, but because gravity has taken over their weight like a river claiming its bed. They don't rise toward your ears anymore, nor do they pull back in defense. They simply rest where they've always been, pressed into the surface beneath you with no need to justify their position. The space between them isn't empty. It's full of stillness that doesn't demand anything from either side. Your arms lie at your sides as though they'd forgotten how to move, fingers slightly curled, palms open, wrists soft and unguarded. There's no purpose in the way they rest, not for typing, not for pushing, not even for holding on. The tendons are quiet, the joints unstressed by any need to act or react. Blood flows through them without urgency, moving slowly like water over stones that have long since stopped resisting. You don't need to feel your arms. They're already there, part of you in a way that doesn't require attention. Your hands aren't closed fists or reaching for something, only open vessels receiving the world as it passes through touchless space. The skin on your palms feels different now, not because anything has changed, but because you've stopped interpreting sensation like a message. It's not warning you or calling to action. It's just registering presence. A warmth near the base of your thumb, a cool spot along the inner wrist. Each is only a point of contact between your body and air that doesn't care whether you notice. Your chest rises and falls without effort, not because you're trying to breathe in a certain way, but because breathing has returned to its own rhythm. It's not controlled by anxiety or intention. It happens like wind passing through an open window, unnoticed, unforced. The rise of your ribs isn't about expansion. It's just the natural movement of air moving into and out of lungs that don't need to prove they're working. Your belly is soft, not because you've lost weight or relaxed a certain way, but because there's no tension in its walls anymore. It doesn't have to be flat or tight. It can simply be full of stillness, like a bowl left on the table after all the food has been eaten and the moment is just present. There's no need to fill it with thoughts or worries, only space for breath to move through without resistance. Your hips aren't tucked in or shifted forward. They're allowed to stay exactly where they are, shaped by years of sitting, standing, shifting position during hours of focused work that never really ended. The bones sit low and settled into the bed's surface like stones resting after a long journey. There's no need to correct their angle or flatten them against the floor. Only allow gravity to settle every point where muscle has been holding tension for too long. Your legs stretch out straight, not because they're stretched tight, but because they've finally stopped resisting rest. The knees don't have to be locked. They can just hang in space, held by nothing except what's beneath them. The skin along your thighs is smooth under the weight of stillness. No itch or ache that needs scratching. No urge to shift from boredom or discomfort. Only warmth spreading slowly through tissue that has forgotten how long it's been held awake. Your feet are not tense, not clenched in anticipation of walking again. They're simply resting on whatever surface supports them. Toes aren't curled up, nor are they pressing down with force, only open to the air above and the ground below, as though their sole purpose is to receive what arrives without needing to respond. Your soles feel different now, not because anything has changed in them, but because you're no longer trying to use them for balance or motion. They're not meant to carry weight. They're just part of your body's quiet architecture. There's no reason to lift them up or tighten the arches. Only let the entire foot soften into its shape, like clay left out overnight and never touched again. Your toes don't need to move, not even a tiny wiggle. They can stay as they are, curled slightly at the tips from hours of pressure on hard floorboards, now resting in softness that doesn't demand anything back. The spaces between them aren't empty. They're filled with silence that doesn't need to be broken. Your left leg lies still, no longer bracing or adjusting for balance, no longer preparing to stand up again. It's not waiting for a signal. It's already in the present moment of being supported by what holds it. The calf muscle is relaxed, not because you've told it to be, but because there's nothing left to do that requires contraction. Your right leg follows, no difference between them except their position on the bed. One doesn't need to be more still than the other. Both are equally allowed to just be. No effort in alignment, no correction needed for posture, only acceptance of where each part has settled through time and gravity. You aren't trying to feel your body, only letting it exist as a field of sensation without judgment. The contact points between your skin and the surface beneath you are not special. They're just places where two things meet, air against flesh, fabric against bone. There's no need for them to be even or symmetrical, only that they remain present. There isn't any rush to finish this, only time enough to let each point of contact settle deeper into the surface beneath you. The weight of your body isn't pressing down because you're forcing it. It's just there, like a stone resting on earth after having fallen from above. No need for explanation or control. You don't have to stay aware. You only need to notice when awareness arises. It doesn't matter if thoughts come in, only that they pass through the field of your body without stopping. They're not intruders, they're just light moving across a still lake, barely disturbing the surface before fading into calm again. Your breath continues, not because you've decided to keep it going, but because it's already happening on its own. It doesn't have to be long or slow, it only needs to be real. And when it comes out, it goes with no intention behind it, only a quiet release that feels like letting go of something old. Your body isn't trying to fix itself. You're not healing in this moment. You're simply being where you are without the need for improvement. There's no goal beyond rest, no measurement of progress or success. Only space enough to let everything be exactly as it is, even if that means stillness feels strange after so long. There isn't any part of you that needs to wake up, only parts that have been asleep too long and now are finally allowed to stay there. The mind doesn't need to return from distraction. The nervous system doesn't need to check for danger again. It's safe here, in this space where nothing is required except being. Your thoughts don't need to stop. They only need to be quieter than your breath. And when they come, let them pass like leaves blown across a sidewalk after rain. No one claims them, no one holds onto them. They drift by and disappear into the soft hum of stillness that surrounds you now. There is no beginning or end to this moment. It's not moving forward or backward. It just is, in the way that air exists